Good afternoon, friends. Hopefully I can get a word in here real quick. So I have to make some critical phone calls and have to save my voice. This week is, into the weekend, 4th of July is going to be crazy for wildfires. We are expecting to have many new wildfires break out and get really bad due to the weather right now. So we're tracking a bunch of situations. Fresno County is what we're going to listen to while I
Can I have an incident number?
peel away and try to take
copies returning on incident number 13621.
take care of my personal affairs real quick, and I'll begin speaking when new crazy things break out. Hey, Christopher, welcome. So I'll try to just put on the cams, and for example, this one in Palmdale, I don't know what's happening here, but the camera is on something. It's not on watch duty that I can tell. We have in Tehama County, the Round Fire that's west of Corning into the foothills. We have red flag conditions for the entire California Valley, but the air show and the race against time to try to get the Basin Fire at least partially under control is before the winds pick up in the next few days. That's something we're closely going to watch. So what I'll do here is put on the radio, and I'll be messing around here. I've got to still eat today. I still haven't eaten yet. I've been whack-a-mole, trying to take care of stuff right before the weekend, and so I can be completely available for next week. So the situation is dire weather right now. I've been listening to a couple of structure fires that became vegetation fires in the town of Fresno itself. It seems like right now those are mostly good. I may switch the channel to a different one in Fresno. We're currently on CAL FIRE FKU, Fresno County Fire and U.S. Forest Service, SNF, and Kings Canyon. So mostly, though, the Air Attack, Fresno CAL FIRE, and Sierra Forest Net has a lot more listeners. So I may switch to it, but I haven't yet because, like I said, Fresno itself, the town, excuse me, gone wild here. The town has had a couple of fires just in the last hour that I was tracking live, see if they became.
41 southbound to 168 west. I'm sorry, 168, 180 westbound.
Yeah.
41 southbound is Tulare. Saw the fire that's engine 4 is on.
That's.
You didn't see anything to the west?
There's some drift smoke from the fire out west.
Yeah, thank you.
Like that's what they're talking about. So it's southbound Highway 41 near some Tulare Road. It's hard to figure out where these fires are in Fresno itself. They are slamming the Basin with all kinds of aircraft in the summit. Speaking of Fresno County, watch duty does not seem to be putting the smaller, vegetation fires on Fresno County, and maybe that's good because they haven't been getting big. They've worried about it, but they pounced on it really, really well. But that's where the tankers are flying out of. They just ordered 2 new tankers for the fires that are up in the hills. Unclear which one. It's either the Basin or the Summit. Summit is now being swirled around by aircraft. So if these 2 vegetation fires in Fresno, the town, are not going to be a factor, I'll just put on the air show. And I want to give you a look at what's going on down there with the cams. Like Delilah is the best way to look at the AERO. We do have news that the flash fires, I believe they.
In 3 of the 4 directions, and engine 4 and engine 3 are just south of us. Engine 1 available, unable to locate.
Engine 1 copy.
That's been the theme of the day. They've been unable to locate a lot of reported smokes, and it's that hazy right now. You can barely tell smoke from, say, thick London fog. It's awful. So the one good news is, at least temporarily, the mandatory evacuations for the flash and bolt fire, which flashy bolt fire, whatever you want to call that, June Lightning Complex. Those are reduced down to get ready to leave at a moment's notice, and so don't unpack if you return to say Squaw Valley or that area. So there still is mandatory evacuation.
See one patient at CRMC.
There's still mandatory evacuation just north of Squaw Valley. So I'll show you the cams. See what I mean? That's Bear Mountain, Fresno. Remember the hill that burned over? Look how hazy it is. It's just unbelievably hazy. So, and welcome everybody who's come. It's gonna be 5 o'clock. I've got to make some calls before places completely shut down. You know, Sunday. There's still some places open on Saturday. And deal with a super identity mix-up pharmacy. So, Tehama County, the round fire, I want to check on that real quick. We can't even see much of what's going on with these, the air show. Remember this? We've been covering this since like June 15th, the one at Buck Rock here. I think they finally gave it a name, did they? Well, it's super going now. Let me see if that's been given a name. C-Pro is here, so C-Pro's here. He's going to help me get some food in me. All right, so I don't know if that is a prescriber. We're going to look into that, but let's take a look at the Dila Lookout 1 and 2. This is our view of the Basin Fire, the 12 hours of activity. The smoke settled all over it last night, just like the night before. That's great to like kind of keep a lid on the fire. The smoke kind of chokes it. I'll be right with you. So yeah, I'm gonna go for a little bit, but I'm still gonna be listening and monitoring. And mods, get me back up to speed and chat. As soon as I'm able to come back, gotta make these phone calls, eat, and we'll be monitoring, you know, in our normal way. But as long as I can, I want to save my voice because I'll be speaking nonstop every day, probably for the next week and foreseeable future. Thank you so much, Angela. Yeah, I forgot. You're so wonderful, and you're a great reporter. I need to put the ways that you can donate. Please support the stream. Hitting the like button is free. It helps us trend so other people find this information. We got to do that fight every day. And let me get the true links here for the donations. You don't need a PayPal account. But we have Cash App and Venmo now. And you can just use regular credit or debit cards with PayPal. You don't, you know, like I say, you don't need the account. We're looking for hopefully 20% of the viewers to donate $1 every day, and we'll get a laptop and really improve the stream quality and be able to go mobile with it on the road. So we can help people at any time, anywhere, as long as we've got the internet. So very, very grateful. 13 of you have already hit the like button. You know the drill. Carrie Phillips says, hi, the new Creek Fire is not far from me. Where would that be again, Carrie? I can't remember that very well. Yeah, I'm definitely eating something. Steve Probe just came over and he's going to make me a sandwich. So let's see, I'm going to make sure that I didn't miss any quick questions. We want to look at Tehama County to see what's up, but all that black, that's where the Basin Fire has already burned. Tehama County, there wasn't a link to the fire. It's called the Round Fire, west of Corning. I just want to get my own look at it. It said it had a pretty serious rate of spread. So let me check real quick, at least on watch duty. They keep naming things the Round Fire again and again. There's already one in Riverside County, which we need to keep an eye on, but it's in the hills. It's not near the town, but it looks like it's got potential to be pretty bad. So this is the different Round Fire in Tehama County. Arriving units report one fully involved vehicle with 3 to 5 acre spread vegetation. Last night I almost went live after midnight, by the way, because there was a new fire south of the town of COPPEROPOLIS, right at where the AERO's fire edge was, and that could be suspicious. I mean, it was the middle of the night. I don't know how many people are towing boats in the middle of the night. But if somebody was dragging the chain or something, the only place that it could start is
1004 East Cleveland.
where the grass hasn't burned yet after the AERO fire. So if somebody went down COPPEROPOLIS Road dragging something, then the sparks would have gone harmlessly into like burned grass most places. Because the AERO fire is contained, it's done. But that was concerning to me, so I kind of went and woke back up.
In that alley behind this location.
I think I'm going to switch now. We're going to switch to the AERO TAC channel for Fresno County. I've got to go eat, take care of my affairs. We'll be back, and I'll be casually listening. And please get my attention with @Catherine and start typing my name and hit the button. That will doesn't work on mobile very well. If you're on desktop, you can do that. Catch my attention, and hopefully I'll be able to change the cameras or radio, whatever we need to do. And so far, so good. Knock on wood, friends. They have been pouncing on things immediately. Fresno County is on it. The
electric is energized.
But, just hold on, everybody. Hey, ABVYT.
ALS standby, and I'll be transitioning command back to
Placer. Okay, let's look at Placer County really quick. We also had the bar fire at Orville had a spot over today. I didn't even see the Creek fire. CREE. Okay. Come back. Okay, yeah, 1 second. Just hang on, stand by. Okay, so it's 7 to 10 acres, moderate rate of spread, making short runs in timber. Tankers have dropped retardant. So we're going to come back. We're going to look at it. So let me just put the camera on. We're just going to listen still to Fresno County. Where it's trying to start a pyrocumulus cloud. So this is the live cam. We're going to stick with that. Be back. Check in periodically too. And I'm going to switch to Fresno Air Attack right now. The Fresno Cal Fire, So let's see if we got a good volume on it. This should be good. Let me know how the volume is when they actually start speaking, okay? Yeah, a lot of these have been car accidents. The one in Tehama County, the round fire in Tehama County was a car wreck. Confirmed vegetation fire in Alameda County, 17 Mines Road, Livermore. Well, day's heating up, so I gotta quickly make phone calls, and we'll be back, guys. Stay tuned.
again, 2983. Multiple helicopters, 03, copy. 6 mobile.
Engine 86, where's the copy?
Crew 532, air attack. Air attack on aircraft. Yeah, I got a type 1 inbound, and I'm going to hit that right flank. One more time, I'm going to try to get it as direct as possible. Structured. 911, 1615. Smoke from our perspective, maybe I can see it on over here as I come out on the left. So we're talking about the right flank with the heel at the bottom of the hill.
Can you start an ambulance for a fall from a step stool, hip injury? The 2 or code 3? Code 2 will be fine.
Over, and we'll be approaching downwind once we get on the other side of the fire.
Fresno to all units, visual attention in area 4, K41, beat for a fire. Maybe at 38257 East Kings Canyon Road. Be at the Cat Haven. RP reporting smoke coming from, correction, be 3 miles west of Cat Haven via grass fire, 2 to the Cat fire. Information only.
Group.
231, 10-4.
31, same traffic.
10-4. He now states that the smoke is coming from a dust, correction, dust from a bulldozer.
King 31, 10 4, 10 8.
Jackson, 520 East, come on, KCRA.
Just confirming we're calling the main, this is the main fire, or are you encompassing all of the fires? Air attack copy. Zulu again. Main 6217, I have that. Alright, confirm their location from the main fire. Fire in the drainage that we have the retardant on. On the right flank Zulu. At the rock where the smoke column is over. Alright, I have you. That road, where's the pipe that goes over?
15, airtech, go ahead. Air attack on command.
Unit for operations, go ahead.
Operations, this is air attack from Helco. He's wanting to know if you're wanting to meet at Helispot 9 at Balch Camp.
Yeah, that's affirm, and we're gonna,
I understand Helispot 9, and then you were broke off after that.
did you copy my last?
Negative, you just said Helispot 9, it was broken after that?
Yeah, it's firm. The LP soup is going to come up and raise up Helco.
LP soup's going to be raising Helco, Air to Ground Command?
Yeah, that's a firm at 9.
Air attack, go ahead.
Yeah, just confirming you copied my last.
Hey, firm, did you say Eldorado was going to be contacting them?
Negative, that'll be LP.
I copy. LP soup will be contacting them on Air to Ground Command, Helispot 9.
That's correct.
Okay, friends, checking in. Is there a new situation or any cams I have to change? How's the volume levels? I just put together a sandwich with C Probes help. How's it going here? Thank you guys for holding down the fort.
16, 17.
My chat is in black and white. Ah, yeah, it's in color. Okay, that was weird. Oh, thank you, Sue.
Would you like an extra set of frequencies with the aircraft?
Really low, isn't it? Hang on. Sorry. Let's see how this volume is when they speak again. So this is our 12-hour look at the Basin Fire. How's it going in Tehama County with their round fire?
Hey, he's having a hard time getting you on the air to ground. We'll see if he can come up on the 41, but is there something we can do for you?
Like a fire circus, yeah, it is with red flag days.
Okay.
Hey, sister. It's all smoke. That's not fog. Creek Fire is looking better than 10 minutes ago. Great, ABYT. That's awesome. That was the one at Placer County. Yeah, Angela, Gold Hill Fire was up in Washington when we saw them saving it several days ago or last week. Same day as Yakima County's issues. So this is once again the 12-hour time lapse of the Basin Fire. So at this point, that's like 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock is 1500, right? Yeah. 4 o'clock. And now at 4:18. So there's a lot of aircraft in the air. They are working just west of Bulb's Camp, but they're also over here by Mitchell Peak, due east.
Medical aid engine 84 company 131, American, Crossing Button Willow, unknown problem, 20066 American, come out to 219.
Hang on. So I wonder if this is the one that we were looking at again like days ago. That's Mitchell Peak. Let me put that on CalTopo. I have to. Food's getting cold back over there. So see. Mitchell Peak, California, Fresno County. Fire activity, all satellites not showing. But we were trying to figure out where this one fire was on our cams. It was east of the Buck Mountain Lookout. So let me see where. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So there's Buck Lookout. I know you can't read the words. It just gets tiny no matter how much you zoom. I hate that about websites. So it's Buck Rock Lookout is just over the border with the Fresno County line. Mitchell Peak is over there. So if Buck Mountain Lookout, what the heck's going on in Palmdale, by the way? It might have just been a structure fire. If the Buck Rock cam, I can duplicate this so we don't lose the Basin cam. Duplicate tab. If the Buck Rock Lookout cam is looking due east, and that's the thing we've been tracking, the mystery fire we've been tracking since the 16th or earlier. Yeah, Buck Rock 2. There's some of the aircraft right there. Yeah. Yep, that's the one that never appeared on watch duty before. And it overlooked Kings Canyon because we saw a big steep drop off. So maybe not though. Where is Mitchell Peak? All right. Black Rock, Mitchell Peak. Oh. Well, flummoxed. I don't believe it is. But what's going on at Mitchell Peak? I don't believe it is. It may be still a mystery. May not be on watch duty still.
9350 Charlie. Form up. Station 84 in Sanger. Returning to quarters. Strike team 9350 Charlie. Form up. Station 84 headquarters for returning to home.
That's sad. There was a fully involved house fire in Placer County. That's what became the, Eldorado County. That's what became the Creek Fire.
Hang on, zone 3, strike team 9350 Charlie. Form up, station 84 in Sanger. Returning to quarters, strike team 9350 Charlie. Form up, station 84 in Sanger. Returning to quarters, 1623.
That's Mount Ararat one. Just take a look at it. It's concerning. I'm so sorry for whoever just lost their home or building. That's Eldorado County, correction, not Placer. Oh wow, yeah, see that plane right there? Oh, that's one of the scoopers, isn't it? Yeah, the super flat wings are straight out. Right. Since we could see airplanes, I'm gonna leave it there. We're still listening to Fresno County and what's going on with the Basin Air Show and the other smaller ones out there. They're not currently on the Flash, I don't believe. They're focusing on the Basin because the Basin could just blow up to be a huge monster in a couple of days. You go grab my food and look at chat. Thank you so much for being here, sister, and everybody, and thank you for your kind donations. I'm still tallying. You know, I've got my papers, and just as soon as I start...
If you want to have them high tracked up and tie in with these other dozers, it would be good.
Yeah, I know. As soon as I try to start tallying the donations, because they're coming in from like 4 different areas.
Yeah, all right.
You guys are wonderful. This stuff happens, right? So I was just going to put on radio, eat, and then do that. But we are hearing Fresno County and what's going on with the Basin Fire. It's 0% contained and huge. But right here, we want to make sure that that everything's going to be okay. There are local evacuations.
Here, Air Tech 15. Give me that info again about the relief lead. I've got Charlie 8 going into Fresno for a quick turn on fuel, and they're planning to be back in about 30 minutes.
Do we have something new? Yeah.
You know if there's a fill, and then he's mad at the tanker base. But for now, Charlie 8's going to be quick fuel and return.
Yeah, Husky, that that Buck Rock 2 link.
Brush 96, cover Blasting Game. Brush 72, cover Squaw Valley. Brush 94, cover Sand Creek. Brush 96 to Blasting Game. Brush 72 to Squaw Valley. Brush 94 to Sand Creek. 10 out 1626.
Okay, Fire Cam app Mount Ararat 2 shows the creek. Yep, so we're on that. This is a lot to scroll through, so if there's something new to look at, please let me know. I'm sorry I can't address everybody in chat, but hi everybody who showed up. Wow. Helicopter with a bucket.
Stick with Charlie 8, thanks.
This unfortunately was a fully involved structure fire here in Eldorado County. Everything is of concern today that breaks out. There's just red flag everywhere. They will always divert resources, like move the planes and move sometimes even entire crews away from a fire that's somewhat small for a new breaking news emergency situation. So that, unfortunately, because they don't have enough planes, they don't have enough staff, they don't have enough firefighters for all. That means
Company 121 cancel. Company 121 cancel to American. Remain in quarters 1627.
that means that even smaller ones could get bigger when they could be put out right away if they had aircraft, for example. Aircraft turn the tide as long as they make very quick arrival. These retardant ropes, these splashes of red that are all over the trees, that's flame retardant. And so that is a speed bump for fast-moving fires and allows the ground crews to get there and then set up shop. So does a new fire have aircraft available to go do that? If the answer is no, it's much more likely to be blowing up huge. So we are lucky that aircraft are here. So yeah, do keep us informed. JCAT says it's in Sequoia National Forest for the Buck Rock 2 camp. Yeah, we've been monitoring a little smoke there since June 15th or 16th. And I said, what's going on there? We've been trying to figure it out. The people who have lived and worked and played in that area, like Sequoia Kings, National Park and or Valley area. Have tried to pinpoint the area. We were using satellite maps and all sorts of things to try to figure out exactly where it was, because only one camera was ever looking at it. And I even used Google Earth to try to figure out where is that small amount of smoke coming from. So it was completely unattended as far as we know, without aircraft doing anything to it or whatnot. Let me see if I can. Sorry, there's going to be a lot of background noise if my volume is that high. Somebody requested high volume yesterday. Tone it down so you don't hear every clang of my. I'm eating a chicken sandwich with a fork and knife. You know, when you're a streamer, you know you can't get your mitts dirty. Let me know about volumes.
So we got a fill on relief air attack.
Thank you, C-Pro. You were so awesome coming over.
532, air attack.
Let's take a look at our plane.
532, crew, just want to confirm the line's clear. I got a tanker drop.
We're still listening to Fresno County. Grass Valley Airport really active with a whole bunch of planes taking off constantly. Couple taking off from, we're at Anderson. I'm not sure if they have retardant there or whatnot, but it's a good aircraft day for the most part, which is surprising because Fresno County is just so smoked in with smoke. Husky says they're trying to button up its west side, or that wind direction shift might come. We are going to get north winds affecting a lot of Northern California with the red flag issued basically because of them. They come out of the hot, dry desert of Eastern Oregon. And down further south, I don't know where the wind direction is forecast to come from, but it may come out of the Nevada desert. I haven't checked. And so we don't want it racing down to the valley floor towards those inhabitations, like, towards, God forbid, Fresno itself. So they're working as hard as they can.
Fresno Battalion 4320. Can I get an answer number for assisting FSO Jensen and McCall available?
4220. Incident 13631.
Today will be hectic. Next couple of days it'll be a nightmare. And then we'll be living in the 7th circle of hell for 4th of July weekend. As you just know, somebody, maybe even several people, just by statistics and probability, will set fireworks fires on a red flag day, critical high winds, triple digit temperatures forecast, and like no mentionable humidity levels. Oh God, Angela and Husky are saying there was a collision involving a fire rig on the Creek Fire. Yeah. That's awful. Is everyone okay, I hope?
195, copy.
So it's hectic today. It's going to be nightmares for the next couple of days. Now is the time. Make your home safe and protected. Best thing you can do right now is make sure you get a fine mesh, metal mesh, very fine, that can't emit embers, right? Very, very fine. And if you have any breaches or like older style, regular screen that's on your soffit vents, gable vents, under your roof eaves, you need to get the finer stuff.
No, Brush 94 and service tank for covers.
staple gun or whatever you need to do, several layers of it to the vents that go to your attic, and any that might go to your basement, and then put on your shopping list the new fireproof ones. But that is the #1 way a house is lit during a wildfire. They did tests, and it's actually the embers. It'll be like snowflakes in a blizzard, but all burning pieces of things, right? It'll hit your house at like 65 miles an hour, and the wind pushes the embers up underneath your roof where it gets trapped. They will get shoved into your attic, and attics catch fire from the inside out. So that is the number one way to protect your home. And put on your shopping list and later install the new fireproof or ember-proof soffit vents and gable vents for your home. And don't forget your laundry vents. You don't want embers going up in there, putting the lint on fire. So these are the #1 ways to protect your property.
All right. So for the main fire, we have retardant all around the fire, and it runs down on both sides, down into the tip of the meadow.
All right, let's return to this. Oh wow, good retardant splash. We'll do the last 15 minutes. This Eldorado County, where the planes are landing. I'm so sorry, I forgot to flip back into this view.
0532 on the bridge. There are 2 more tankers. We'll try to put that drainage to bed off the head, and then if you're okay with it, I'd like to put them on a hold or release them, and we'll just keep the coppers working.
Remember, we're listening to Fresno County. I'm sorry I have to eat here, but we've got all kinds of aircraft and ground unit response here in County's Creek Fire again, guys. Eldorado. Yeah, it's by Greenwood and Auburn Lake trails. So that is a lot of structure threat depending on where the wind might go off of Georgetown Road, Highway 193. I haven't been there since childhood, so I can't tell you much about it. Not so sad that a fire truck, I think, got in a car accident, and it started as a structure burning down.
Fresno, so, 3551 in my headquarters.
3551, Fresno, copy 1636.
We are hearing them talk about the Basin Fire right now down in Fresno County because that's the one that concerns me the most of the pre-existing fires. They really need to do something about it. They have almost no road access. It's huge, very active day and night. So we're trying to. Oh, there's a nice water splash for like a little hot spot. So just hold on here, Eldorado County. Can you guys tell me about the evacuations that may be in place there? It's local, right? Oh, cool. The round fire of Tehama County, forward progress was stopped. Excellent. So that was west of Corning in the hills, significantly west. Now there's a different round fire, Riverside County, which this should be illegal to have 2 fires of the same freaking name. Checking on that. 300 acres up to 24 minutes ago. 5% containment. It had a moderate to dangerous rate of spread. It's just the one in Riverside County is at Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley, and it's not near any homes and such right now. It's just that everybody in Riverside County knows stuff that's in the hills can come right out. So They are slamming it with aircraft down there. We're keeping an eye on that situation. And let me know which fire you need a quick update on. This is going to be hot and heavy. There's a 4.3 earthquake just now in Nevada. East of Austin, and in between Austin and Eureka, Nevada. Yikes. Just hold on to your butts, guys. Hold on to your butts. There's plenty of tankers working around fire of Riverside County, and from now on, unless I say Bahama County, that's what I'm talking about. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse of what's going on in Eldorado County. So far, the theme of today is structures on fire spreading to vegetation and car accidents. Last night, I didn't get much sleep because just as I was about to shut the computer off, I looked and there was a new fire that stayed very small, about an acre and a half, at COPPEROPOLIS, just south of the town. And then, as soon as that, they pounced on that.
Air attack, air ground.
I was about to shut the computer off, and then there was a structure fire at McColmney Hill, a town not too far away to the north, and they thought that it might spread, and you know. I didn't have any camera links, so I was quite anxious about it because they
air attack, air ground.
kept asking more and more units to arrive, and then they said power lines were compromised. I think just
all your communications are going to go through air to ground. Deck is not authorized for this fire.
What's deck? Communications. Yeah, Angela, just stay just groom your own property. Oftentimes, your home is going to survive just fine if you just take the basic precautions, not just the normal advice for defensible space, but now the best advice ever is get the fine mesh metal, and as a temporary stopgap, and cover your all vents to your attic. One day I'll show the tests they did inside of a laboratory condition.
MES 1236.
And remember at Lahaina, as bad as that was, the one home that was standing had two very important things
Can you repeat the MES number? You were scratchy.
going for it. A, it had defensible space, no ultra close neighbors, no vegetation right up against structure. It was totally abandoned. No firefighter was there to save it. It had just been re-roofed, so it had, who knows, maybe even the fireproof vents to the roof. At least, even if they weren't specialized like that, the roof was metal, sheet steel probably, I think, and then just being new, those gable and soffit vents. Okay, guys, we have evacuation orders.
I mean, we got it worked out. Charlie 8's getting fuel coming back up, and he's going to replace us. We're going to be timed out for the day as soon as he gets back up.
Okay, the house on Lahaina that survived unattended, it had new vents, and if yours are old, check on this.
Tankers that are going to be checking in here in the next couple minutes. I'm going to be putting both loads of retardant right down the middle of that fire. Want to give you a heads up so I can get that line cleared as soon as possible so I can get them in and out.
Okay, guys, we're going to pause Fresno County. I'm going to turn on, and we're going to start listening actively to the breaking news, new evacuation orders issued, and some warnings to people, the residents of Eldorado County, where the creek fire is off Georgetown Road in Greenwood. So it's time to pause Fresno County and go listen to Eldorado. We do that behind the scenes, and my food is getting cold again. This is the way it is. And maybe it's Northern California major incident. Which scanner, guys, is for the creek fire? Just help me find it faster. Northern California major incident only has 2 listeners, so I doubt it's actually active. Eldorado. Eldorado and all. Okay, let me look back at the chat. Yeah, thank you so much for being here, Angela and Husky and everybody who's so wonderful. Please hit the like button so we trend. We got 802 views and only 55 likes. Let's boost that so that people find us, so that they can be informed. Our best thing that we can do is to tell people about evacuations before, it takes to give them several minutes or even more warning before the officials can update their systems and go door to door. If people are listening live and we only have like a 1-minute delay off scanner radio, then they can start prepping and minutes do count. So these evacuation orders, I may have missed them because I was making my sandwich in the kitchen. Is that cool, California, or is it just cool, the neighborhood? They have blocked the road at Georgetown, and I don't know which cross street that is. 193 is closed into the area. So it's East Auburn Lake Trails area is under warning, and I would make my way out. I wouldn't wait to be told to go so that there's no traffic jam. Check on your neighbors. Call everybody that you know who might be affected in this area in Eldorado County. It's called wait a second. This is Eldorado County, right? Wait, it's Creek. Oh, it's Coon Creek Road. Okay, it's the Creek Fire off of Coon Creek Road. That makes more sense. And 193 is blocked. There's a roadblock at Penobscot. Let's see, you can't get in past Penobscot coming in from the west on 193. And same goes for, let's see, 193, you cannot get in. It looks like they blocked it at Main Street of Greenwood. So this is the map right here. Let's put the link in the chat. So this is for the Creek Fire, also known as the Coon Creek Fire, Auburn Lake Trails, Eldorado County. So I don't know if that's cool, California, or an old place name or a mislabeling, but you can see here, this is the best way to see what's going on. But make your calls, make your texts, make sure people know about this. And before you leave, check on your neighbors and make sure their car can start and that they have gas. Remember to put people in your car instead of objects as a first priority if somebody does not have a ride. If you're worried for somebody who's in the area who may not have the wherewithal to understand danger, then you need to call the non-emergency number for the county and say such and such person, welfare check them if necessary. They may not be able to recognize the danger, and they probably won't self-evacuate. If you have anybody of concern like that or somebody you can't check on, let the sheriff's office know. You will be talking to the same 911 people as those calling 911, but you won't be clogging up the 911 lines. They put the lesser things on hold, and true emergencies of like people in mortal danger go through their system first, and then they will get to you. But you do have to inform people. Never assume that people know. Just because it's a big event doesn't mean everybody knows. There was an old man who lived through the entire Paradise Fire by the stroke of luck in his cabin with no TV and didn't have good radio reception in his little Butte County's got all these little canyons. So yeah, where's the feed? Okay, sorry, I need to put the feed on. Which you got it for me, Angela. I'm sorry. All right, I'm gonna listen to it live now. Let me tone down the volume. But this is a serious situation, and your best options here are always to leave before you are told. The sooner you get out of their way, the sooner they can save your neighborhood. And don't do anything like put on your sprinklers or anything. Don't bother doing that. They need all the water pressure they can get. sprinklers on the roof and in the yard do nothing. They do nothing because mostly homes are lit from the inside out, the attic, because embers go up and through the soffit vents. So remember checking your vents. If you have a loose screen or anything like that, or some squirrel got inside, man, there's a Chinook helicopter. Or if it's been dislodged in the wind, inspection is in order. And so that is the best number one way that you can protect your home. And do at least your own precursory cleaning around the interior of the vents of where your laundry has exhaust, because that's usually coated with a whole bunch of lint. And if an ember hits that, it'll make a raging fire that goes straight through the tube, straight to your laundry room. It'll catch your your dryer on fire, because there's lint inside like every dryer. You can't see it, but you got to inspect your dryer, vacuum it out if you can safely, of course, unplug it. But I've just discovered there's a design flaw with almost all American laundry dryers, where lint is allowed to build up inside. It's not the same way in places like Germany. They're appalled when they see lint cleaning videos on YouTube, which are becoming popular. So I somehow got suggested to watch one of those and realized that that's an epic fire danger that nobody's talked about. So put on your list of things to do. Get a fireproof soffit vents and gable vents. Get your lint tube cleaned. And if you're doing an evacuation, the best thing that you can do, if you have any of the time, is take a fine metal mesh kind of screen that you buy at the hardware store and at least staple gun it on any loose vents you see, or all of them if it's possible to reach it. And I mean, if you have like a little small home, I don't mean take an hour and do that. If you're in evacuation order, you just grab your keys and you go. You don't wait to pack. You grab keys and you go. But for the rest of my general blanket advice, 4th of July is coming, chaos is coming, red flag is here. It's the best way to save your house. Forget the sprinklers and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't work. It's screens, defensible space. And clean out your lint. Okay, so let's turn on the broadcast 5 for here, and I'll resume eating my sandwich. Hopefully we can hear what's going on, the escalating situation that's here in Eldorado County.
And 3 copters. Sounds good.
Camino, utility 235 available for coverage in the area. 235, 1651.
Hi, welcome back, Terry.
You're clear to return to Folsom.
Angela says for this Coon Creek fire in Eldorado County, they're keeping 2 tankers and 3 copters. And the retardant work is done, so they're going to release the others.
We'll go with 6. Coverage level 6, full load, clear maneuver. Approved for the right hand. Copters are holding.
Okay, we may have just had an update on our evacuation map and warnings.
5361 is available, station 114.
Let me turn off power. Shut off.
Creek air attack, air to ground. Yeah, just trying to find your work location. Are you guys on the Llewellyn side? Are you guys back towards the structure fire?
Okay, we now have a new evacuation warning.
Type 1 and little indirect drop on the left flank should be no factor for you guys.
New evacuation warning. Everything east of where 193 meets Sliger Mine Road, or Sliger, however you say that. Georgetown, guys. Georgetown region. Get ready. If you're in Greenwood, I would also be aware, get ready. Who knows what the wind can do here. So we have evacuation orders. As you can see here on the map, here is the evac map. Eldorado County. You guys can copy and paste that message and keep putting it down. Yeah, we're going to look at the cams. So here's the last hour. Started as a structure fire, then I think a fire engine crashed somewhere.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Oh,
mind
here.
the tower, you're clear to drop. First side clear.
We got a little bit of a breeze. You see the dark, dirty smoke of a structure fire. Wow. And then it just moved straight up to the very top of trees. That was a group torch right there. Wow. Okay, I'm going to rewind. This is our 3-hour time lapse. I was doing 1 hour, so I did not see that craziness. So
Perfect vector.
oh, group tree torching, meaning fire turning a tree into like a torch, just top to bottom. There's got to be some dead trees in that mix, or extremely damaged trees, maybe beetles or drought stress. Yikes. That's the piney kind of stuff that goes up like crazy. So let's look at the direction of the cam. Yeah, you can see it may be a crown fire right now, meaning the tops of the trees are on fire, and then the wind picks it up and they light the rest of it.
Helicopter 514, I just saw where 2 Hotel Papa dropped. You want some more in there?
Wow. They've got
Camino Creek air attack, aircraft release.
They've got a retardant line around it, though.
Creek air attack, go ahead.
But man, that looked bad earlier.
Releasing tanker 210, empty to McClellan, ETA 1755. And releasing tanker 131 on base, McClellan, negative contact. If you could advise contact with the base.
656.
Yeah, let's check the wind speed there. I don't know if people are trapped in New Mexico in the Ruidoso, Terry, if you're inquiring. This is too hectic to go to New Mexico at this very moment, but praying for people. They've had flash floods ever since what happened at South Fork Fire and the Salt Fire.
131 traffic collision, Highway 49, Kennedy Mine Road.
Okay, I'm going to try to get the weather. $17 mile an hour.
Looking for you if you still need the bucket work.
17 mile an hour wind gusts, but
Jackson City Chief Officer, Battalion 5103, engine 6333, engine 6422, traffic collision. North Highway 49, across Kennedy Mine Road. First scene will be the Mine ICP Fire 22, 1357.
that's probably Jackson, California, Kennedy Mine Road. I think that's the one you could take tours into. So I'm gonna show you the.
4 on this frequency.
See the red flags everywhere. So if we go to, or is it Georgetown, California? That's not where we're at. Take us to the right spot. Okay, Let me just check if it's working. There we go. Still within the red flag zone. 83 degrees now. Almost a dead calm, but with 17-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And I'm sure higher at the ridges and stuff. So it's all red flag, which means that, we don't even need wind for this to get bad, but wind makes it worse. So, and B says, oh, yeah, that's the Ruidoso fire was where they had fatalities. I think there's still 8 people missing. And it looks like it was arson. The FBI has a $10,000 reward for anybody who knows who may have started the SALT. Because there were 2 fires, the SALT and the South Fork fires, as they were originally called in New Mexico. One person was at a hotel and he never got a ride and he ran out of it as it burned and he died. So the other one, the known fatality, escaped by car and got trapped, tried to escape by car. Most of the occupants got out, but there are 2 different villages of Ruidoso on the Indian Apache land, actually. And
crew 2, helicopter 2, hotel pop, aircraft.
It was not this week. It's, the week.
Look back at you guys here.
The week before, last that we were, I believe, covering it the most. But there's sick people out there, and
so where the dozer is, I'm just trying to find you here, so I'm just coming up on some stuff here.
They lost incredible, like 14,000-ish homes, or mostly homes. 14,000 or so buildings burned in Ruidoso, New Mexico, but it's spelled R-U-I-D, but pronounced Ruidoso. So we saw them, we watched the webcam as people were evacuating, and this horrible massive smoke cloud was following them. And we did, we tried to cover as much as possible.
Camino Creek Air Attack aircraft release.
Couldn't see anything on cams or anything.
Creek Air Attack, Camino, go ahead.
Charlie Hotel back to Truckee, ETA 1735.
What's going on near Auburn? There's something around near Auburn? Yeah.
Air Attack tanker 131, 12 miles to the southwest.
131, we're going to release you back to McClellan.
Okay. Have you inquired if they've got anything else for us, or you want to just go to North Ops?
We'll just have you go straight back to McClellan. They'll advise you if they have a divert for you.
That's it. Don't ask me why.
We'll give North Ops a call real quick, because we were headed to Fresno.
Okay, I did not know that. You guys, if that's where they wanted you, why don't you guys just head to Fresno?
Yeah, these fires barely make the news.
514, coming at you up there on the head.
When do you have contact with North Ops?
The North Ops is where they master control the weather.
Give me 95141, did you have traffic?
41 affirmative, status check.
Not control the weather, but
5141. Metagan transporting code 2. We're available, returning.
what I'm saying is they're the Pope of fire weather prediction, so they're the masters of it. So if North Ops says such and such community or area is vulnerable, the firefighters listen and they act accordingly and send planes to the appropriate area. So they are the end, like it stops in the hierarchy of fire weather. They get the end say about
514, looks like there's a dozer now pushing around that little area, so I'll hold off on dropping.
They're the last and official word on fire weather and the dangers for different communities. So they'll move the aircraft around to different bases that Basin bases where they have a lot of retardant and where the tankers are based out of. I still haven't eaten today, so I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my blood sugar up. Like Redding, like they only put retardant at a couple of places, like McClellan by Sacramento, Redding Airport. Got it. And they'll shuffle around in a sign plane. Base on fire, weather, danger.
Dozer 4442 and Thunder 4442,
I know, yeah. I just said North Ops controls the weather. I mean, they control the dialogue.
Repeat your identifier.
4442 and Thunder 4442, entering the county line. 49.
There's one. There's one special power they don't have. Don't ask me why. They can't issue a red flag. Only the National Weather Service. Only the National Weather Service can issue a red flag warning.
You know, if you could give me a strobe, and I got the heat there, and try to get it out there for you.
Oh boy, what did I say? Okay, new warning for this creek fire. Okay, new evacuation warning. Okay, let's refresh. Sorry, my phone is what's going on in Fresno, and I've got two distractions here, and then I'm not eating. Hang on. I don't see a new one.
2363 Camino.
Part of striking 9230 Charlie. Do I have an assignment?
2363 Camino, stand by.
Is it new, or is it the old new that I already showed? Okay. So we've seen a lot of aircraft.
2363 Camino, cover station 43.
They filled the gap between the two yellow areas. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for keeping an eye on that. As soon as I get some blood sugar in me, I'll come alive.
Medic 17, clear for border 1705.
Please hit the like button and start a trend so people find this information. It can save lives. We have done that before. That's the feedback we've gotten. Minutes count for people. And if they can listen live and hear people on the radio saying evacuate X, Y, and Z, fires jump to this or that, or something's getting worse here or there, hearing it live on the radio.
3, I'm in quarters, Georgetown.
And seeing on the maps in one spot.
1706.
That's the best way to help the community and be hero helpers here. Like during the mosquito fire, entire neighborhoods are listening to the channel, and as the sheriffs and other folks arrived to try to go door to door and knock, they found people already packed and neighbors already making their way out before they were told. And they were listening here. And
89's arriving at scene, popping a trail of 88.
Countless other times we've gotten the evacuation info out super early.
Engine 91, cover station 89, 707.
Still plenty of ground units.
0.5.
Okay. I'm not giving you my location. I don't want it zooming to my location.
Camino, engine 288 and quarter station 50.
Engine 288, 1707.
I hope you can read the words. I can't make them bigger. So we've got this whole area. Auburn Lake Trails on the east side is an evacuation warning. And warning
Camino, engine 5361.
means you should be ready by now. Okay, get ready is the get ready period. Warning means you should already have everything ready to go. And if you live in a particularly vulnerable area, like if you're up on a high hill and you only have one road out,
Crew 2, Hotel Pop, Underground.
you should be going already. Leaving early is the best outcome you could possibly have. you clear the roads and everything for the firefighters to work, just make sure your neighbors know, have a way out, are concerned, and have, a vehicle that can start, whatnot, gas in the tank, and offer them rides if they don't. If they're cantankerous and say, this fire won't kill me, I lived through World War II, like some people say sometimes, then you call a non-emergency number for the county and report that somebody may need a welfare check if it goes to evacuation order. That way, the police and fire can evacuate the person and know that that somebody may be in that home. I need a lactose.
Do you need address?
IV drip. And you can still see we got aircraft.
Water there.
We're listening to the Creek Fire in Eldorado County. They got retardant around all of it.
4442. Confirm you have address en route.
It's 15.5 acres mapped by plane in the sky.
Fire down in the Sierra. And I'll need to get your number. Do you have a second? Let me know when you're ready. Go ahead, sir. John Gallagher, 9. This is Forrest. I'll give you a call tonight. Thanks. Yeah, we'll chat with you later.
I muted the phone number in time. That sucks. Wouldn't want somebody to prank call, somebody who's in the middle of a fire providing.
Creek operations, Creek Air Attack. We're slowly running out of targets with all the ground resources down there. It sounds like a couple hose lays tied in and the dozer lines making good progress. So one of the copters needs to go down for fuel, so I'll just release him if that works, and we can keep one copter overhead.
Hit the like button, please.
Yeah, we let him go. The Chinook, he's too big for this.
He just called.
514 helicopter on scene with their crew on the ground.
Hey, did you just call that helicopter fat? That's not nice. Body shaming that helicopter for being too big to work the fire. Oh man. So they released the Chinook. But they've got smaller ones helping out, and that's going to be the best thing is helicopters. If any of the embers that are on fire cross the lines, they're the perfect thing to go chase down and just maybe even put it out with one splash with a bucket or other drop. So thank you so much. RBJ says, Bob and the dog says, the channel's top priority for me. I live in the forest, North Mountaindale, part-time to the forest, east of Estacada. Were you here when I covered the Riverside Fire by Estacada, Oregon? Yeah. Yeah, I know, Husky. I'm so upset that these pilots are not politically correct. I'm going to start a march. I hope you march with me on the Capitol, because that's, helicopters and their pilots, their feelings matter. I mean, they may need a...
Camino Creek Air Attack aircraft release.
They just may need therapy animals. All right, so you can see why.
Helicopter 2, Hotel Papa back to Auburn, ETA 1720. In a positive contact with tanker 131. They've been reassigned to the basin incident.
We should get them emotional support peacocks, guys.
Air Attack 7212.
No, not really. There was one, a lady was blocked from taking her emotional support peacock on a Delta flight, I think it was. It made the news. They're ornery birds. I just can't imagine them being all affectionate, but anyway, we have to have dark humor or we're gonna die here of despair. Oh gosh. so sorry, Angela, about your dog. And you're still on duty for the people of California anyway.
Jack 514 on tactics. You on
Guys,
tactics, and Ponderosa 2 is looking for you on air to ground. Okay, thanks.
we're here for you, Angela, and you're doing awesome work.
Helicopter 514, air to ground.
Now this is why they had evacuations. You could see it was a structure fire and it spread to the trees. So this is earlier today. This is a screenshot of my 6-hour time lapse. So this was 3:25 today.
Helicopter 514, air to ground 3. You looking for me?
But you can see the level of concern if it.
Okay, 15 minutes. Copy that. We'll plan on keeping you for the 15.
Where everything was okay until.
Attack 88, radio check on air tactics.
Okay, got you on air tactics.
It may have found
It
dead.
also has 15 minutes.
Copy you 15 minutes. We'll plan on keeping you for 15.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so they still have. They still have some copters here helping out. That's good. But yeah, we're here for you, Angela, and just keep working. Just keep working. You're doing awesome for the people of California. You're keeping us all informed. Now, are there any other incidents also that we need to switch to or look at? Right now, it's holding steady. There's still evacuations in place and orders. Haven't heard about anything new in the last minute. They released the planes and the fat helicopter, the Chinook. It was, quote, too big for the fire. That was not a nice thing to say.
Where's the heads up? Ponderosa 2 never responded back to me on air to ground 3. Maybe they're looking for the crew. I don't know.
But a small helicopter, all jokes aside, is agile enough to fit in between, trees to put the bucket drops or whatever they need to do, dip out of swimming pools if necessary. And what they need to do is get the pilots on the ground. They can't. There's a limited amount of hours they can fly
on air to ground
per day. We expect new fires. So if you've just found us, we cover all the emergencies first and then fire roundup information later on 3 western states. But hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell.
Creek air attack, air to ground 3.
If you don't subscribe, it's hard to find us again. We fight this thing where every time I go live again, we're at the bottom of the search results. If you like, we go towards the top.
He's not going to answer you. He's not going to answer me.
Okay, sorry. The pilot chatter is a bit odd, but I'm speaking between them.
Who are you calling for 514? Copy. They're available if you guys need them.
All right, so this was at the beginning of the fire. It was a structure fire. It moves on to it. It looks like it found a dead tree, So this is a 6-hour time lapse. This is why they called for the evacuations. You could see that this is the frame right before.
Go ahead.
See what time it was?
Roughly
3:24. This is.
I think you've got 15 minutes left on station, and they're going to need a refuel. So I can stay overhead for a couple hours, so whatever you guys need. But smoke production is very minimal. The only thing I'm seeing is the left flank where the dozer line's in.
That's 1 minute apart. Can you believe this? 3:24 p.m.
I can't see much after that.
3:25 p.m. Exactly 60 seconds later. Whoa. So they said it's looking good now, right now. It's holding. But this goes to show how it went, really fast. That's why
Advise when the tankers are outbound.
it's so important to obey evacuation orders. It's not the time with red flag here.
7703, engine 319, engine 91, medic 49. traffic collision, Greensboro Road, Woodsman Loop. Person at the scene will be the green IC V-Fire 26, 1718.
This is not the kind of fire weather where you have a lot of time if it does come towards your neighborhood. This is grab your go bag you already have ready, keys, shut the laptop.
Pop is final at Auburn Station 10.
You should be ready, everybody in California.
And unit Highway 49, the confluence.
Unit, repeat your identifier.
9230 Charlie.
Strike Team 9230 Charlie, 1719.
I'm going to take a time-lapse save right here, and then we'll show a live view. It's a good teaching video here about how stuff can go from 0 to 60 in a hot second.
Engine 84, Medic 85, Medical 5146, Padova Drive, across the Elmore's Way and Alexander Drive, 1719.
Remember to drive nice and slow. A car accident is the worst thing to happen during a fire. Don't be in a rush. There's an old saying. Even when you're in a hurry, don't be in a hurry on the road. Panic driving is uncalled for, especially since they got retardant all the way around it. I don't know if that is what's happened, but they just had a nearby car accident to the east of this fire. And
Those are 44, 42, and quarter center go.
44, 42, 1720.
car accidents and trees falling over the roads and power lines, those are the three things that shut down evacuation routes and cause a massive traffic jam. So don't drive like a nut, nice and easy, because you may come around a corner and find traffic ground to a halt, and you may rear end somebody, or you may hit a fire truck. It sounds like a fire truck was involved.
Engine 2381, entering the unit, Highway 49, confluence.
In a crash earlier at this fire, and now there's a second crash. I didn't hear it live, but it's nice and easy, guys.
Entering the unit, identifier only.
Right.
Engine 2381. Engine 2381.
Right now it's holding within the lines. I'm just taking screenshots from earlier.
20, Camino. Do that here and go to the Jenison area on the way home, whatever works better for you.
Yeah, let me look for a spot for you.
Yeah, what's going on Rio Linda, guys? Let me know about it. Yeah, the South sometimes has
514 air attack on air to ground.
the National Weather Service issues red flag warning. So it does affect other states. It's just California has it a lot because it's surrounded by deserts.
Air to ground.
Except for the Pacific Ocean and little patches. Every single border on California is with the Nevada desert, the Arizona desert, and the Oregon desert. So unless the wind is coming from the bay, San Francisco Bay.
514. You got the crew on the ground tack?
It's dry if it's
I was
not.
just talking to them earlier on it. It's weird they're not responding. Yeah, if you could get them to come up on air to ground 3. Copy.
So you're watching the 6-hour progression frame by frame as I saved screenshots.
One of our tankers needs to jettison about 100 gallons, and I think the best spot to do that's on your flank where there's not as many people. Just kind of looking for where you guys are at now.
Wow, good. You can't
En
even.
route to the vegetation fire on the creek incident. Switch to command to tone 5, 1722.
All right, I'll reach out and respond just a second. That's a good sign that there's a helicopter that can't find the fire, like open flames. So he's just going to dump his retardant somewhere else, like to strengthen the lines. That's awesome. I'm almost done with this, friends. Bear with me. I'm going to make a time-lapse video out of this to teach.
Medic 25, cover station 28. Break Medic 61, cover station 49. Break Medic 19, cover station 25. Break Medic 17, cover station 21. 1723.
We're here in Eldorado County for this Coon Creek fire. I'm just calling it Creek, but it's Coon Creek. They've got a dozer line. Oh, there's a big retardant splash. Should reset zoom. Sorry. We just heard new units are coming to help. They've still got a couple of smaller helicopters. The smoke is much diminished, but the danger's not over. So, retardant, everywhere you see red is a speed bump for the fire, and the ground crews are the ones who have to race to it.
5 more minutes. Now we'll just release you with 89 copies. Released and about 8 minutes back. Copy. Thanks.
That might be the voice of the Lone Ranger. Remember at 2020 Glass Fire, one helicopter pilot just worked all day saving homes. He must have saved 250 homes if he saved one. So he was in a Bell. He was in a Bell Long Ranger helicopters. We called him the Lone Ranger. They said fire at will, basically. Targets of opportunity. So he went off on his own. The Global 747 super tanker splashed the mountains of
aircraft release.
Calistoga completely.
BC Tinker 8889, both loaded back to Grass Valley, 1735.
That was a day after day of victory where all the aircraft we could see on the cams and hear them live. Like, there's a good drop. Look at that. That looks like a sky crane. So, excuse me, almost done with the 6-hour time lapse. Things are looking better and holding, but you do need to leave.
Transport 1449, dozer tender 1449, entering the unit, eastbound Interstate 80, local 11.
Hi, Cycle Powers. The radio's smoking hot, so I'm going to shut it back off, but I am in service.
Copy that.
Hey, Angela Cortez, how are you? In just a second, I'll address chat.
49 at 1726. Creek incident on Command 2, Tone 5, the CDF TAC 8. Report to Station 53, Greenwood Staging.
Did it. All right, live look.
Transport 1449.
All right, 30 minutes, last 30 minutes. All the news is positive, but if you're told to leave, you still need to. And if you're at level 2, ready to go at a moment's notice, or consider just going to a friend's house right now anyway, or hanging out elsewhere, because we saw the crazy fire climb there. It just depends on, does it find a dead tree, torch up to the top, and does the wind pick up at the right moment? This is still a very, very dangerous situation.
Air Jackson will be descending 3,500 and we'll be in the left turn.
Extremely dangerous.
Good.
Okay, now that I have my time lapse here, let me sort it, and then I'll show you the my frames saved. I'll show you how the crazy screenshot of how everything was fine and then it went to crisis mode in an instant. This one is the 06/29/2024 Creek Fire.
Basin 7703, Camino.
Confirming this was on Greensboro or Woodland.
Got a live view. See, there's another helicopter.
Division 7703, Camino, affirmative, on Greensboro. There's supposed to be somebody flagging you down.
That is a long line for the bucket. That white thing is the Bambi bucket. I think. No, it wasn't their bucket. What is the white thing? Could be a smudge on the camera lens, actually. Never mind. But the helicopters are at the ready in case something spots over and ember flies in the air. They're the perfect thing.
7703, green ICD 526, 1728.
Okay, let me look at chat. Robert Solomon 916 says Tanker 911, the DC-10 is over I-80 heading south. They may be repositioning them. Okay, no excited, multiple, you know, we gotta stay calm here, multiple exclamation mark type stuff. Remember, these people are wondering if their homes are still standing. So we keep a nice, calm, supportive atmosphere, and we only say what we can verify, or like very rational speculation, like I think XYZ may be happening. Can we check it out? The worst thing about the solar thing with the storm is it could disrupt radios, but the sun's, whatever it's doing with coronal ejections and northern lights and stuff, that doesn't cause fires or make anything worse. We're in red flag. It's the triple threat of high winds, extremely low humidity, which fuels a fire like crazy. It dries out all the vegetation and it becomes a tinderbox. High winds, low humidity, high temperatures, triple digits, heat wave coming. Hold on to your butts. That's the problem here. And you still have the residual effects of half-dead trees all over the landscape. And when, like, I'll show you the crazy screenshot. That's what I was just going to do. Everything was not that big of a deal, like when I first noticed the fire, until all of a sudden they said mandatory evacuations. They flooded the area with tons of aircraft because it found either a dead tree or some dying trees, and it went insane in an instant. Let me see which frame that was. That's 335. Let me find the one that has open flame, excuse me. Enlarge my thumbnails. And hit the like button and subscribe if you ever want to have hope of finding us again. You're unlikely to find us again if you don't sub, because that's the way YouTube is. Okay, I found it.
We have a single vehicle rollover over the bank. One patient possibly trapped. We're still making access to the vehicle now. Go ahead and continue all resources.
Okay, I see it, 1731.
Okay, so the frame before this one is this.
Creek operations, Creek air attack, air to ground.
In 1 minute's time, it goes from that to that. That to that. That's why you gotta seriously
operations, Creek air attack, air to ground.
60 seconds later.
Granite Bay area, I'm gonna leave 514 with you guys. They've got about 10 minutes left. We'll be right back. We're just gonna go take a look.
It's here in Placer County. This is excuse me. 1 minute. This is why evacuation and giving this information to the public faster than they can go door to door is so important, and that's why your support means so much. And liking and subbing is the free way to support us. The ring bell will let you know whenever we go live. Sometimes we're 24 hours for weeks at a time in a crisis, and my mods handle the channel when I'm in bed, but we are here to be hero helpers and help them save lives. We have made a difference before. We've been doing it for years. So if you have $1 for the laptop fund, you don't need a PayPal account. The pinned comment is the way to donate via PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo. My email is at the very bottom of the description of the video if you want to send, like, I don't know, something in the mail, gas cards, food cards, grocery cards, old gift cards, whatever they are. any amount helps. And if 20% of the viewers give us $1 day after day, we've had almost 3,000 views per day, sometimes 4. We'll get the laptop and we'll improve the stream's quality and greatly, and we'll be able to go live on the road. I sometimes have to have a life and travel to see relatives and go shopping and stuff.
During the unit, Highway 49 in the county line, as part of Strike Team 9230 Charlie.
But I was caught at a volunteer thing for a emergency exercise for ODART, which is a bunch of a group of volunteer pilots who are ready to help during a in the event of the big quake. Sorry, I'm still listening to chatter even though it's muted for you. In the event of the big one, the Cascadia subduction zone quake. Wait, let's listen again. Air attack.
Air attack, Camino.
And we're en route to the Loomis area for a smoke building column. We've got 514 overhead. We'll remain Creek air attack, which be advised will be in the Loomis area.
Okay, new smoke reported in the Loomis area.
Range 2363, engine 85. Commercial alarm 3932 Ponderosa Road to the tattoo shop. Across the North Shingle Road and Delane Road. First unit seen will be Ponderosa IC. V-Fire 23, 1735.
And we have a new fire as well. That's a reported smoke by Loomis, California. Their aircraft is on it. We also Lake County.
Multiple units on the air. Last resource being canceled with the air identifier.
Pretty.
We know AJ5 confirming we're canceled off the Ponderosa Road call.
We have a new fire in Lake County, which is pretty far south of Clear Lake off of 29. Let me see, which community is this?
Residential alarm 3932 Ponderosa Road. Units been canceled. Division 8102.
It's the
Auburn Folsom Road, Whiskey Bar Road.
19,000 block of Powderhorn Road in Hidden Valley Lake in Lake County. So it's quite a bit southeast.
Division 8102, coming on command, copy, cancel.
Southeast of Clear Lake, like the town Clear Lake. So
response engine 2363.
We do have a camera for that one.
For out of unit to NEU for vegetation fire. Auburn Folsom Road, crossing Whiskey Bar Road at 1736.
Okay, Auburn Bar Road across from Whiskey Bar Road. Let me write this down.
363 Camino, just confirming you copy cancel to 3932 Ponderosa Road.
That's where the new
36, break Division 8102 Camino.
Division 8102, copy, cancel.
37.
All right, this is a lot here, so bear with me.
4, I gotta head to Auburn and get some fuel. I copy. We got a new fire down in Loomis. Not doing much right now, but just keep your ears open. Might pull you over here. Get the fuel, and then I'll be taking the crew up here anyway. So probably shortly. I was letting know when I'm on my way back. Copy.
And Fairlane Court at 1737.
Don't know.
Camino Utility 61 release returning available for district coverage.
Whiskey Bar in Auburn. At Auburn Bar Road. I think he meant Auburn Folsom.
89 release from the creek is available returning.
Okay, that's where the fire at Loomis area is.
Last unit returning from the creek, repeat your identifier, your cover.
Camino engine 89 release from the creek is available returning.
Engine 89, 1738.
I don't have a lot of good map options, I'm sorry. If with your kind donations, I could get a pro version of CalTopo and we can make this a lot less, well, it bleeds my eyes. I'll just say it that way. So, okay.
Vegetation fire, Auburn, Folsom Road, crest of Whiskey Bar Road. Confirm response, engine 2381.
Yeah, Auburn, Folsom Road.
Engine 2381.
And
2384.
Whiskey Bar east of Loomis. So it's right here. So it's just
2384, Eldorado Command, confirm response to vegetation fire, Auburn, Folsom Road.
3400 block of Brennan's Road, Loomis area. Air attack is overhead, reporting it's a 1 acre grass fire, moderate rate of spread, requesting 2 tankers.
2384, Camino, Eldorado Command, tone 9.
Okay, so we'll go back to Lake County in a second once we get more info, but the new smoke.
2381, responding back to NEU in Placer County, vegetation fire, heavy grain, white smoke, advise when leaving the unit, 1739.
Camino Creek air attack.
Air attack, Camino.
Yeah, we're overhead the fire in NEU. We're attempting to contact the EIC now. We're going to be committed. We'll run both fires, but we're going to be committed here short for a little bit.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you for the link. It's Angela just put it in the chat. Remember to like and subscribe if you ever want to help the channel or hope to find us again, even if you do a search.
Creek air attack, Camino. Progress value been reassigned.
Do share. Hit the share button and text it to anyone.
Creek operations, Creek air attack, Eldorado Command.
Anyone you think might be helped by this. So we have 2 different fires. They're splitting their attention now away in between what's happening at Loomis. So down there, we've already got some aircraft, couple of
2384.
helicopters. It's east of the town of Loomis.
I dispatched to a new one.
Wait, no, that's where they're just going. Sorry, that's where they're going to the airport at Auburn. Excuse me, wrong section. I was like, wait a second, the American.
Disregard, remain committed to the Creek incident.
Right. I was going to say the North Fork of the American is not that skiddy up there.
Squad 52 is released from the Creek incident, available for district coverage.
So just east of Loomis is right over here by Whiskey Bar Road. They're checking out a new fire.
Okay, I'd like to start right around where that dirt is, kind of 45 across the head, so kind of perimeter control and structure protection.
Can I have a target?
Okay, there's going to be low-level power lines. Let's go with the coverage level 4, full load, you're clear to maneuver.
4 full load, clear to maneuver.
Aircraft. Make 86, so it's on the wall, it's Folsom.
Make 86 on the wall, 1742.
Okay, they're coming thick and fast. It's hard to keep up chat.
Green, I see.
Couple units on Eldorado Command, unreadable.
Thanks, Husky. I'll check that out.
No, green, I see.
Green, I see. Camino.
All right, here's the new fire.
Releasing engine 91, engine 319. Medic 49 will be committed so we can get the patient up to the roadway. Unknown on transport status.
Green, I see. 1742.
That camera's doing a great job of showing us. Oh my God. Showing us its own tower. Ridiculous.
Highway 49.
Yeah, Smitty. Are you talking about the one east of Loomis here? So more precisely, the intersection of Brennan Road, Auburn,
9254 Golf at 1742.
Auburn Folsom Road. Remember to like to help people find us, guys. Hit the like button.
You mind if I go to McClellan? Yeah, McClellan approved.
They're splitting the aircraft now between.
Something smoke in sight. Should be good, but not. I'll let you know when we come on. You'll have two tankers, so you 3,000.
I can't control that noise. I'm sorry, guys. The pilots furthest away from the radio are gonna sound the worst.
Engine 2754, released from staging, ready for assignment.
All right, so what they're doing is they're splitting aircraft assignment between what's going on and holding steady at the moment in Eldorado County with the Creek Fire, which is Coon Creek specifically, that has level 3 go now evacuations. Just as that was looking better and some of the pilots were returning to their respective bases, their attack saw smoke, went over towards Loomis. There's reports of it.
1744.
And so they're going to get some new aircraft over here. Some's already overhead. So some are going to Grass Valley. Sorry, the mute button got stuck. So when you hear Brennan air attack, it's what's going on just east of Loomis here.
So 2744, 1744 break. 2754, command on command.
2754.
Conversation 43.
Yeah, it's not the best view.
2754.
Let me know how the battle's going in Eldorado County, guys, with the Creek Fire.
29 released from the Creek incident, returning station 80.
Make no mistake.
Units on the air, CAL FIRE resource released from the Creek, repeat your identifier.
Yeah, Angela Cortez was.
2779 released from the Creek incident.
Which one would that be? Sorry. Always tell me what fire, what county, what state you're talking about. We're covering Washington, California, and Oregon. Right now, California is a red flag, and expect every single fire that breaks out today to be dangerous. And even if it looks like it's wrapping up, if you're told to leave, you have to at a moment's notice. This is not, oh, let me go prep my house now. No, it's like grab your keys and go if it's level 3. Close the laptop, put it under your arm, yell at everybody else, get your go bag, put your shoes on, and go. Fires are this dangerous today. When you're at level 2, you should be already packed and ready. Level 1 is when you're getting ready for level 2. Level 2 means you should be ready already. Level 3, you go. And remember, don't wait to be told to leave.
Engine 2763 released.
Okay, so the best thing to do is always to leave before you're told, but nice and easy, nice and orderly. And check on your neighbors and make sure they can get out, make sure they're concerned. You know, some elderly people are like, I lived through World War II, I can live through anything. And so if that happens, you need to call the non-emergency number in your county and explain such and such person may refuse or not understand danger if it goes to level 3, and they will, the police will know to go check on them.
Release from the Creek incident, return to station 80.
I'm sorry, you guys didn't hear that, but
Police returning to 87247.
one of the pilots just said, oh yeah, like the Kool-Aid man. The old 80s commercials. Okay, so Smitty says it's now being called the Donkey Fire, the one in Lake County. Hey, Mystery, how you doing?
4471, release from the Creek incident, available.
Okay, Angela Cortez, you talked about the round fire in
1747.
Riverside County. Okay.
Unit, Highway 49.
I'm glad that's looking better. We'll check on it later.
Engine 4471, Camino.
Go for 71.
Engine 4471, Camino, you are clear to return.
471, copy.
This is live, right? So far, looking pretty mild, but remember the screenshots I had? and show them constant teaching video. Everything was pretty easygoing as well, just a structure fire in Eldorado County. Then it found a tree. This is 1 minute apart. What happened, what happened just earlier today at around 3:24 p.m. It's 3:24 p.m.
Direct division, Mike, he's working the head where the retardant is.
And that's 3:25. So that's, you have to understand just how dangerous these fires are. It was just a house on fire, then it went boom and found dead trees. This is 1 minute later. 4-alarm infernos. So understand that just because things look calm or they are calm, if you're extra vulnerable, have mobility issues, livestock, pets, or if you live with only one way out or it takes you a while to get down to a paved road off your dirt road, always elevate yourself one level above what the authorities are saying your evacuation level is. Because they paint with a broad brush. The danger level, though, is very different from somebody isolated on a hill with one way out to somebody living next to a highway down below. Danger level is extremely different. So you have to use your head for this. Assess your own level of danger. So let's see what just jingled me. Forward progress stopped on the creek. This one here that we were looking at. That's great, but the danger's not over. Remember, that doesn't mean containment. Everything's 0% contained up here. And it went from 0 to 60 in 60 seconds. Okay. That's the best way I can illustrate the clear and present danger for all of these wildfires. They're breaking out constantly in California. Next couple of days will be worse. So hold on to your butts, hit the subscribe button with a ringing bell anytime you want to be notified that we go live. Because unfortunately, I have to change and make a new video every 12 hours. Otherwise, YouTube won't save our videos. We can't just stay live all the time. We'd basically dominate fire info if we did. But I need to save my videos for the public record, for history, you know. We go back and we look at them, and sometimes incredibly weird stuff happens. Like lightning striking my house once, and that got deleted by YouTube because it went over 12 hours.
Camino, strike team 9120 Charlie, entering Sacramento County, 5 north, local tone 6.
So the Whiskey Fire, its name was changed to Brandon's. Oh, okay, that's painful. I can't avoid that. Sorry, friends. So, that's a great sign. It's an encouraging sign with the Creek Fire up there in Eldorado, but it's dangerous. So please obey all evacuations, etc. And never wait to be told. If you ever feel uncomfortable, go ahead and leave. Especially if smoke turns towards you and becomes thick, you should definitely go at that point. Or find a safe place to shelter in place. We're talking baseball diamonds, green grass, big fields. Just make sure nothing can fall down on you, like no trees could potentially fall down on you.
Brandon, there's that. Come up for 2 hotel pop on air to ground 3.
Big parking lots, golf courses.
Conversation 60.
High school fields.
4492.
An empty lot can't burn. That's just a recently plowed field. You know.
Try Command 2, Tone 5.
Things like big wide boat ramps with nothing around. You get the idea. Just sometimes just pulling over in a safe spot reading a book is way better than any kind of crazy driving. Never leave a safe place.
Correct. I do see a bunch of crew there on the so I'll get
Okay, I'm going to mute that scratchiness. Never leave a guaranteed safe space or a sketchy road ahead. If you can't see very well, if the smoke is making you drive 5 miles an hour, you're not sure where the fire is, seek a place to pull over and ride it out. That's what most of the people did in Paradise. Big box store parking lots, guys. So this is a
1753.
Brennan's Fire is the one east of Loomis, south of Auburn. Thank you so much, especially Angela at Husky and everybody who's helping us. We crowdfund and we crowdsource. Yeah. Katie says the Donkey Fire is now 3 acres.
2381, leaving the unit.
Okay. Yep. Do help us keep informed. Thank you. So D-Train says 3 years ago there was a fire nearby in my place. The smoke so thick the lights in my apartment came on.
2381 at 1754.
I think it was dark. Okay, now we'll go back to Fresno County too.
3,500, air tax 3,500. One copter, 1,500. Hazards, low level power lines. 3001, 2,500.
This is the thing east of Loomis by Auburn. We got these piney trees. Remember, these are the dangerous ones.
31, leaving the unit.
Way more dangerous than oak. And we see these around. These are the ones that just
wanted to confer with you. Keep 2 Hotel Papa working, and then feel comfortable releasing the tankers.
remember it's
utility 61 and quarters.
okay. It's trees with needles. Trees with needles, especially the piney things, anything that makes a cone. Those are the most dangerous trees to be by in a red flag situation like this or any fire situation. Oaks will shrug off a fire and mostly not burn, or if the grass just goes whoosh, a grass fire rushes past them. However, you got these piney trees, especially the super tall ones, madrones, whatnot, lots of manzanita bushes, lots of poison oak and that kind of stuff. That's highly dangerous. That's where we saw the images where the fire can just whoosh, climb trees, race along the treetops. And that's when it goes from everything fine to crisis. Remember, this is a 1 minute difference. It found a dead or a flammable tree, some sort of a needle producing tree. They promote their own fire. That's why they're dangerous. Kind of like eucalyptus. Oaks resist it. So do cedars, redwoods, and sequoias. Those types, those shrug off fires and don't promote it. They resist it. But anything that produces the sap and has needles, hold on to your butts. So what we're seeing is plenty of that. Here at the Brennan Fire east of Loomis, we have a blessing right now. We don't have constant wind gusts, at least, yay. But remember, we got to respect what red flag is. Okay, so this is the current situation on the cam at Loomis. It's looking east of Loomis, not too bad. Placer County. Let's check out a couple of the others. You got aircraft all over it. Unfortunately, they peeled off some that was attending the creek fire. So that's why the creek fire is still a dangerous thing. Now we're going to check on the Donkey Fire, which was southeast of Clear Lake quite a bit. By Hidden Valley Lake, they had a fire there early in the morning or yesterday. But man, there's plenty of shelter-in-place options as long as this golf course greenery is green. So they've called it the Donkey Fire. Moderate rate of spread in grass. Let's take a look. Okay, they're just chattering about aircraft moving in and out of Grass Valley. I'm still listening to air attack. It's making horrendously scratchy noises. So I've just muted it for you. I'm suffering for you. I can still hear it. It's instant migraine in a bottle. So here's the last 30 minutes of the Lake County camp. Don't mow today, guys. And also, by the way, fire safety tip. they're talking about possible evacuations right now. Okay. Yeah, blackberries are super flammable, guys. They don't stay green for long. If dry wind hits them, and all of a sudden they're dry as sticks. Blackberry fires, those bushes can put a flame 15 feet tall in the air in no time. They do the impossible. Okay, all right, great. So there may be evacuations coming down the pipe here. We may have to switch channels. Thank you so much, Katie, for letting us know about that one. But we have forward progress stopped at the Brennan's Fire east of Loomis. So awesome. That doesn't mean the danger is over. Every single one of these is dangerous until you hear 100% containment or out. Forward progress stopped, though, is just the best sign that it won't become gigantically huge. Unless multiple fires break out elsewhere and they have to split attention. I'm not hearing anything about what's going on in Lake County. Do we have a scanner radio that you guys know about already? Because there may be some evacuations coming down the pipe for what's occurring at Powderhorn Road and Donkey Hill Road. It's significantly southeast of Clear Lake for once in Hidden Valley Lake development here. I wish Watch Studio had had just a link to where you can listen, because that's the thing that saves people's lives the most. I mean, the maps are cool and everything, but I have to dig for where we can hear things. So let me look behind the scenes. We'll put the new fire, the new threat here on the cam. So we are looking to the south from this view. Actually southeast, squarely southeast. Now we have a different view, perhaps from Cobb Mountain 2, from the west. Oh, that's ominous. This is what you don't want to see near these fire lookout cameras. The dead trees like that. You should all be very nervous if you see a lot of dead trees like this. This is what causes the crazy torching, and the fires just climb to things. They blaze like an inferno. The branches break off the top that are on fire, and they carry downwind far and spot the fires. Standing dead trees, one every once in a while in the landscape is okay. But look, woodpeckers don't need this much. The rest, they're ready to just make a fire go insane. Snags are terrible, and they should chill you to the bone if you have a lot near you. Of course, it's up. This camera's looking a long ways away, but this is how it looks from the west looking east. With smoke drifting, and wow, we can see a retardant drop. Smoke drifting east-southeast in accordance with the wind. So that would be where the fire wants to spread the most. But it doesn't mean that it can't spread out in other directions. They just hit it with some big retardant drops on the cam. Let's do a 5-minute time lapse. This stupid tree is in the way. But they are putting retardant on it. So let's keep checking for evacuations, and do let me know if they call for them. So this is the breaking news fire. If you're just tuning in, we're hoping to get 20% of the viewers to donate $1 today for the laptop fund, if you can. Much appreciated. Don't need a PayPal account or whatever. We got Venmo, Cash App set up. Just click on the pinned comment. We have 116 likes, but 1,600 views, almost 1,700 views. So please hit the like button. This is what makes our video trending. And then that is the only way people can find us in the search. It's really difficult. We will go live anytime there's a crisis. There will probably be crisis this whole weekend with 4th of July. So hold on to your butts. It's getting hotter, drier, windier. We'll probably be live every day for the next foreseeable future, maybe even 24 hours. But because of YouTube's stupid rules, we have to restart the stream every 12 hours, and we go straight to the bottom of search results each time. I have to do that, otherwise they delete my videos. And we need these to stay up. Okay, let's see, we got a jingle. Okay. I may have to switch to Lake County or some other radio. Anybody have the Donkey Fire radio for Lake County? Because that's the best way to find out. So I'm gonna turn off the Eldorado County Fire and EMS that we were listening to. Let's go find Lake County behind the scenes. This is the live look. They're slamming it with retardant, but you can see it's a pretty densely populated little neighborhood. So I'm going to Lake County. I think I have my own dashboard for this already from prior years. Lake County knows about fire. Lake, I call it Lake. What did I name that group of radios? Your kind donations help us have pro versions of Broadcastify, where we're listening live to the most life-saving type information there is, the firefighters talking live. And your kind donations help us with other subscriptions like Flight Radar 24, etc. And thank you for anybody who has hit the like button, share and text the stream to anybody you think might need the information. Anybody, of course, who has subbed. We have great metrics, so we're on the way up, rebuilding the channel. It's always a struggle every time that the major fire seasons are over, like in summer. We don't stream every day, and so the algorithm kills us. We're not promoted every day like we were. And then we have thousands of people unsubbed. They're like, oh, I don't want to hear about fire anymore. So YouTube thinks we are all entertainers, unfortunately. And so if thousands of people unsub at the time, they punish your channel and it's just never seen again for a long time because they think you insulted people or got offensive or something. It's just hard to deal with the way YouTube is set up. So I really hate to bother people about this, but I hope that explains it enough. We should write them a stern letter. There is no special category for what we do. There's no public assistance category. The closest one is news and politics. So because we're in that category, they also punish the fact that I'm not live every day like I'm supposed to be, because I'm supposed to be the news. But here we are. Hopefully some stuff will change. So let me go to Lake County. Excuse me, guys. Still trying to find the feed behind the scenes. Looks like Lake County Fire and Law Enforcement has 218 listeners. I'm sorry if this starts out. I'll just mute it for you. Let's see. I'm going to test the volume before put it on for you guys. Hang on. All right, 2 and 3 are still en route. That's what you just said. We'll test the volume. They may call for evacuation. We're not sure.
That Child Protective Services 926-926 Southwest, cross of Canocti Ave. There's an open line with static.
Sorry, that's a police matter. We'll hear random police activity sometimes. Less smoke in the last 30 minutes. They did really big retardant drops. We're gonna
I'll show you tonight.
go over towards Lake County. Whoops, Lake County. The Donkey Fire here at Hidden Valley Lake. We got some medium-sized tankers that have been working it.
Donkey, I see you on aircraft. Getting a lot better talking, listening to Copper 601. Pretty much we have this contained, it's just that heavy stuff towards the heel. Do you concur?
That's what I'm seeing also. I've got one tanker on a load pole. I've got one in orbit, along with the 601. We do have some retardant on a house on the left shoulder that may require some attention once you guys get knocked down.
We'll look that up. Looks like off Grizzly Court. Additionally, I want to just keep all inner assets the spotting potential until we get a little smoke cleared out. Do you concur?
Air attack occurs. We'll check in with you in here in another 5 to 10.
As we are wildfire tracking team, please thank the mods too for every. As you can tell, it's hard enough for me to control opening windows and monitoring volumes and muting it and finding radios. You guys keep me informed, and my mods give me links, and the public too. Please show appreciation for them as well.
Go ahead.
Isn't it?
Donkey incident, about 25% contained. Just working
Sweet.
on spot potential and some mob up with heavy smoke.
Good. 25% contained.
1809.
So they've got trouble with the heel of the fire, which is back where it first started, is what the heel is, like the rear of it. So that's looking good. They said potential for spots though. So remember, it's still dangerous because everybody was gangster in Eldorado County.
1448, I see.
1 minute later, here it is, minute before. 1 minute before.
418 Central, clear for 21 detail regarding civil issues.
Until 100% contained, it's not 100% safe. So it's good though. This is looking good. This is looking promising.
RP is a Sigurd call span at 707-850-0802 regarding ongoing issues with a gesture heart.
Okay, prayer sent for anybody with heart problems or whatever that was. So there's a random somebody yelling on the radio. I just muted it for you guys. So they still got a helicopter. They got a Sikorsky S-71 or S-70I. Anyways, it's Sikorsky. But fires are coming in as soon as we talk about one, the others start, and that's just the nature of red flag days. Any little spark can cause a fire.
En route, station 40 for coverage.
Okay, the different engines are en route and repositioning.
1479, 1811.
Oh, there is an evacuation warning for pretty much the entire east side of the golf course, Hidden Valley Estates. Sorry, I spaced out on that. So that was 2 minutes ago. Okay, I didn't space out too long. We were listening to the radio. So this is our evacuation map for the Donkey Fire, because it's Donkey Road. They name fires after roads. Don't ask me why. Oh, whoops, I closed it.
1097.
You should continue to prepare to leave at a moment's notice. Don't unpack or relax.
Left Luke's code 4. Usually has 1098 canceled.
How do I make this look like a map? Maybe now you can see clearly. I can see where this was. So level 2 means you should already be ready to go. It doesn't mean start. That's level 1. It's ready, set, go. 1, 2, 3. So by the time they declare level 2, you should already be ready to go. The only thing you need to do at level 2, your shoes should be on, everything's in the car, check on your neighbors.
411 on Middletown, 10-8.
See if they need a ride out. They need special assistance. Call the non-emergency number for your county and tell dispatch. In case it goes to level 3, they need to know.
Did the RP provide the information if structures are at risk?
All right, let's listen. Structures at risk assessment.
Vegetation fire, Mullen Avenue.
Tell us about the structures already, man.
Lakeshore duty, engine 7021, engine 7022, engine 7531, water tender 7511, vegetation fire, brush on fire near a house was spreading, 3885 Mullen Avenue, cross of Alveda and Valley Avenue, Mullen IC, Lake Red, TAC Blue, 1814.
3885 what? Eldorado Drive and what did I just write down? Something Avenue?
It's going to be a front yard on fire, approximately 10 by 5 yards.
A yard's basically a meter.
Darlene, engine 7021's responding.
Okay.
427, 464, can you give me the plan?
I just wrote something I can't read my own handwriting. So it's probably within this donkey fire area. Front yard on fires. We'll continue to listen. You missed it completely. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Angela. I was about to say that the round fire, not the Tehama County one, but we had two today called round fire. That's just stupid. Not the Tehama County one. That's looking okay. The one down in Riverside County, up in the hills. They declared, I believe, a forward progress stop, and they're releasing some units, so that's great. AD train.
Yeah, you can continue both contact crews and cancel transport dozer 1443. Transport 1448 is asking and stage, I'll hold on to about 10 minutes.
Break. Transport 1443, St. Helena.
On scene for a small vegetation fire put out by PD. Assume Mullen IC, 1860.
1860.
Hey, good job, cops.
1443 available.
I don't know where Mullen is, but they said small vegetation fire put out by PD, the police department, right? Isn't that what that means? They carry extinguishers. You should too.
31 responding.
Smoke's looking better at the donkey fire here at Lake County. I thought they said PD. The front yard was another LNU. Oh, Lake County one? Okay. What's LE then?
7021.
I thought PD is police department. I'm confused.
Fire's been contained. We can handle with the units at scene. You can cancel 75.
Yeah. So that little one, they just said it's very soft, but the
Fire 3885 Mullen Avenue, bound to cancel. Engine 7022.
okay, 3885 Mullen.
Right 39, copy, from 10.
Airjack 601, we're going to go put this tank back into Hidden Valley and see what you think about grabbing the boys.
Start rallying them up and I'll get both of us released here soon.
Cancel response remaining quarters, no acknowledgement needed. Balance canceled, 1817.
Bucktail attack 601, we're going to go put this load of water back into Hidden Valley Reservoir. You guys want to start looking for somewhere for pickup?
We're gonna put the water back in the reservoir.
Search 4, transfer minutes on 97. Go for it, man.
Okay. Why don't you drop it on the pink house? They said they retardant splashed a house, which actually sometimes they want to do.
Station 90, Medical, Robinson Rancheria.
But No, no, no. Water dropping on a house is bad. It would probably collapse the roof if it was a big plane and crush cars in the driveway. Very small ones could do that, but this guy's a little bit too big for that.
Medical, female with possible heart attack, 154.
Oh, prayer sent for that person. So, I just found that funny. They accidentally, I think, accidentally splashed retardant. So why did I?
Retardant on it's going to be actually on Powderhorn Road. I've got an address for ready to copy.
Oh, here it is.
I'm ready. 0056 Powderhorn Road. It's going to be basically the Charlie Delta side of the roof. Yeah, we'll get that cleaned up before we leave. I appreciate it. And just circling back around, I think if you're looking good from there, we could release the tankers. And then unless you see a need to keep orbited, I think we could release you as well. Everything is looking real good. Just a little bit of heat interior, and everything's looking real good from our vantage point. We feel comfortable with releasing all aircraft to good of it. Affirmative. Break. Log shell attack. I see. You guys are available. 612 responding.
Okay, they said location of the house with retardant on it. Then they said we'll go over and clean it up. Like they're gonna hose it.
601.
Hey, pink is the new black, guys. A lot of people want retardant on their house. Like, please make my house
Put up
pink.
on the right side if you don't like it. Then we'll just go back down towards the soft floor. 601, we're looking for you. Grade 6, they're back on base Sonoma loaded. Releasing tanker 85 loaded. Along with Air Attack 140 ETA, both aircraft back to Sonoma 1825 hours, 1825. Log 601 should be released shortly.
Excellent.
Probably doing an area check for the responsible.
Next fire, guys. What should we look at next?
How's the shed look down there? Is that thing sturdy?
Now they're calling it dirty. Okay.
Anyone detail regarding a 242?
All right. Air Attack is on a roll with the comedy today. He called one of the Chinook helicopters too big.
RP is going to be a first of Alicia at 707-900-1108 regarding a 242 that occurred in 5 Adam.
Police code. What's a 242? We'll that'll bleed in. What's the next fire of concern? Yeah, thank you so much, Lady Bird. Thank you for your kind donations. I have not been able to look at anything today. I had a whole bunch of phone calls to make because tomorrow's Sunday. And hold on to your butts. Next couple of days are going to be rough. Strap in, subscribe, hit the like button, and get ready. LE is law enforcement. Oh, duh. Okay. Yeah, they said PD. What's LA, guys? I'm starting to come back to life. I still need to eat my food. So, what's the next place of concern? It's looking great on the 3 fires we just did that just broke out. So, the one that was in Placer County.
Can you update my address to 3850 Mullen Avenue?
That's a dirty house. I mean, retardants on it. It's pink, not dirty, but like I said, he's on a comedy roll today. He fat shamed the Chinook, saying it was too big to work the fire, and I didn't mean Placer County. I mean Eldorado County. That's the one that's holding, but beep hit the fan earlier, and he had level 3 evacuations. This is how dangerous fires are today, and there's really not much of a wind. There's wind gusts. This is all about to change the next couple of days. We're going to be, today's hectic, next couple of days might be hell. And then 4th of July itself might be the 7th circle of hell in Dante's Inferno because of the red flag getting worse and worse, hotter, drier. Combine that with idiots with fireworks.
Attack 140601, picking up the crew. Did you make notification to ECC?
Even today, mild weather.
Yeah, 140 negative. Let Annalena know you'll be released shortly. Go direct to ETA back to box. Thanks for the help, guys. Very good. Thanks for the work. We'll see you next time.
All right. This is how a fire can be like an okay situation. This is 1 minute. This is what earlier.
601, picking up the crew right now. Just want to confirm you're good with us, and we'll get to St. Helena.
1 minute difference before and after. Take all fires very seriously, but keep a cool head. That's the best way to come out ahead. Is keep a cool head. Guys, write that down. That's going to be a quote. Keep a cool head. Come out ahead. Perfect. I could do propaganda posters. I mean the good kind of propaganda.
7021.
Like Smokey Bear. Keep a cool head. You'll come out ahead.
At approximately 10 by 20 in the median in the driveway, fire's been mopped up. All 6570 units available. Returning.
Donkey IC, Bug 601 on air to ground.
Okay, remember, what a difference 60 seconds makes. Your support of this channel, even if it's $1, means something. Even if you just share the stream with your share button.
You're looking real good down there. If you're good with us taking off, we'll come up for St. Helena.
Robinson Rancheria, 1545 East Highway 20.
Our goal is to get evacuation info out earlier. There's always a little bit of delay where the officials have to hear about it, start putting in push buttons, make maps, go door to door. But we've been able to evacuate places early because we can listen live and get it out to multitudes of people. So if you think anybody lives in a fire dangerous area in California, very appreciative if you share hit the share button and share the stream, and tell your friends about it. We're fighting the bad algorithm that keeps us kind of suppressed because YouTube thinks we're all entertainers and there's no special category for us. So if you don't sub, it's very difficult to find it again. But this is a good illustration about how 1 minute later things can be drastically different. Even telling people 1 minute early, that can save lives. But we have a good track record of telling people hours before big fires are coming their way to get out, etc. There are flaws in the system. Reverse 911 fails time and time again. Elderly people tend to turn off their cell phones and only turn them on when they go to the store. You know, there's flaws in that system. I lost one of my friends to wildfire and nearly my brother in Paradise a year later because reverse 911 and the official warning systems utterly failed. So this is why we do what we do. It really does matter. And we can't do it without your support. All of it is super appreciated no matter how you're doing it. And do keep me informed.
Central 411 on Middletown, 10-6, 7 out of 7.
Because really hard.
Copy.
I'm going to mute Lake County there. We're going to turn it off. I think everything's, knock on wood, holding steady and looking good at the donkey fire down there. So which one do we need to look at next? I try to let chat guide me, but these will come in one after another. And there's a lot of weird stuff that happens on the stream too. Yesterday we had an aircraft emergency where a plane landed in Portland after either having a fuel gauge problem or actually leaking fuel. They weren't sure. So I interrupted a community meeting and we were watching an aircraft in distress situation. There's always something happening. You know, naked people threatening people with sticks in Reno all the time, wearing nothing but a bonnet, you know. That there's other stuff that happens. There's always weird stuff that happens to us. The bear from the Great Outdoors movie, yes, the bald-headed bear. I'm impressed that you know about that. Lady Bird, I'm sorry, what were you referencing? It's very hard for me to keep up with chat. so far, things are going swimmingly with all these new fires. We'll have to keep an eye on the basin where there's a big, big issue down there in Fresno County where it's pretty out of control. And they're trying to at least get a line so it can't spill out of the hills and get to Fresno proper. They're trying to block it and get some barrier. There's tanker 911 guys. They're trying to get some barrier in between the hills and Fresno proper and the flatlands. But it's been so smoky the last couple of days because there's no wind. But no wind is when it's died down. That's when you need to attack it. But there's this horrible, there's a sweet spot. Not that windy, but the smoke blows away, so they can do stuff with aircraft. They have like no roads in the Kings Canyon system, very few. So aircraft would do the most good, but they unfortunately had like zero wind night after night, in the mornings and evenings, and so they're trying to do their best today, but they're running out of time before we do get high winds, triple digits, extremely low humidity in the forecast. So my biggest concern is the basin. I'm less concerned for the flash and bolt, which are now being called the Fresno Lightning Complex. That's how we started out the stream. They're hitting it with the VLATs, helicopters, medium-sized planes, tiny planes, big helicopters, medium helicopters. They parachuted people in. They even rappelled people in. I hear off of helicopters like Navy SEALs, like where the ropes go down, and instead of parachuting in, guys went down like a zip line. Like that, they're doing everything they can, but they had tons of lightning rip through on the 24th. Hundreds of lightning strikes in Fresno County. 18 became visible fires. They put out 17 just to have this one, the Basin Fire, the 18th, go insane. So, sorry, this is the flash fire down here where they're wait, no, this is the Basin, excuse me. Balch Camp just to the west. We'll do a quick time lapse of that. They have level 2 evacuation reduction. You can go back to Squaw Valley in Fresno County, but really, you should be ready to go at a moment's notice. Like, don't even take your shoes off. That's the way the fire danger is. I think a lot of people are a little bit lulled into complacency right now. Don't be. There's so much going on whack-a-mole style that, great, we have reduced evacuations back here in Eldorado County with the Creek Fire. Still some mandatory ones, but check out the new map. It's looking better. Whack-a-mole means that they can't be everywhere at once. So the more fires that start, the more that they have the potential to get big, or the ones that they were working on can get big because they have to start splitting the aircraft between the incidences because they don't have so many pilots. So I don't know, CPROB could tell you, I don't know how many hours a day a pilot can fly, but there's a cap. If they don't land by that hour, they can't fly the next day. They're on mandatory rest because just like driving tired is driving drunk, flying tired is flying drunk. And it affects reflexes that way. And this is some of the most dangerous flying on Earth that they're crazy heroes. I mean, we love them, but they're crazy. The pilots, they're absolutely certifiably mad. In a good way. It's because they're excited and love what they do. They're happy to work fires. I've met a bunch of them. They're super cowboys, man. I mean, I don't mean like out of order. They're very calm, collected. But when I've seen them on standby, just hanging around airports, man, they were chomping at the bit. They're like, yeah, I want to go. I want to go fight. And I'm going, man. But yeah, they do some of the most dangerous flying on Earth. We've seen some crazy things, like in Cajon Pass, which is steep and narrow and whatnot in South California. DC-10s and Hercules planes and MD-87s, passenger planes, would drop a retardant, and then they did a near vertical climb out of the canyon to not smack directly into the mountain. We saw that live on the cams, I think last year or the year before. It was just totally nuts. sometimes we have multiple camera angles. We see the plane about to fly in front of them, and then we switch to the proper camera, and then we can see it either splash or vertically climb. Do. These haven't been that exciting. We've seen a whole bunch of helicopter action now. So next fire of concern, which one we need to check out right now? Hey, SoCal Boho Gal, and I'm sorry, I really can't keep track of the donations coming in if they are on the phone. Super chat and super sticker are perfectly acceptable too. So the only tally I have towards the laptop fund right now, the rest is estimates, is super chat, super stickers have made us over 300 in the last 28 days. I have some amazing statistics to share with you when it gets, less hectic. This is prime time though, like 3 p.m. to 7. That's the most hectic. That's when fires are the strongest because there's more daylight, more sunlight. Sunlight fuels a fire. It makes it more intense because it dries stuff out. And there's clouds kind of do their own shade in a way, right? We're not seeing really significant steady winds much anywhere, but every once in a while there's 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And so some of these fires, they look deceptively, chill on the cameras until a wind gust and then chill. 1 minute later. That's why the stern warnings are out. This is when people feel a false sense of security, that's when they're the most in danger. So treat all of these as serious events. And whenever these break out, make sure you call the people that you know there. Don't assume they already know about things. And if you can't reach somebody and you feel like they may have not evacuated, call the county's non-emergency number and say welfare check on such and such. They may not want to evacuate. They may not know to evacuate. Or they may not have a vehicle. Whoa, what the heck? What just... Something on the radio happened on my phone. It was an excited... Sorry, this is Fresno County. Let me listen. Somebody was just yelling, like about a crash or something.
Doing this service, Brian, North Park.
Every once in a while there's something non-fire related, like dispatch talking about, like auto crashes and stuff, but that's pretty unusual to have somebody yelling desperately on the radio. I don't know. I have turned that down, but I'm recording that on my cell phone. So I think we should tune back into Fresno unless there's something, some other catastrophe that we got a pressing issue fire. Just put that in chat for me because it's been very hard to keep track of chat. So Donkey is looking great, but remember, please, until you see 100% containment, you're not 100% safe. Like 70% containment is not a percentage of safety. It's a percentage of progress towards making you safe. Remember, the bear fire broke out of the hills and erased 2 towns and killed plenty of people in 2020. When they were increasing containment every day, it jumped up to 70 to 78, something like that. A lot of people at Brushenberry Creek, decided not to leave even though they were packed. All right, let me turn it on for you guys real quick. Hopefully she repeats this. What's going on in Fresno County? One sec. The basin is the overall biggest concern right now, even though it's not near homes. We'll look at the shearing in a second. Got more big aircraft headed to it. We had a few
unconscious, Carpenter Avenue with the cross of Fire Avenue. Hold back, your scene is not secure. How do you copy?
Okay, that's a medical call. Okay. They said Fire Avenue, and I was like, wait, fire what? All right, so we're listening to a lot. Fresno County is huge, guys. Let's look at the time lapse of the Basin. So to repeat, it's looking much better with the Creek Fire, the Donkey, both of the round fires. What? Okay, both of the round fires, Riverside and Tehama County, they named them the same thing on the same day. Last night there was a bit of a scare by the AERO fire by COPPEROPOLIS. Kept me up looking at it. We'll find out what that was about later, but it was just 1.5 acres. Had another scare last night at McCulmney Hill. Thought it was a house burning down. It was just a shed, but it did spread to vegetation, but they pounced on it. But that kept me up.
131. Copy, scene not secure. Sorry, when they copy, scene not secure. If you're responding to a report of an unconscious patient in a vehicle in that area, he's en route to check it out. On incident 13641.
Okay, I hope that person's okay. I'm going to stop that feed and go to AeroTac Fresno, which hopefully weeds out the Fresno County, weeds out most of the medical stuff, but I hope the person unconscious in the vehicle is going to be okay there. So let me get some more blood sugar in me. I have a chicken sandwich here I've been trying to eat for the last 2 hours. Okay. Yeah.
51 for suspicious person at 4369 North Wilson Avenue. Will be third-party information from a neighbor advising a white male with long hair last seen northbound on Wilson on a bike with the motor attached. If the individual went to the front of the neighbor's house that was not home, there's requesting area check only.
Okay.
Lincoln 5110-4.
Shaver Lake. All right. What's it called? A new one? I mean, we're talking about a new one, right? Or looks like we got medical that bleeds into this channel too, but hopefully it's cleaner.
2131 personnel responding to Carpenter Exterior can cancel for 2131 cancel Carpenter Exterior 41.
Canceling response there. Yeah, Angela, take care of yourself. You do have, if you have a partner who just told you to eat, that's a good keeper there. No worry, Robert. No worries at all. Hey, G, how you doing? Yeah, 7 o'clock-ish is when they update maps and acreage. Sometimes after midnight, though. These planes can't be everywhere at once, so. They're pulling water from Shaver Lake. Okay. Now let's get eyes on the basin and see if they've updated us. This is the live view back at Eldorado County. Looking good. Donkey Fire looking good. At Lake County.
I copy the warrant. Can you confirm? I'm going to have one in custody for 647F.
Whatever happened at Palmdale looking good. This is the live view panoramic of the enormity of the lake fire. Excuse me, the Basin Fire. It's huge. So you could see the stick move back and forth. That's, if you see my cursor on the lower image, the stick shows you where we're looking, right? And just look at how a gigantic stretch of the map that is. Here at this canyon intersection, we've seen the fire up on this hill, all the way to that way. It's massive, and there's almost no roads access. So putting at least on the western front here, the Kings River, if they can put a barrier in between the Basin Fire and the Pine Flat Lake or whatever that is, heading towards the Sanger part of Fresno, that would be good, because if you look at Sanger, it kind of looks down the barrel of a gun in a way, because where fires like to go, no matter which way the wind is generally blowing, wind will usually sink down into canyons, and fires race through canyons because that's a wind tunnel. So what we saw at the Caldor is the wind was kind of from the south in 2021, right? And so the fire was pushed north, right? But there's always some wind that's riding up and down humps, like dolphins on a wave, right? But there's always some wind that just doesn't have the strength to pull out of the canyon, and so it hits kind of a wall, the canyon wall, and it will go left or right. So, especially at night, the wind tends to go from the mountains to the valley. It's because hot air rises during the day, cold air sinks back down into the valley, and so it changes wind direction every day. So those aren't fierce winds, those are pretty mild. However, this has generated its own weather and started becoming a lot like a vortex, and we were analyzing it the other day. It looked a lot like a huge tornado in appearance. Not really action. Tornadoes move, but vortexes stay in one spot. But that formed a pyrocumulonimbus cloud. And that's when they generate their own wind and change directions, and they become completely unpredictable. And so it doesn't matter what the forecast says the wind's going to do. It just perpetuates itself. It finds a lot of fuel, more heat is thrust up into the sky. That creates a vacuum where oxygen-rich air comes into the vortex from below, which feeds the fire, which makes it hotter, which pushes more heat up into the air. And it'll just go like a
Basin air attack with aircraft information. Release tanker 131 empty to Reading, the 1950 ETA.
It feeds itself as long as it has a lot of fuel, which it does here. The mountains have more, the foothills still have a lot. With this Basin Fire, as long as there's still fuel to burn there, pulling in that fresh air keeps it going and makes it worse. That's the biggest fear that we could have, that really occurring the next couple of days. That's when wind is going to be worse than now. It's going to be drier than now. It's going to be hotter than now. And because of 4th of July and people already being stupid with fireworks, some of their aircraft will have to go elsewhere. Yeah, see, it basically did form a pyrocumulonimbus. Look at all the dead trees. Oh my God. Probably from previous fires. So it's got plenty of fuel. This is our 12-hour time lapse of the basin. All of that is smoke. 100% of that is smoke. It's pretty unbelievable. We're coming up on 1846, so just now. This is our latest frame. Let me replay that 12-hour. That was pretty intense. That's all smoke. All of it. Pyrocumulonimbus is its official term. Don't ask me why. I don't know my clouds, man. Any weather person can explain what exactly that means, break it down for us. That'd be cool. I just call them pyro clouds because I think that's easy for the public to remember, but Then I have somebody correcting me, like, you don't know your beep. Hey, I like to simplify it. Look, the public can't just sit and stop their day every day to take a class and relearn these terms. There needs to be a pretty simplified terms for the public to even remember. Oh no. Yeah, Robert's like I said, already idiots with fireworks abound. And the night before last, we probably saw a firework cause maybe even arson event, or there was a perfect ring of fire. Check out this. I got a screenshot. Let me grab it. It was right after the. This is one of those weird things happen to us. Events. Weird stuff happens. I was trying to go to bed early, which means something crazy is going to happen and prevent us. You know, it just happens. 7.2 earthquake strikes off Peru the other day, so I don't know if there's local tsunamis or what's happening. I've got friends in Hawaii. Prior earthquakes in that region produced tsunamis that hit Hawaii before. It didn't seem like it was going to happen, but then it was rocked by aftershocks, and you never know what's going to happen. And I was just kind of concerned for the region, so I stayed up looking at that. I just said, well, that's the Pacific Ring of Fire. That's its nickname. It's a tectonic ring where plate boundaries meet around the Pacific. Pacific plate is huge. It goes from Japan to Indonesia, to South America, to the west coast of the United States. Makes us all earthquake prone to Alaska back and back. It's what all the volcanoes are about. So just as I said, Pacific Ring of Fire. A perfect ring of fire shows up on the cans. Weird things happen, right? So what does this look like to you? Does that look natural to you? This day before yesterday, 27th.
All 12-hour resources off the line. Branch 20 will be turned over to the strike team leader of 9160 Charlie for the evening.
Okay, we're still listening to Fresno County right now.
Turned over to 9161. All resources off the line. 1850.
All right, that is the shift change.
9160 Charlie.
I believe, I'm not sure if that's pilot CPRO. It says all 12-hour.
9160 Charlie.
All 12-hour resources off the line with the Basin. Is that the day shift to night shift change, or does that mean pilots? I don't know. Write that down. Terminology I'm still learning after years of doing this. It's a secret language, and it's used loosely in between departments, so public confusion, but here we are. So what this looks like to me, and this was by the coast, this was sort of by Monterey County, I believe, the night before last. All of a sudden, there's this new fire in grass. This was not a practice event. This was not anything. This is a hillside. This thing just started spreading 360 degrees at the same rate, basically, because there's no wind. The smoke column went straight up. Here's like a different view zoomed out. This is uncalibrated, so it's a big blob and blurry. It was never very intense. It's just that the camera was showing too much light. But when it zoomed in and recalibrated, it was normal like this. So what I assume happened here, this is what I put my money on, is somebody put fireworks in the center of that ring. It was the fountain-style firework, the one that puts, you know, stuff out in a 360-degree ring. It's like a big candle-looking thing. You put cul-de-sac. These are legal, and that's one of the few things that would start a 360-degree ring of fire. You know. Oh, 12 hours at the flight roll. Okay, great. Yikes. So does that mean that all the pilots that timed out are off of it? or just that was their allotment for the day and they're done. It probably is, because 7 a.m. is usually when they start taking off at the earliest. Yeah. So, yeah, it is a scary thought, Wrath. Anybody who would be hang gliding or paragliding that got caught into a wildfire's pyrocumulus cloud, there is burning stuff in there, and they'd probably instantly die from the smoke alone. But the heat, the tremendous amount of heat, is throwing the smoke into the upper atmosphere. It would take somebody up to 20,000 feet in an instant, and then the parachute would burn up. This is how it does long-range spotting, is the stuff that's still burning at the ground level is just caught in that incredible wind. It is basically sometimes tornado speeds. The only reason it's not called a tornado is tornadoes move. Then they call it a vortex. But great, Katie. Donkey fire is now contained. Awesome. I think that's what Watch Duty just buzzed me about. Wherever that was. Still listening to Fresno County, but the air attack channel may become a lot less busy. There's still some out there. If they can get the nighttime water drops on the basin, that'll be best. Got at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 helicopters still there. Got some Broncos. Tanker 116, medium large aerial tanker, BAE 146 things, 4 engines, man. Helicopters are great for controlling the spots, but really big retardant drops, really big ones on the west side would be the best way to protect Fresno and Sanger. And I just want to say about the whole hang gliding thing, that's happened before in Australia. I watched this documentary. I couldn't believe it. Let's do the 12-hour time lapse of the basin again. They had a race or something of hang gliders, or was it paragliders? Powered parachute thing, right? Actually, I'm not sure it's powered. Paragliding is not the one where it's not the ones that have like the stiff V-shaped wing, but the one where it's just a parachute and they're in like a sleeping bag sort of with their legs. So a huge storm came up and several got sucked into it, and so they went up to the higher levels of the atmosphere where there's no oxygen, or not enough to live, and where it's extremely cold. So a lightning began. We're talking about the mushroom-style clouds. And extreme hail. And so the one lady who survived somehow, don't ask me how, she went unconscious because she was above she was above 15,000 feet. You need oxygen around 12 or so. She had a device on her that was keeping track of her altitude and position. So later when they downloaded the data, they thought it was broken. They sent it to Garmin, I believe, and said, this thing's broken. They went, no, she went almost 20,000 feet in the air. She went into a hibernation state from the extreme cold. So her brain required less oxygen being that cold. That's the only way she lived. Sometimes they pull victims that fall through the ice, ice skating or whatever, out of an icy lake, and they can revive them like 45 minutes later because your brain requires less oxygen in low temperatures. It truly is the brink of death, though. She woke up encrusted with ice around her face. And she only woke up when she was spat out by the big cloud and went to a lower elevation. If she had been up there for longer, she would have just frozen to death and died of oxygen starvation. So she somehow missed she saw lightning as she passed out, but all the lightning strikes missed her in this crazy storm.
Log off.
10-4.
And so she lived to tell the tale just by a miracle. But somebody else was sucked into the storm, was struck by lightning, and was fried and didn't make it. But that's one of the craziest. Ladybird says I keep trying to share to X or Twitter, but it won't go. Yeah, let me show you how you can do that. Oh, I forgot to share that we were live on Twitter. God, I'm supposed to do that every day. I'm bad at this. Okay, so hitting the share button, you can do copy link. There's always the option to just copy the link. And then just open Twitter, like swap to it on your phone or whatnot, or your browser. This is our live view of the Basin Fire, by the way. We're waiting to hear from the pilots what they're going to do. If they can do nighttime helicopter drop, that would be awesome. Do we have any other fires to really look at right now that are life-threatening? Or because I will check on them, whatever you want me to.
Division Foxtrot Training Command.
All right, let's listen.
All Division Foxtrot, Charlie and Lima, 12-hour resources are off the line.
Communication copies. Foxtrot, Charlie and Lima, resources off the line at 1859.
Well,
Foxtrot Training.
I found special maps. I don't know if they're for the basin, but I did find the special maps, the battle maps, that show the progress of them making lines for part of Fresno County, down there with the lightning complex, the Flash and Bolt. So please remind me, I'll show you that. They're refreshed every day. It's the ones they point to as they give a community meeting, and it shows the dozer lines, it shows the fire's edge, it shows where crews are, what their plan is. It's the best thing ever. So I'll try to find that for the basin. It's a hard website to navigate. May or may not actually be there. But I forgot what was happening in Sacramento County. Rio Linda. Sorry, friends. So it was 5 hours ago, a 1 acre vegetation fire. They do have a cam. Let's take a look at it. It's been mapped at 60 acres. But that was 2 hours ago. So I believe somebody said it was okay there. Just want to make sure. Sacramento County's been repeat traumatized. Yep, deja vu. I hate that sound.
Motor vehicle accident, engine 4284, engine 71.
Okay.
Company 71, company 131, Manning versus Englehart. For motor vehicle accident, Manning crosses Englehart, timeout 1902.
It looks like they're having a party at dispatch. Oh, guys. Tomorrow, I gotta mute that. Tomorrow, there's a celebration for the firefighters and a barbecue at 1 p.m. at COPPEROPOLIS. Oh, let me find that. I wanted everybody to know about that who went through the AERO fire. They could show their appreciation. Because Tanker 16 back to Reading, ETA 90 something 50. So from Fresno County, one of the tankers is going all the way back to Reading. It doesn't take that long. Maybe what, 2-hour flight?
Pressure repeating on code 3. Motor vehicle accident, engine 71, engine 4368, Manning crosses Englehart. Unknown injury accident, Manning and Englehart, timeout 1903.
Well, the worst thing, I'm praying for them, the injury accident. The worst thing, though, is car accidents that start fires right now. We should be pretty concerned. Whenever I'm hearing stuff like car accident, I'm waiting for a follow-up like it's spread to vegetation. It's something to pay close attention to. So there is a Chinook over here by the Basin Fire. So like I was trying to say earlier, they really need to get some sort of thick lines here on the west side of the Basin Fire, southwest corner. Because if there were high winds that came out of the desert, you know, Santa Ana style winds, or just high, you know, fast moving desert winds, then it would rush through the canyon, and where it would follow basically the course of the Kings River here. That is Kings River, right? At least where there's hills on each side, right? Because it's a wind tunnel effect. It would then just not spread as fast and be a bit more lazy down on the flatland. But it could move rapidly throughout the canyons that way. We must not hang up.
Motor vehicle accident with Pinnon, Battalion 71 Manning, cross of Englehart. Motor vehicle accident with Pinnon, Manning, cross of Englehart, come out 1904.
So it's satellite activity. Looking great at Sacramento County. Let's see, you don't have any red flare-ups. I could tell. Let's refresh CalTopo. But you can see the greatest amount of activities here on the west end. Let me read a summary for the Basin. We cannot forget how it was pretty dang far away and just did racing. You know, once a little bit of wind picked up. So there's the Fresno June lightning complex. Let's do a look. And I'll show you the battle maps down there. Is anybody interested in a battle map and seeing where the lines are, the dozer lines down for Squaw Valley and whatnot, with the bolted flash fires? And we haven't had a recent update on the Basin. I'll have to check InstaWeb and see if they did a good update, because it's Sierra National Forest. That's right, I do have the Facebook. Look at it. I have a Facebook account, so you don't necessarily have to.
Last unit, you're 10-1.
3 Lincoln 77 on code 4.
10-4.
Yeah, it was a 5-hour ago update. The infrared flight measured the current acreage at 9,500. I predicted it would be about 10,000 today, so I was mostly accurate. Maybe it will be 10,000 acres by midnight. I hate being wrong. I mean, I hate being right sometimes like that. So, hey, Jay Connor says, Smitty, time to rest up for the day of travel. Be safe, everybody. Where are you going, Jay? I hope it's someplace fun. And thank you for being a kind and generous supporter. And thank you to everybody who has donated to Cash App and PayPal and Venmo. When it calms down a little bit later, we'll try again to make a tally. Let's look back up. C-Probe, who is a pilot, says CAL FIRE may be able to receive a waiver from the FAA to keep pilots flying. I don't know. I don't think the FAA will grant that very often, because it's the most dangerous flying on Earth. It's basically all visual, and they have a smoke cloud just in front of them. They run smack into mountains. They gotta be so much on their game. Okay. JCat says, by the way, I found out over the past year many cameras have been upgraded to HD. The HD cams are not FLIR capable, and the cost of FLIR cams are not within any budget. Well, you know, maybe a charity should be formed. I'm sure plenty of Californians would not mind a $5 a month subscription and be able to see. Yeah, you could definitely monetize that in a way. Highest special resolutions for the people who currently subscribe or something like that. all it would take is for the state or whoever, the feds, to allow the cameras to be installed on the existing radio towers and fire lookout towers. But even if somebody says no, there's also private property option. I'm sure my dad, if we still owned our property northeast of Marysville in the foothills, we would have done that. We would not have cared. Like, we'd be like, do your thing. We don't need compensation. We had the best lookout for miles around. It was a place that only had one way out. We knew we were vulnerable. We talked to the local fire department, said, what do we do? And they said, you do have one way out. It could be blocked, but put some water tanks on your property, put fire access roads, and plow next to them, plow the grass under, kind of around the property best you can. Give us the keys to the fire access road gate. Let us, come anytime we want to. And we're like, yeah, sure, of course. And we just did what they said, and then dig 2 ponds, he said, because you may need to retreat to them. So we did all these things, and they said, great. On your street, we will not abandon your street because you will be the base if fire comes up here. And we'll park in your driveway right down the house because you've got the water tank. And we also could retreat to the ponds if something wrong happened with our engine. So we would stay at your place and let it go past us. And it afforded such a good view, northeast, south, and west, all directions. We would not have had any problem. We had satellite internet at the time, and I'm sure plenty of landowners would do that. Don't you think, guys, in the chat? So if officials won't do it, maybe it's something that we could. Citizens, the private sector moves quicker than the, grindy gears of government, right? It's Byzantine. So, private clear cam idea. Timestamping it.
Call number 717. For a suspicious vehicle holding on the King 11B, and call 730 for trespass in the King 51B.
InsoWeb for the Basin Fire. Now it's on federal land. This will be the fire that will be the toughest to get information on in the whole Fresno County because the feds they do a couple of bad things that they need to improve with their communication. And that is A, update us a heck of a lot more often, please, and B, stop refusing journalists entry. It's freedom of the press, but we had almost no idea what was going on with the sequoias and the K&P fire in 2021 in Sequoia National Park because they didn't have cams there, and the journalists said, too bad, so sad, get out of here. So California doesn't do that. The nation's not supposed to do that. It's public land, national forest, but they kick the journalists out. And they also have an extremely bad policy of no drones. Can't fly any drones, not even journalists with special permits, above a national park. That's our land, not yours, so get over it. There should be little restrictions, of course, fire restrictions. Never fly a drone during a fire, but when journalists can help, they oftentimes say, hey, I have one that has FLIR or whatever. Here, I can offer it to you. I can drive it up to you, fire crews. You can use it. It's very helpful. If the journalist can't get there, we're deaf, dumb, and blind, right? So conspiracy theories abound, and then we just sit there wondering what's going on for days or weeks. And so the more information provided to the public, the more calm the public becomes. Great, we had an 18 minutes ago update. I just realized that. That's not 8 hours, it's 18 minutes. Sweet. Okay, hot off the press. Okay. A lightning storm passed through the High Sierra Ranger District on June 24th. We know that. We saw that. 18 wildfires resulted. Let's get this bigger so you can read it. There we go. We're still listening to Fresno County. There's still some helicopters and stuff. We're listening to what their plan is best we can. So, of the 18 wildfires that started, crews have successfully contained 17 out of them, but the 18th got big. The Basin. I'm sorry, I still have evacuation info that I need to delete there. Basin flash fires update. Alright, sorry friends. I do put in the chat which one you want me to read about soon. So the new fires that broke out today are all looking pretty swell. That's the latest on that. It's still dangerous situations. They're not contained, they're not out. But everything is going great, knock on wood. This one is the biggest level of concern. This could be a mega fire, a huge, gigantic monster. Because the weather is worsening, not getting better. So, everybody in Fresno, the town, Sanger especially, should be quite interested in what's going on.
JC5, my apologies, I was on the wrong station.
10-4.
So, the only fire remaining from the cluster of lightning strikes, there were hundreds of lightning strikes, 18 fires in the High Sierra Ranger District here in the Sierra National Forest. Only the Basin one got big, and that's because of access was crap. They didn't have a way to get crews in there with roads. So fire access roads, right here, Congressman. We need that to protect our national forest. This is only big because they couldn't drive up to it. And all the people who rappel down helicopters and those who parachute out and the hikers, there's only so many of them. They can't be everywhere. So the Basin Fire is 0% contained. The latest update on acreage was 9,550 from earlier this morning. It may be 10,000 by dawn, who knows. There's a 0% containment. It's burning to mix grass, light brush, and oak hardwoods. And from just seeing on the cams, there's plenty of dead trees out there. Sucks. That's the worst threat. The oaks will shrug off fire and be fine. Unless an oak tree is damaged, has a missing limb and like a hollow in it, and then it's rest in peace. But a healthy oak with bark like intact, grass fires will just burn too fast to even light it. We've seen that time and time again in the flash and the bolt fire. The only danger is are there dead limbs and stuff shoved up against the oak, or is there bushes underneath it? Different ballgame. So, strangely, they keep saying that it's a lightning strike fire, but the cause is currently under investigation. See what I mean about the rumor mill? You gotta be real clear with the public. Really clear with the public. What the heck is going on? And don't be ambiguous. Okay, so Basin Fire is on the High Sierra Ranger District of the Sierra National Forest. It's also redundant. It is northeast of Pine Flat Lake, west of Spanish Mountain, south of Black Rock Road, and north of the South Fork of Kings River. The main fuel is grass and brush. Grass is dead. Not mostly dead, but dead. Princess Bride. The grass is dead and dried and very dense after 2 years of significant rainfall across California. Now that did wonders for the trees. The trees are not as drought stressed at all like they were a couple of years ago. However, that only applies to the...
Can you relay to Division Alpha that all equipment resources on Takata Ridge have wheels rolling, including the Reef Takanaka?
Where he dropped you off?
What? Resources are rolling off the ridge, wherever that is.
Go left on the fuel before I need to head back.
It's a shift change hour, guys. The night crews will come.
spaceship wheels rolling, including the reef.
Kanaka almost sounded Hawaiian. That's their word for people, and they call themselves Kanaka. Okay, I didn't catch that though. But we've got help from everywhere, guys. So let me adjust my lighting. As light dims out there, I have to adjust it here so I don't get a raging headache. I've got bulbs. You guys told me about the GoV light bulbs.
Sierra, on command.
At a bee's knees. I can control the lighting with my phone.
Responding or coming in extremely scratchy, unreadable.
A little too dark. Okay. Hopefully you can see me okay. All right, better. So what is their plan and what's going on? Basin Fire. This is the biggest fire concern. The grass is dead, dried, and very dense after 2 years of significant rainfall across California, mainly this spring. That's when it grows. This fuel type.
132 back to Fresno, empty ETA 1920. Also releasing Charlie 8 back to McClellan. Their ETA is going to be 2020.
We're waiting to hear if they're going to order night helicopters or something. Very few can operate at night and do drops at night, but that's the best time to fight fires. Usually nighttime has reduced activity. So, the grass is dead, dried, and very dense after 2 years of significant rainfall across California. This fuel type has been surprisingly resistant to control as a result of its very thick and dense base. It's bushes and grass. Okay. So, the fire crews are working diligently to hold the fire north of the South Fork of the Kings River. This is the current southern fire perimeter. The northern perimeter is holding along Rogers Ridge. Head crews.
325.
On command.
You have traffic?
Hey, firm, we're on Hopewell Road, trying to make access to our point of contact. We're able to locate him right now. We went to the location. Is there any other additional directions that they want us to stage at?
For the night, with the exception of 4 hand crews, which will be spiking out in the Garnet Dyke, Kirk Flat area.
What's spiking out mean? There's all kinds of slang. Other than 4 hand crews, will be spiking out. Alright, the latest information is on the radio, so I gotta interrupt my assessment each time. It is now 7:23. We've been live for 3 hours and a half. Thank you for being here. If you have to go at any time, the best way to find us again is hitting the subscribe button. Ringing bell should let you know anytime we go live. Yeah, maybe almost 24 hours a day coming up, depending on how bad things go. But we restart every 12.
Unable to reach Division Alpha at this time.
Oh.
I copy.
Okay.
225, I was able to hear your traffic. We're on Hopewell. Where would you like us to be? Can you repeat that traffic?
They've lost some firefighters. They don't know where they are. They're not able to contact them. We need radio and cell phone service everywhere. It's just time to stop messing around. The firefighters. Firefighters need to talk to each other and text each other maps and stuff.
Your last traffic was broken. Hopewell, and what's the crossroad?
Unknown vehicle, unknown injuries. Negative roadblock. I just went to the CHP. Fresno to clear.
Hang on, there. Trying to find their way there. Yeah, Robert Salomon 916. The Brennan's Fire is looking great. East of Loomis. That they pounced on that and that got that down. Okay, I'll just begin. Hopewell and something Service Road. They're trying to get directions. I think to meet up with Alpha on the Basin Fire, and they're like, "Where do we go again? What cross street? Can you contact them?" So when they lose radio connection, they actually have to take firefighters and say, "Here, take the keys of my pickup and go find the other units." And they are moving that slowly back and forth to find each other, move into position. Messenger pigeon would literally be faster. This is 2024. We cannot party like it's 1799. Communications are essential for quick response. That determines whether or not a fire gets huge or not. So it's not a vanity project. We need cell phone and radio service everywhere, or they just straight up need Starlink or something. We would save just billions by spending a couple million. And so many lives and homes too. Just the environment, the cost can't really be calculated. So back to this. This was updated 18 minutes ago. Not all of the information is new, but they never tell you which part of it. I'm reading the InstaWeb for the Basin Fire, then we'll look at the flash and the bolt, and I'll show you the battle maps for the flash and the bolt. I may be able to find them for the Basin. If I can, that would be amazing. But like I said, federal land fires like the Basin is, they don't communicate to the public nearly as much as CAL FIRE and the state agencies and local agencies. They're getting better, but oftentimes there's information blackouts for entire days, and we'll update it every 17 hours kind of thing. So the public gets nervous. Like, even if it's bad news, if the public is certain of something, they're a lot calmer. But I hope they improve. Meanwhile, here's what we got. With the Basin Fire, fire crews are working diligently to hold it north of the South Fork of the Kings. That's the southern perimeter. We'll look at maps later. The northern perimeter is holding along Rogers Ridge, and crews are building and improving the line to hold the fire along that ridge. Rogers Ridge. Structure protection crews have been deployed to protect energy infrastructure at Balch Camp and the confluence of Dinky Creek. Dinky Creek. And the North Fork of the Kings. So there's a lot of smaller powerhouses.
72 Blue Water Bay, across the Treasure and Nob Hill Lane. For difficulty breathing at 17435 Blue Water Bay, space 73 at the mobile
home park. Somebody difficulty breathing, and this incredible amount of smoke. Let's just look at it real quick for view. Is causing heart attacks, strokes, and breathing problems and asthma attacks. That's not clouds. This is 100% smoke. So this is our look from south to north. The Basin Fire, pretty far away. None of that are clouds. It's all smoke. I'll show you the satellite view of this stuff. It's incredibly bad. Now remember, if you have to go or eat, remember to like on the way out and hit the subscribe button. You know, it's very difficult to find us again. We have to restart the stream every 12 hours if we go that long, or every day. So we have to start from the bottom again. Now, let me go back to reading our InstaWeb update.
Difficulty breathing at 17473 on incident 13643.
Yeah, difficulty breathing. So, okay. Remember, if there's ever smoke in your area, really don't try to work in the yard or anything if you can. Take it easy. Bulldozers are building a fire break to the west and northwest of the fire. Hopefully I can find the battle map. A remote area with potential for moderate fire growth. It is this northwestern fire perimeter area that has the greatest potential for growth. Okay, as a writer, I would rewrite that too. Bulldozers are building a fire break on the northwest side of the fire. It has the greatest potential for growth, which we estimate to be moderate. They're writing this really quickly. I understand that though. It is the northwestern fire area that has. Sorry, I already read that. Crews are. Sorry, I was listening to that. I muted it for you, but there's still chatter in the radio. I gotta pick up on. Crews have been able to build some direct line on the eastern fire perimeter, but are also looking for opportunities to build indirect line as well. Meaning going off the road. Indirect line is they've got terrain to deal with. It's extremely steep. Even if they would like to draw a straight line north and south, that might be kind of like a steep drop off to a cliff's edge. So sometimes they make weird zigzaggy patterns. You know, like kind of like the petals of a flower, where it's flat enough to like put a dozer there or hike in. And if they're hiking in, they're using rakes and shovels to just push the pine needles and dead stuff away from each other on either side. Because mostly these fires spread along the ground. It's that thick grass and stuff. There's enough oaks, they're not the problem. Oaks are going to shrug off the fires. They're not going to promote them and like throw the embers. It's the brush that does that, and the dead oaks and the dead stuff on the ground, and the more piney kind of needle producing, coniferous style trees, and very young ones. So that's the biggest problem, and at least oak dominates, or this would be 10 times worse. So they can make a fire line with a rake and a shovel. That's why Smokey Bear has a shovel. That literally is what they do when they hike in. I don't know how they do it. They're superhuman. It's like almost triple digit temperatures. They have to wear heavy, like wool clothing and boots and a backpack of like 60 pounds at least. And their gear like shovels, and they have to hike and then work. Just, man, our heroes are something else, aren't they? So, additional personnel and equipment have been ordered, and they arrive daily. Winds should remain light today. Yeah, they did. That's why we saw the smoke dominating. If there were greater winds, the smoke would be leaving. So winds should remain light today. And by the way, about that, the smoke is what's dampening down the activity, meaning suppressing the activity. We'll see soon nighttime infrared images that see through the smoke. But because the smoke has been night after night down deep in the canyons, it reduced the fire activity just because of that. So the moment that winds pick up and blow it away, the direct sunlight hits it, it gets fresh air, it can be explosive. Everything could change in an instant. a very dangerous fire here. The good news is mostly grass is the fuels and the bushes. So wherever that's already passed, if the wind pushes it back on itself, it doesn't have a lot more to burn. That's the good news. And still, like, you know, tree stumps and some trees on fire. We'll see whites dotting the landscape when it goes to infrared, and that's hotspots. So when wind hits it, those can flare to life, but only where, like, there's stuff nearby that can still burn, right? So at least it's got that going for it. Just beware that if heavy winds pick up, everything will change rapidly. Okay, they're checking license plates for everybody who doesn't belong in the fire zones, Fresno County. So if law enforcement is out there, they are aggressively investigating any unfamiliar car in the area. So, it's still muted for you, but I'm still listening. So winds did remain light today with temperatures at the fire 85 to 90 degrees and minimum relative humidity of 15 to 18%. That's like your kitchen oven when you're baking cookies. Okay, horrible radio noise. A heat wave forecast for July 2 through 6 will bring challenging temperatures near 100 degrees at the fire and low humidity. Remember, higher the temperature, the more the fire gets fierce. Fire needs three things: oxygen, fuel, and heat. Hotter it is, the more intense. And faster it'll move because it burns up stuff faster. So hold on to your butts. This is why it's going to be a nutcase kind of a week. It's going to be quite interesting. Do all of your preparations now while you have the time. New temporary partial forest closure, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we already read that the other day. Anyway, go to the Forest Service website to check that out. Forest visitors. This may impact your 4th of July holiday plans. You think? You may not be able to visit the camps and trails within the closure area. Please support our firefighters and stay out. Yeah. They were looking for hikers that might be trapped behind the fire yesterday. No word on if they found anybody. But they were looking around with helicopters. Can you imagine being behind the fire lines out of cell phone range, and all of a sudden there's just a massive amount of smoke that drifts in? That'd be terrifying. Remember, no matter what the officials are saying, if a huge amount of smoke just turns your way suddenly and just starts throwing itself at you and where you're at, the fire is coming that way too. You will not be able to see it unless if it was 3 neighborhood blocks away, like suburban neighborhood blocks away, it's invisible. Consider it like a rain-wrapped tornado. You will not see orange flames or anything like that. In Lahaina, people who were 2 or 3 blocks away, downwind, were still sitting in their living rooms and looking out the window when homes were burning to the ground 3 blocks away upwind. That's how thick the smoke is. It hides the fire. That's part of the reason for the high death toll is they didn't blast the hurricane sirens. 911, reverse 911 failed. The communications failed. Cell phone signals failed, and even the communications between first responders failed. So nobody could talk to each other. It was literally people running down the street saying, "Run for your lives." That's how most people found out about it. Or they looked out the window, their backyard fence was on fire. So just consider that. Big fires are oftentimes invisible, like a big tornado is in the rain. So, blah, 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 explains the mandatory evacuation zones. The map does better than I can read. So, here's where we get towards their planning, and I hope they explain their planning. So California Incident Management Team 11 assumed command of the Basin Fire at 7 o'clock yesterday. Probably a.m., I don't know. The Basin wildfire is burning in grass, chaparral, that's oily bushes, and oak timber. Thick grass and chaparral mean it can race and run. It's also burning in steep terrain. So all you need is wind, and you have record speeds that it can move. Okay, there's total personnel at this time 430. That's probably been updated in the last hour. I predict it'll be 10,000 acres by dawn, but that's just my guess. The last confirmed acreage is 9,549. No containment. It's completely wild. So, the significant events, its activity right now is characterized as well active. Helicopter crew, something is listed. Let's listen. That was a broken transmission. All right, I'll keep it on now. Warning, there may be loud, scratchy sounds occasionally. Okay, so what is the fire doing? How's it behaving? It's characterized by just being active. Now, that is what that is. It's like the Goldilocks zone, middle of the road. It's not sluggish or or dying down or whatever. It's active. It's middle. Now, if you see extreme, that's the worst possible word that they can use. Extreme means just unbelievable, apocalyptic. So extreme fire behavior is gigantically huge and fast moving. I think we have potential for extreme. Just add wind, especially if it gets into the heavier up canyon. I assume the forest is thicker up there. And places it's never burned yet, it still have a lot of the bushes in the grass, wind tunnel, narrow canyons, and such. So, observed fire behavior includes active uphill runs, flanking, and short-range spotting. That's the nice thing about there not being too many tall pine or fir trees. That limits spotting range from like just on fire branches breaking off the top of the tree and going a half mile away and dropping and lighting the grass or something on fire over there. That's what spotting is. It's stuff flying around in the air that's on fire and it lands. However, that can totally change. It can do long-range spotting if it becomes the pyro cloud forms. If it becomes, well, that's extreme, right? Because that self-feeding vortex, if a lot of fuel burns, produces a lot of heat that pushes air fast into the atmosphere. That creates suction. 360 degrees at the bottom, new air and fresh air is pulled in, which makes the fire more active, which makes more heat, which throws it higher, the clouds higher in the sky, clouds of smoke, which then makes an even more powerful suction, pulling in more fresh air, more heat, and it's a repeating cycle of making itself stronger and stronger, and then it can make its own weather. But the burning bits, things that normally can't fly in the air, like dinner plate-sized chunks of really thick bark, like 2-inch thick bark pieces on fire, the size of a large dinner plate, or even a dinner tray, can be propelled thousands of feet up in the air and then pushed half a mile away or even longer. Higher the elevation, the more further it can go. But there were smoking pieces of bark. We'll never forget, in the Caldor, on top of Echo Summit, which was a high altitude summit, like 6,500 feet, and it flew over Christmas Valley by Tahoe and landed in Nevada. and that was like 4 or 5 miles away, or more, as the crow flies, Minden, Nevada. And there's photographs to prove it. It was just, that's the sort of stuff that a pyrocumulus cloud can do. But the higher the elevation, the further it can go. So if it gets into the more piney type fuels that burn more readily than oak ever does, like higher in the elevation, we'll be dealing with a different animal.
Mariposa Medic 22 responding.
But still, there can be some significant spotting range. Just all it takes is the pyro cloud, and you'll know it. It looks like a mushroom cloud. So, hey, we got an update on Oregon's monstrously large Little Valley fire. Thank God it spared Little Valley, Oregon. Oregon had its own series of thunderstorms right about the same time. But it was less inhabited, so it was less of a priority to cover it. But we were still monitoring that. So it's around 18,000 acres, far rural eastern Oregon. We just got a new 75% containment on that. That's great. Okay, so how else is the fire behaving? Tall grass is predominant with some hardwood. So live fuel moisture.
Mariposa Medic 22 responding.
Medic 22 at 1944 on MAS 1238.
Okay, I'm going to actually mute that. Mostly medical calls right now. We'll unmute it when they start talking about crews arriving. It's shift change time. So the night crews and the day crews are passing each other and setting up shop. Godspeed. They need to work very hard throughout the night, because we're going to get worse and worse weather coming here. So if you haven't hit the like button, please do. Thank you everybody who's donated the $1 or more. Thank you so much. So 12 hours back here. So it says live fuel moisture is near average.
We're returning to Porterville. ETA to Porterville is going to be 2020. The fire will be unstaffed aerial resources. Additionally, I've got a recommended lat long change for the TFR. Ready to copy.
Okay. So the fire is going to be unstaffed by aircraft for a bit. Air attack is leaving.
361 quarters, 1946.
So he just reported that it'll take him.
Break.
Okay, what he's doing is giving Latin long coordinates for the TFR. That's temporary flight restriction zone. So they're adjusting it so that no regular civilian pilots enter the airspace, and there's a high risk of mid-air collisions, enough already with the firefighting aircraft. So the ground crews are on their own right now. This is dangerous. Aircraft, especially with the nighttime vision, like the nighttime Chinook helicopters that can do that, they can assist, and they can also watch their backs and say, we can see with our night vision camera from the air that there's flames coming up behind you. That gives them a level of safety. So right now there's a vulnerability for the poor shift change situation for the night shift that's coming. Hopefully they'll do something tonight, but we're going to read here to see what their plan is. And we'll look at some battle maps. Let's look at see the cams real quick. Whoops. Let's see if it's not infrared yet. We'll be able to see through the smoke and see what the fire's doing pretty soon. But you'll see little white dots everywhere that black is. Little hot spots, tree stumps and stuff on fire. Okay. So I'll unmute it if something changes. Okay. InsaWeb. Excuse me. InsaWeb. We're reading about the Basin.
I'll let you know I'm in contact with Porterville.
Oh, that's cute. I didn't unmute it fast enough. He goes, okay, well, this is Air Attack. I'm on my way to Porterville. Have a good night. He's so friendly. All right, so we're trying to figure out what the plan is for the Basin. Maybe the incident management team 11 has a YouTube page. I checked that out, and sometimes we can see them pep talking people in the morning and explaining. It's not for the public really, but sometimes the public can see it on YouTube. It's a meeting of the firefighters in the early morning. Ow! Hang on. Medical call. I think.
Disregard your tones. Incident downgraded. Party 3 remain in quarters. Engine 111 remain in quarters at 1948.
Okay. Different unrelated call. Okay. This is, I'm going to interpret some English for you, translate something into English for you. Live fuel moisture is near average. What is live fuel? Trees and bushes that are alive. It's sad, isn't it? So, like I said, the good thing is a double-edged sword about the really wet spring. Then, the hell is this? Hang on. There's some new chatter across my other radio. It may feed. I think I'm on the same channel as my phone is here. One sec. If so, no, I'm going to change feeds. CAL FIRE, FKU, Fresno County Fire we're on now, not the air attack because the airplanes are gone. There's only 2 people listening to this, but I don't know what the volume is like. Okay, I'm going to mute that. One moment. That's my own phone. I think we missed what they just said. It just sounded really.
Yeah, you're good, man. On your next stop, I'll stop you and get water from me.
Oh, okay. All right. It's not desperate, like it sounded. Okay, what was happening there is he goes, I gotta go down to the water for a bit. And they're probably like dozer crews and they have loud equipment. So they keep screaming through the microphone. And I was like, well, what are they saying? So I wanted to make sure there wasn't like a desperate situation happening. So I'll keep that muted, and I've switched to CAL FIRE, FKU, Fresno County Fire, U.S. Forest Service, SNF, and Kings Canyon, blah, 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 blah. The combined channel. But here we are. Let me look back at chat. We're much more likely to get a live update on what the crew's doing. Hey, Redman11, how are you doing? Welcome back. You got smoke on the cam, Judy Williams says? Yeah, soon. Somebody on a crackly radio is saying, stand by. I just can't make much out, but you can see that the aircraft have left. So hopefully we'll get an infrared nighttime takeoff plane, and they'll map it and show some stuff. So
All aerial assets are Alpha Fire, helicopter Alpha Sierra, elevate.
okay, that's the last helicopter leaving the building. He's Elvis today. Okay. So let's try to figure out what their general plan is. Now, live fuel moisture means the trees and bushes are still alive. So near average, that's great. That's the one positive side to a wet spring and a crazy wet winter and whatnot. The living trees soaked it up into their trunks, and they've got hundreds of gallons, depending on tree size, in there. And the wetter the better, right? Inside the living trees, that's great. They're less flammable. However, the downside, the same thing. All of that water has more pilot chatter. That's a double-edged sword. So the thing that endangers living trees the most is having a bunch of grass and flammable stuff growing at their base. And if especially they have dead limbs near the grass down there, it's a ladder up to the top where the living tree can catch. So, double-edged sword. So it kind of nullifies, cancels each other out because all the grass and many of the bushes are dead. And that's all you need to light living trees on fire. Okay, all evacuations have been lifted in Eldorado County on the Coon Creek. Yes. Sweet. All right, back to Basin Fire. 1,000-hour fuels are above average and ERCs are below average for this time of year. Okay, there's two ways of defining a 1,000-hour fuel. It depends on context. Hang on, let's listen. Somebody's trying to catch somebody on the radio. I'll unmute it if we need. So there's two different ways. So 1,000-hour fuels are those that are like really big, like trees, like on fire, like they're big fallen trees and the like, you know. These are things that are characterized by how long does it, after it's kind of wet in a rainstorm, how long does it take to dry out? Oh, okay, there's an incredibly loud sound in my ears. There's another way of explaining how long something can burn, like how many hours could the average tree trunk burn, stuff like that, right? But in this case, we're talking about fuel moisture. So, like a leaf will dry out a lot faster than a big tree on the ground, you know, right? So I may have to admit this for myself too. It's driving me crazy. So ERCs, God, I can't remember what the acronym is for that, are below average. So it's not good, it's not bad, it's not great, it's not terrible. To quote the HBO's Chernobyl show, this is not great news, it's not bad news. 12-hour overnight. Let's see what they expect to happen in the next 72 hours. So the next 12 hours, which means overnight, downslope, down canyon winds will push the fire towards the Kings River and the North Fork of the Kings River towards Dinky Creek near Balch Camp. 24 hours, continued hot and dry conditions will promote growth to the east and towards the northwest in the next 24 hours. Because remember, the normal winds are not that fierce. Heat of the day, record heat temps, right? Or highs, hot air rises, so it pushes a little bit of a gentle wind up the canyon. They're called up canyon winds. Sunsets, cool air sinks, and so it reverses, and a gentle wind comes out of the mountains to the valley. So we'll see that reversal sometime after sunset. That's just a daily thing. So overnight, when it flips, the downslope down canyon winds will push it towards the Kings River, you know, southwest. And the North Fork of the Kings River towards Dinky Creek near Balch Camp. See what I mean? I just muted it again. I can't make out what they're saying. I may briefly turn that off. Wait, in the next 24 hours, continued hot and dry conditions will promote growth to the east and towards the northwest, excuse me. Potentially impacting Balch Camp and the developed campgrounds along the Kings River. They said that like yesterday at noon, no, and the day before. So maybe it kind of skipped it. Okay, they found each other. They finally found each other, and the vehicles are now staged in the appropriate area. All right, so in the next 48 hours, more growth is expected to the north, potentially impacting PG&E easements and infrastructure. we don't want the power lines down. We'll have massive power outages, as these are pretty significant powerhouses. So any growth along the Kings River will continue to impact the developed campgrounds. Next 72 hours, a warming and drying trend will begin, causing the potential for continued growth. Impacts will continue to be PG&E assets, and we know just how good PG&E is at trimming back their trees and keeping vegetation away from their lines and making the firefighters' job easy, right? The thickest sarcasm there could ever be on that. So they got their work cut out for them. I mean, we can hope that they change a lot of their ways. This is not the thickest forest on earth. Maybe it was easier and they groomed their easements of their land. Just not counting on it, though. Just not counting on it. Anticipated over the next 72 hours, increased heat, dropping humidity will continue, potential for increased growth. Now, I was hoping they'd explain what kind. Increased? Well, yeah, that's what increased heat and wind does, and low humidity. But what kind? Are they anticipating yet still mild, active kind of growth? Moderate? Doesn't have any extreme potential? It's very ambiguous. And maybe it has to be. Maybe the weather is not 100% known, like in the bag yet, and it changes from day to day. Maybe it depends on where the fire reaches. If it reaches new fuels, what it can do. What I was hoping they'd explain why they're so vague about that. So far, that's a very low-key assessment. I don't know if that's good news because they're so vague about it. So weather concerns or warm and dry conditions over the weekend will transition to hot and dry conditions next week under building high pressure that will result in temperatures 10 to 15 degrees above average by the midweek. Hold on to your butts. Relative humidity minimums in the upper teens will trend drier than that next week, as will lead to an extended period of hot and dry weather over the 4th of July period. I think there's a medical call being spoken about Northwest Garland. Did you just email me, Robert? Or what did you? Is something happening in Roseville? Oh no, you're saying that there's a fine for $1,000 per firework lit. For the Roseville area, that's awesome. That's cool. You turn the public, and they don't feel like snitches anymore. They feel like citizens. They report illegal fireworks and you get a. Is that like a bounty? Does a person who reported it get some money? That'd be cool. Really, this is not the time to tolerate your crazy drunk neighbor or somebody who acts like that and their shenanigans with driving across state lines or somehow getting illegal fireworks. It's not the time to tolerate that. Your family is at stake and your neighborhood's at stake. Don't tolerate it. If you see something like that, say something. That's extremely reckless and dangerous right now. That's apex stupidity. S-tier stupidity. Illegal fireworks are the ones that just have a tendency to cause fire because they tend to be projectiles. And if you've ever seen one that's not quite right, oh man. A lot of those, if they fall over on the ground, they had accidents where they shoot into crowds and stuff like it. They can remove limbs. That's not cool to have in your neighborhood. Serious kind. So go see the ones that are official. They're still official fireworks that are safely lit over lakes. Go to a show, watch it on TV. Planned actions for the Basin, evacuation of any additional public. that they may find wandering around the areas, like hikers, hikers and such. Suppression activities continuing, taking advantage of the existing roads and the existing rivers and the barriers. I wonder if they're taking people up raft, you know, like they were doing that for the post fire in LA County. They went to Ventura County and people with rafts and inflatable boats transported the firefighters that way. Okay. Their plan is to limit the fire growth by using direct and indirect attack methods. That usually requires a road. So their plan is to use direct and indirect attack methods, utilizing nearby ridges and roads and rivers with crews and aerial operations or other containment line locations which provide the highest likelihood of success while minimizing hazard exposure to firefighters. In plain English, we're not going to put people in the middle of nowhere where they can't evacuate quickly. If you know, that's basically the old policy of parachuting and having hiking crews. You know, hot shots hike and you know, make their own trails, and then the smoke jumpers parachute in. The old way of doing things was, oh, there's no road, so we'll just parachute in the crew, or they can hike there. Then we started losing fire crews where like we had fatality events where we lost the entire crew and 20 are dead here and there in the 90s, and they realized that's stupid. There's only one way to prevent mass death of firefighters like that, and that's never put them in a place they can't quickly evacuate from. That means a road. They need a road or a helipad or something like that. So they don't have a lot of roads. Sorry, I'm still listening to the radio. So what they said here, plain English, like translating this into plain English, they said they will make containment lines in locations that provide the highest likelihood of success. And that may mean sacrificing great chunks of the forest or the landscape, because they will not put fire crews in an area where they can't escape, particularly if deep hits the fan, or at least a place where they could shelter in place. Like, so if they're next to the river, they're probably not gonna be trapped, so they'll stay there, put them there. But put somebody on a ridge line with no roads anywhere nearby and no helicopter can land to take them away, that's a no-go. So even if that is like a perfect defense location, let's move further back away, maybe to the next ridge or whatever, and wait for the fire to come to us and stop it there. So that's the problem with no road access for places. You lose bigger chunks of the environment to fire. Even ones that are, they have named trees or culturally significant areas, Indian graveyards, old ghost towns, historic places. We lose this time and time again because of difficult or no road access or way out. So we could fix this though. They can put more helicopter landing pads on strategically on ridge lines, so at future fires they can hold this or that there. New fire access roads, that will make the difference. That's the best way to protect the forest and our public land environment. So let's see here. There's a road closure orders, daily updates. Okay. I don't think we'll see the battle maps here in the map section. Let's check it out. Oh, thank you, Rath. Thank you for your kind support too, and your financial donations and your continuing patting on the head. So come back and see us, Rath. Rath is in Australia, because Foster's is Australian for beer. I like to taunt them. Apparently Australians hate Foster. All right, where's their map section? Oops. All right, that's a big map. Wait, okay, incident overview. Incident info. Usually there's tabs, photographs and maps. Really? Okay, turn off the ad blocker. It's not blocking they just not have other sections? The Forest Service. Okay. So if we only get some, let's look at their Facebook. Yeah, Facebook said check in some web, which is what we just did. Yeah, I'm on it. Just came over the radio. I don't know what he's referencing though. Hey, look at that lovely picture. Oh, our heroes at work. The green is Forest Service stuff. So CAL FIRE is doing the flash and the bolt and stuff. It was on state land. This is in federal land. So the feds have this, and they oftentimes lock out journalists. So we'll have a lot less.
For Squad 3, Zone 54568 in the area of California, and you should be wearing a.
And that's a police issue. Who knows at Fresno County? Oh, they did put a battle map here, but this is stale. So great. This is the first one I've seen, and I'm gonna look for the. They probably have new ones, but this was dated today. So this is what they do, and they brief their teams in the morning. I'm so happy they provided that. I'm so pleasantly surprised. So I may have to right-click save this, but if I can get the super high-resolution ones, do let me know if you guys know. Which is a second place to download them. I'll check my original site. I did find the flash ones. So here's the fire footprint as they knew at wee hours in the morning. They probably printed this out at 6, briefed their crews at 7, if I had to guess. So the solid red, it doesn't mean everything is gone in there. It's just they always pencil that in. The fire is burning in there. There's always pockets of unburned stuff. It doesn't mean that all the buildings are gone or whatever. The helicopters especially save individual buildings. If it's a grass fire, for example, they'll just move past. So that's the disclaimer there. So we don't have the dozer lines. Dozer lines are a series of X's. That's not shown here. Let's see the key here. I have to zoom back out. It doesn't have a key, so it'll be more important for me to try to find a comprehensive battle map. But this shows you where it's at. I guess it did not burn to Balch Camp yet. They kept saying, like the day before yesterday, the Balch Camp could be impacted in 2 hours, and we were worried about it. They never updated us. So if spots made it, they put them out because the red perimeter is not there. So that's what I'm interpreting from this map, that this map was made, like I said, probably at the crack of dawn this morning. And I'm assuming that this is comprehensive. So that's good. We are looking from the south, and we constantly see, let's check the camera again, the best view is the southern and the western flanks. So let's check it out. This is our greatest level of concern, greatest fire concern. Let's close down some old windows, other things. That's a different still image.
847 West Garland.
847 West Garland smoke investigation. I don't know where that is in Fresno County. 4 hours and a half on the stream here. We're waiting for the maps to flip into nighttime infrared. That's current view. Yeah, it's better version of current view. It's pretty and it's ugly. And it's pretty ugly. So just, I finished the InsaWeb. Maps can tell so much. So there's different styles of briefing maps. So this one here on Facebook that they provided may not even be the one that shows dozer lines and whatnot. They said they're working on it. So I know what some things mean. The little circles that are like checkerboarded, or dips where they can do helicopter dipping and whatnot. On roads, if there's a black bar over it, it looks like a dumbbell. It's a gate. Probably open, but totally the road's off limit, of course. Limits.
01 Charlie, engine 339.
They'll issue separate maps that the air crews need to look at. That has the dips and things relevant to them. They don't. Yeah, different ones will show up for the ground crews. So there's usually a selection of 5 here. These little camera icons, I don't know what that means. Maybe it's from where they have put up mobile cams or they took pictures. I really don't know. If you do know, let me know about that. Oh, remember, tomorrow, COPPEROPOLIS at 1 p.m. There's a barbecue celebrating the firefighters and first responders. Be there or be square, guys.
Engine 9, this will be for a smoke investigation, 746552, Garland Cross of Tealman, 847 West Garland. This is going to be the same RP that just... All right, we'll see if that amounts to a new fire or something. Fresno County's had multiple small fires, sometimes even deep in the city today. They pounced on them good, real fast. All right, I need a drink of water before I read more about this. So I'm gonna put on the camera for a second. Let's do a time lapse as we're waiting for the cams to go to nighttime infrared. No aircraft is on the fire at this time. This is the last 12 hours to now. That is not clouds, that is smoke. So, deceptively, we had lazy activity compared to when it first started because there's not much wind, so the smoke settled in. It kind of choked on itself. It deprived. Beep, 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 beep.
5925, can I please show us transfer Party 5 from Columbia Regional to OMC Fresno?
254 Fresno, copy, 2015.
Well, you can see it did form a pyrocumulus cloud for at least some time today, which means that's pretty serious activity. You can see the dead stuff in the foreground. Now I need to go get a drink and take the now rotten leftover sandwich. I mostly ate Sync Probe. I mostly ate it. He cooked an awesome chicken breast sandwich for me last night and brought it over. He don't live that far away. I rescued him from California. I showed him that it's wetter and better up here in Oregon. And he goes, yeah, sign me up. So, get some water. If we can turn in early tonight, I will, to save my voice, because we'll be talking nonstop. Sometimes we stream for 17 hours and I have to talk the whole time. Plus, we gotta rest while we can. So now that I said that, though, something will occur. So early tonight means like before midnight, guys. That's what early night is. It doesn't mean we're not ending right now. It's our picture postcard. Shouldn't we just turn this into a postcard and it becomes Fresno County? Basin Fire postcard. Visit Fresno County. I bet the average person wouldn't really understand that none of that is clouds. 0. Tell me in the chat, guys, how much of this is clouds? Type in 0 if you're still with me, guys. All right. I actually took a screenshot of that. So once the sun truly sets, and let's see if we got nice sunsets to watch. Like looking directly. There we go. While I try to dig up some maps and such. You're still here, Bob and the dogs? Awesome. Let's look back up here.
25 copy.
Yeah, Jody, which cam? Sorry. The Spunky Fire's new, okay. spunky. Oh, there's a story behind that word. The older generation probably uses it all the time. I used to use it all the time. I got myself in deep trouble. I was innocently throwing it around, and I used to compliment people and say, I enjoy your spunk. I had no idea that the kids these days don't look it up. Just don't. Just don't. But don't say it either. Not to the youth. So nobody told me for a while, and I kept embarrassing myself. It's like the time I named my first car Snowball. People are dirty. They have dirty minds. But we are family friendly, guys. Remember that. Keep it friendly. That lovely 15-minute sunset there. Pollution reflects the particles of light which and the aerosols combined create molten gold sunsets and blood orange tangerine with a hint of violet, lavender, raspberry, lemon yellow, golden yellow, and an ugly weird green tinge to top it all off. That would be aerosol. Are these wildfires producing extreme pollution? Yeah, there's a limit on aerosol pollution for industry. That tells you something. So we can stop these mega fires, though. Remember, they stopped all 17 other lightning strike fires because they had road access for the most part. Found it first. Imagine if this had just been taken care of too. None of this unhealthy crap would be happening. And if we had more roads, they could do more control burns and lightly burn off the grass, fertilize the land, improve the health of the forest like the Indians used to do for thousands of years, and reduce the fuel loads. It could all be great. We just need to push for it. Okay, as we're watching the sunset, what is the spunky fire? Assuming that's not a prank. Something I was totally unaware of. Is it on watch duty? County? Don't just tell me there's a new fire. We're covering 3 states. California's the size of Italy. I have not even been to all the counties of California. Very few of us have. So, do elaborate if you can. Okay, the desktop version has no search. Hey, Bugs, how you doing? We're trying to, we're looking at sunset real quick. We're waiting for the cams. That's earlier today. We're waiting for the cams to go into infrared after the sunset. Then we'll see what the Basin Fire is doing and where it is. The aircraft are off right now. Day shift is giving way to night. So we're listening to the radio. I'm going to mute it until I hear something fire related. I'm still listening. Oops, sorry. Did not mean to tap that. What is this? I mean, just check it on my phone. Do we have something new I've got to look at? There's something I missed today? Because I'm taking instruction from you guys. I don't like at all covering fires. I hate them. So I'm here for you. So I let chat guide. When it gets a little bit calmer, just tell me which fire we would like to look at. Oh, we really dodged a bullet today for everything prior to now. Knock on wood. That happened. But we're not going to be lucky with the weather. We have red flag called off for the southern part of the state. It's still active. Probably, they said until Monday, 3 p.m. at the last time I heard. Oh, I'm glad I muted it for you. All right, that sounded like somebody kick-started Harley and put the radio right up into it. All right, so on the Watch Duty app on your phone, if you dismiss all the incidences at the bottom, there's an actual search bar, update if you don't see that, and you can just type in the name of any of these fires. Search bars are usually at the top. People don't usually see them at the bottom, but it is there. The Spunky Fire, can't make this up, in LA County was 5 acres. It was at Spunky Canyon Road and Bouquet Canyon Road. An hour ago, they called forward progress stopped. Cool. It had the potential for 50 acres, but it seems like it only amounted to about 5. I hear constant medical calls for breathing problems, of course, because that is not clouds, that's all smoke. So, Bugs, this is the greatest potential threat right now of all the fires burning in California. Very lucky with weather breaks and it being a little bit more mild. So all the new ones that occurred today, as we knew they would happen, that's all our heroes need. They're very competent, pouncing immediately on everything and trying to get it out or contained before the weather gets worse. It's a race against time. So that's been going just swell. Perfect coordination between air attack, ground units. Everything's been going very well with the new ones that broke out. There's unfortunately been some sad loss from, well, the one that broke out in Eldorado County was a structure fire that was fully involved, and then it went to vegetation. So we know we've taken some losses today, but we didn't lose neighborhoods like we could have. Yeah, that's the breathing problems tone out. So as you watch the sunset right here, I'm going to try to see if I've got a, we'll switch to the flash fire if I can't immediately find the battle map for the basin. So let me take a look there off screen. And if I have a basin battle map, we'll see how well along they are in their progress towards making these dozer lines. We've got clear views about, a very good indication of their progress for the flash and the bolt fires. But like I said, the Forest Service knows forthcoming with their maps. It's cool though that they posted that one on Facebook. It's incomplete. So what I'm going to do off camera, see where's the special website. Let's go to favorite. And do put your questions in the chat. My favorites menu. Okay, sorry. Hang on with me. I screwed up my browser window. Other favorites. There we go. I'll rearrange this for quick access now that I found it again. Okay. That's right. I put it under fire. Battle maps. Found it. Okay. Now it's a big maze. It's just a list of like counties and incidences, and it's not really organized well. So if I find it, and once I find it, oh boy, am I gonna re-bookmark that?
P Street with cross of Edgar Avenue, 1460 P.
Sorry, that's breathing problems. I'm gonna mute that for that individual. Okay, California specific incident. All right. Federal, okay. Got the June Lightning Complex there. That's CAL FIRE, which is not federal, but okay. Basin, all right. Let's fingers crossed. BIS means, right? Oh, blank, that folder. Aha. I think we got it. Okay, let me see. It's all in Chinese, basically, and weird codes. Found one for this morning. Yeah, it is the Basin map. Okay. We're cooking, guys. Am I good or what? I'll drag this over in just a second. Let me make sure there's not a clearer map. We can zoom this in as much as we want and see where they are doing their work. Okay, so that one file is open. What's it called? Okay, yeah, 2020. Everything else is 2028. Or is it 28? Excuse me. 29th of June versus the 28th. All right, so let me save it so that I can show you the full glory, the full massive high resolution battle map for the Basin Fire. Yes, and then we could do it for the Flash and Bolt too. Right here. So I'm save it to Basin battle map. Got it. Open file location. It's a PDF. Okay. I guess it's a Geo PDF, ones that have coordinates baked into them. Those are useful. You can put on tablets and stuff, and type in longitude and latitude in the tablet, and the PDF, which is a map, will go there. So that when they give each other coordinates, they could type it in, assuming they have internet, right? Access, and they'll say, well, there's a ridge line. Okay, coordinates. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, tell me about what's happening at that ridge line. Oh, it's coming up over this side of that. Everybody else knows, and then they can respond accordingly. And that's super important. They call them the high resolution photographs are called geotiffs, where you can search by coordinates and street names and stuff. And the ones that are PDFs are called, I think, GeoPDFs. The Andin Fire, new. North Twin Oaks Valley Road and West San Marcos Boulevard. Right, got a new fire. Hang on, we'll come back to the battle maps for the Basin Fire. San Diego County, east of Carlsbad, quite a ways. There's a 50 by 50 foot. All right, still listening to Fresno. That was crackly radio. There's a 50 by 50 spot in the wash behind apartments with a slow rate of spread, but in heavy bushes. San Diego County, Andin Fire. Okay, it was reported 1 minute ago. A few seconds ago, fire is contained. Okay, radio's crackling and somebody's saying, I copied that all resources are off the line. I think they mean daytime resources. The night crew is arriving for the Basin Fire and, of course, the Flash and Bolt. Let me see. Yeah, wow, we could zoom in indefinitely. I'm blown away by this. Okay. New update on containment for the Darlene 3 fire in La Pine. 60% contained. I haven't heard of anybody needing updates for that today. It's really looking good, knock on wood, as last time I checked. Okay, I have to do something to show you this map. I've never set up a PDF reader as a window, but I'm blown away at how well we can zoom in on this. This is incredible. So let me quickly set that up here as a new source. Source is what would it be called? Not capturing my monitor. I'm not capturing a webcam. Not capturing the browser. Generic window. Okay. It needs to be bigger. I need to configure that. What stupid software I have. Okay, hang on. Try again. Generic window capture. All right, daytime resources are off Division Alpha, they just said. Why doesn't it say PDF reader software? Okay, I'm adding it as a new source, whatever. I'll just call it Fox it. Yeah. I do not like Adobe Acrobat. It's full of holes, like security holes. It's a great way to get a virus. Viruses usually tend to be written for, and malware for, the most popular software that reads them. So we just don't use the most popular software, and Adobe is not really good at security. So I use Foxit. PDF reader is free. Foxit. Never had an issue with it. Needs more of a dark mode though, but it's okay. It does decently. Ow! Screen. So glad I muted it for you guys. Do time match. Capture the cursor. Okay. All right. Now resize. Fit it to the screen. Not on top of my face. And the clock. Thank you. All right. Behold. Drumroll. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Have you prepared yourselves? Look back at chat real quick. I have full screen here. I won't be able to look at chat. Yep. Yeah, I can do that. It's small right now, but it's going to be big. Bugs! Whoa! I'm sorry, Bugs. I wasn't looking at chat. Thank you for your kind and generous support. Did you guys know Bugs Bunny was the second person ever to donate to the stream? She's an original gangster in 2020, even when I was saying, don't give me any money, guys, because I was an idiot back in 2020. I thought, I'll just cover fires for 2 weeks. 3 months later, I realized I lost 3 months of my income. All right, I'm listening to more Fresno. Oh, and Larry, you popped up too. Guys, we're getting much closer to the laptop thing. Okay, so here's the way it's going to go. We're going to continue to look at the basin. We're almost done. I got battle maps too for the bolt and the flash. We'll read the situation about Fresno County best we can. The basin is the biggest one. The potential of it to become a screaming nightmare. And they're running out of time for this is considered good weather. It's not, but considering what's coming down the pipe next few days, this is good weather. All right, watch this, and thank you, Larry and Bugs, for your continued kind support. You guys are the best, and I will try to read out the names of everybody else who's donated the best I can. I keep getting an address, but I don't know if it's a fire call, medical, or police, or what. Watch this. Watch this. Look how far we can zoom into the map, and it's all readable. That's way better than what they provided on Facebook, where you zoom in and it's all pixelated. This is, wow. And it smoothly zooms in and out because you guys, with your kind donations, I built the equivalent of a little mini supercomputer. Granted, the video card is humble. No. Hey.
12 copy.
Okay, I didn't unmute it. I'll have to get like a little button board. I bought one thanks to your kind donations. I don't know how to use it, but I'll be able to quickly unmute and mute with a hotkey instead of moving the mouse over to the other monitor. What he just said was that location, we just found it. It was a small fire put out by the homeowner. I don't know how it started. If it was purely accidental, good job, homeowner. If they were hanging out with fireworks or something, bad homeowner. Look at this. So let's see how they are planning to protect the area. Remember how they said in between every word I just said, they already went almost funny when it interrupts me. Sorry, this is really bright. I'm sitting in front of a really old TV that was cheap. It's 42-inch cheapo TV. At least it's 4K. But this is, we finally understand exactly what they're talking about when they said we will defend where we can. We will have to wait. We can only make lines where we have the ability to quickly enter and exit, basically for firefighter safety. So even though they might want to save a mountaintop or a big, say, right here, like here's where they probably are not going to be able to save. Excuse me. Right in here, where it says Shunt and Turtle Creek and Ross Creek and Bear Wallow Creek. Just there's one road in and out. Who knows what the quality is? It looks like they may some access, but they may just pull back to where it says K30 right here. Make that bigger. Because everything in 21 and 22.
Hamilton Elementary School, they're pretty much running all the water right down the street. It's going for quite a ways.
Uh-oh. Hamilton Elementary School has a sprinkler running down the street. All right. Anywhere you don't see roads 29, 28, 27, 22, 21, 20, like that may be a really awesome habitat. There may be historical value things. There could be Indian graveyards or sacred spots. They can't do anything about it. They only have road access in the squares of like 16, 17. So they're going to build their defenses up there and wait for the fire to eventually spread to come to them, even if it isn't there right now. That's the horrible thing about not having fire access roads, but they no longer set up firefighters to die by parachuting them in the middle of nowhere and saying you're on your own. That used to be the policy, but there's all kinds of dramatic movies about how that was always a bad idea. Like, wouldn't you know, right? So there's an amazing sunset. Let me show you that real quick. All right, that's live view. We're waiting for the infrared cams to click in. Meanwhile, here are the battle maps. Let me try to, I need my third monitor set up. As soon as I do, this will probably buy me some table legs, guys, and I can just maybe hire a handyman, just say, fix my table. I have no idea how to do it. Maybe I can show you guys later. But it's the corner piece that would make this desk an L shape. I'd have 3 monitors around me. And then that'll allow us to use the drawing pen software, right? Instead of gesturing my mouse, I'll just draw big circles around things like we used to. But it doesn't work unless you full screen an image and capture the entire monitor. Now my supercomputer can handle it, but as most people can't handle tri-monitor setup with high resolution, but we can't. Okay. All right. We'll tally the laptop goal a little bit later. So what we have here, you check the chat. Robert says, be good till you're, I'm not sure what you're saying, Robert. To your innocence of awareness, the inner child. Yes, double rainbow, whatever you're talking about. Yeah, Alpine's up to 65% containment at the Darlene 3. We'll look at that too. Yeah. But local news is doing a good job covering it. So thanks all for being here. Did I miss anything? But man, yeah, you get tons of hearts. I almost forgot your heart training. You know? And you do it like that. This is quintuplet hearts level of S tier donation. Thank you, friend. We had a good day so far. You know, knock on wood so far. Days ahead are going to be messed up. We're going to enter the ninth circle of hell, or seventh, or whatever Dante's Inferno is like. By 4th of July, everything's getting hotter, drier, and windier. Hold on your butts. But look what we have acquired. Now, let me zoom back out to go see the key. So this is 100% zoom level. This is a huge map. The K stuff, by the way, are your evacuation zones. Divisions are the different crews working in different areas. We can see the enormity of the fire. Look at the big gray outline. The big gray stuff. Even if that stuff's not on fire yet, that's where they're probably putting contingency lines right now, and you can lose a lot in between. The stuff like Old Mine right here, I mean, maybe we have really priceless gold rush type ruins and stuff. Sometimes they will prep buildings like that and stay there and save history. Columbus County has a good track record of doing that, for example, but not if it's too intense. So the fire is just, its potential to spread really quickly. They do a calculation, and people may wonder, why are the lines so far away? Like, do they want all that to burn? They don't want it. But you notice the terrain. Everywhere that is a canyon with the water going through it, the drainages, it can rip roar through those canyons because that's where the wind is faster. So you can see that, like going up from where the actual fire perimeter is right here up to where it says Division D. That can make its way there incredibly fast. And so they are doing a calculation. How long does it take to build our lines? Could we have them complete before fire got there? Should wind directions and conditions change? They're probably doing some. If that gray is any indicator, we're going to look at the key down at the bottom to what everything means. But this may be their contingency. Their contingency. Let's go look at the key. Go to the bottom. Oh, no, there's no key. There it is. Over here. It's tiny. I just got a jingle on the phone. Okay, maybe a different map has the key, map key to what the symbols and the colors mean. So solid blue, let's get this zoomed in. So detailed. You can even plainly see that drop points for helicopters dropping off supplies. The solid blue square, instant command posts are half solid. Blue square, division breaks and stuff where different divisions are assigned.
Communications. We've tried to call back multiple times, however, there's no answer on callback. Unable to leave voicemail at this time.
I'm going to mute that. Doesn't sound fire related. road closures in red, like roadblocks, warnings lifted. I didn't even see that they penciled that in. So I was hoping like those are lines or contingency lines that we'd have another key here. We don't. So I may have to look at the other maps to try to figure it out. Now down here, isn't this, yeah, a smaller one of their fires that they got taken care of during the lightning storm down in that K33 area. So, okay, let me look back to the chat. Anybody does know how to read these? I'm kind of a noob at it, but I know about the X's and some of the basic key stuff, but not exactly what like gray pencil means here. Well, let's go to chat. Hey, Irvin, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Just thought, can a dead mall be used as a shelter? No. See the parking lot. Mall fires are some of the most crazy, especially if they have skylights, because you have one big open space. So all it takes is somebody to open the main doors, the double doors, and the heat, if the mall would catch fire or catch the roof on fire and burn through the roof, you'd have this tremendous wind tunnel effect. Skylights would break out, and it'd be an explosive spread of fire throughout the mall. That's why I'm against turning malls into housing. I really am against that. So we're hearing engine 1 available and stuff like that, mostly for Fresno. We're still listening. So just remember, what keeps people safe in a building is fire doors. Being able to shut doors, shut hallways down. So fire, like the worst thing for like say a multi-story building is say the fire's on the east side of the building and the windows break out, right? So it's got air on the east side. The worst thing would be for it to run the hallway all the way the length to the west side and break out the window. Then you have a wind tunnel wherever a cross breeze effect, right? So the wind will just fly through there and just turn it to a blast furnace. It's like a chimney effect. Doesn't matter if it's straight up or sideways. The fire will suck in the air, cause a draft, and incineration of everything. So like old hotels didn't have drop down fire doors in hallways, and so that's why you have mass fatality events in some of the high-rise buildings until they changed the fire codes. You had like 200 people die at a time in like the 50s and 60s. It's also something that keeps smoke out because smoke is the biggest killer. So this is very hard to save a structure once fire is going through a hallway from one side of the building to the other. It goes from, oh, there's a fire in one of these rooms over here to the entire floor's on fire and everybody's trapped. So with malls, you don't have any way to divide the fire and keep it in different rooms. The fire would have to take its time, like for example, if you're in an apartment or if you're in a hotel, shut the door behind you if the fire's in your unit. Don't leave it open. That's been one of the biggest mistakes. We had a historic hotel turned apartments burn really badly in Portland because people ran out of their kitchen fire and didn't shut the door behind them. So as long as fire is in its own room, it's starving for air. It has to chew through fire-rated doors, which will take a long time. Chew through the drywall, which is fire protection. Usually they're good about not being wooden floors anymore in between units. Usually there's like a, something. But all you need to do is buy people time to get out, firefighters time to arrive, and that's by sectioning. So if it bursts through one apartment, enters another, but that door is closed and all the windows are closed too, that's slow spread, right? So you need fire stops in between floors, in between units, and in between hallways. It's not rocket science. architects need to build buildings like a checker floor. The malls, though, there's no, it goes into the main area, first through the skylights. Raging Inferno, gutted building instantly. I've complained about what a dumb idea it is to put your average mall and turn it into, tiny low income housing. You just you don't do the poor any favors by putting them in a death trap. The poor are often the elderly and the people less likely, disabled, less likely to escape. Wait.
I copy. Can you confirm the location for the standby?
Wait. Fireworks. What are they saying?
It's 2053.
If a mall like that was on fire and the skylight was already out, the firefighters would just get out and let it go.
Yeah, this is going to be due to malfunctioning blue collar. Emergency has been mitigated. Engine 6 acceptable.
Engine 6.
Emergency was mitigated? I don't know exactly what they were talking about. It was all broken. Okay. All right. So, battle maps. Let me look back at chat. But the mall parking lot, excellent place, sheltered place. Sorry, I have to mute that. It just beeped over me. Ow, it's extremely loud. Okay. There are different kinds of malls, so not all of them are 80s style. The National Mall and stuff in Washington D.C. is a bit different. If they installed some things such as like a movable skylight closure thing, like a movable motorized like steel door, that moves along the ceiling and blocks the skylight. I mean, A, that's good for storm defense, and B, that would be perfect, but it would be tricky to set up, expensive. That would be fire protection, but Coconut Grove nightclub fire, which is one of the deadliest fires ever, had a motorized moving steel thing like that. Well, for storm protection, and their nightclub was famous in Boston because during World War II era and the Prohibition era, because they had a dance in the forest under the stars and under the beach on a virtual beach inside of their nightclub. So they had artificial palm trees, and then that thing was a highlight of like slow dance. On a starry night, they would slowly peel back the motorized gate off the skylight, and you would see the stars above you. And it was like high class entertainment thing, and live bands playing jazz and stuff. So when the actual fire broke out in the Coconut Grove nightclub down in the basement club area, the fire was sucked up.
Copy. 9's available.
Oh, that's sad. Somebody is locked out of their home, and usually fire departments and police will respond and let you into your own place. But she goes, we're gonna tell them to call a locksmith. That'll cost you like $200, $150 maybe this time of night on a Saturday. Sad. Okay, so back anyway. Coconut Grove nightclub fire, deadly, 400 something fatalities. When the fire broke out, they tried to shut the skylight door. It happened in the evening, and the fires ripped. It went along the ceiling of the basement and ran up the stairs. Then it ran down the hallway at lightning fast speed and entered the main dance floor and stampeded everyone. And this was in a matter of seconds because it was like a blowtorch.
3671 Larkin Avenue.
You can take your traffic to Clovis Channel 1, please.
This might be a fire. Hang on. Had smoking in every portion of the nightclub, so they had an extreme ventilation system to keep the air fresh.
Zone 52626. Argyle.
Why does that happen? Anyway, the extreme ventilation pulled the fire along the ceiling. There was burning decorations like fishnets and stuff, and also burning some pent-up toxic gas that had been building up in the walls probably. Fire probably started in the walls, was there for hours, and burst through. So it was invisible carbon monoxide or something else that can burn. And so they had a blowtorch effect where a twisting tunnel the size of like a barrel of fire raced through the lower basement bar up the only major way to escape, the stairwell, did a right turn, went down the main hallway right to the foyer where people were coming and going, lit people's hair on fire the whole way, entered the main dance floor. They slammed a button to close that skylight motorized steel door thing, and it then chewed the electrical wires, and everyone was plunged into darkness. No exit lights or anything. No street lights outside, and nobody could see. Windows were all around them, so they ran for the door, and they log jammed it, got stuck, trapped at the front door. Even though they died right next to windows, nobody could see windows because in the street lights outside. Okay, that was canceled, whatever response that was, due to the Japanese, the Imperial Japan. They bombed Pearl Harbor, dragged us into war. So Hitler declared war on us soon after. So the East Coast, Boston, had blackout orders. I'm going to write this down as a nothing event. Okay. Talking about coconut grove fire. Don't Google it unless you want to cry. It's just super tragic. So everybody there were no street lights that were on at the time because if the Germans came on the East Coast, whether or not spy planes or bomber planes or saboteurs, they didn't want them to know where the cities were. So all cities went to blackout and they didn't have lights on. So everybody had to have special bulbs on their cars, and they couldn't drive after sunset. So it was a compelling reason. And everybody confuses blockout curtains with blackout curtains. So they're popular again these days. Blockout curtains block out sunlight coming in your place or light. Blackout curtains make it so no light from your building can go outside and be seen outside. So it looks like your structure's just totally dead, that nobody's in there partying, you know. So they had to cover all of their windows with thick curtains, and nobody knew windows were even there. So people died by the dozen right next to safety. And it's just a lot of things that led up to that specific tragedy. But because the motorized skylight, that would have protected people the most if it had slid into place. Because it didn't, because it was electronic, had no backup, and the fires chewed through the electrical system real fast. It hung up, skylight blew out, and all of a sudden you had a wind tunnel effect. The crazy ventilation system that went along the ceiling, the ductwork, and huge fans at the exterior of every building right above the exits drew the fire quickly above everybody's heads. You had to crawl or your hair was on fire, and it drew the fire to all exits within like 45 seconds. A big, huge, sprawling nightclub with a capacity of 1,000, probably 1,000 in it that night. So that's why I'm saying that a skylight is a nightmare in a mall, and you can't make safe housing out of that. Even if it's a motorized thing that would close or something, you'd have to have super battery backups and elaborate wiring, and so I don't see that as feasible. To to answer your question. Not most situations. There's plenty of old malls I don't want to see die. They have better uses though than low income housing. Just don't put the disabled, elderly, and kids and poor families in death traps. They're the least likely to be able to escape. All right, so let me look back at the chat. All right, let me look. Does anybody have any questions right now? Thank you again for your kind donations, guys. It bugs you out to yourself. Okay, do we have infrared yet? We don't. So I'm waiting. So I'm still looking at this map. Now, until we get a true key, I'm just going to guess that the gray is the furthest extent of their contingency lines. And I guess the evacuation zones are penciled in. They're just faint red lines, but it colors the fact that this is all mandatory evacuation, these sections. So they are preparing for the fire to go all the way to this reservoir. Let's zoom in. See this by Woodchuck Wishon Reservoir. So I'm going to interpret that until I find it otherwise. Main lines and contingency. So the smaller, like maybe we can hold this ridge kind of lines, I'm going to interpret as light gray penciled in. So you can see like in the interior, they are doing it. Zoom in further. All right, not that far. Okay. I'm interpreting the main roads to best access and ridge tops are their main lines, and they are doing what they can, where they can, putting smaller ones. Like I said, they'll look like flower petals and stuff. Like the line can't be straight because they're following the contours of the canyon and the land, right? But they'll do this where they're most confident that they can hold, especially like right here where you got water, where it says at the end of the Jameson, that little pond or whatever that is. So I need to find a map key, properly read this. But I hope this gives you an idea of the gigantic nature of the potential for this fire. That is under 10,000 what's penciled in red. You see the huge gray outline? The worst case scenario is it really could fill that all in with fire. That'd be like 40,000 acres if the worst case scenario happened. So that gives you an idea. I don't expect the worst case scenario, but if I try to tell people a middle ground, best and worst case. Best case scenario right now would be, for some miracle, the fire doesn't spread much in the next few days, even though there's a massive heat wave and low humidity. Probably will, you know. And maybe there's an immediate turn of fortune right after the 4th of July weekend, it's like rain or something. And maybe it helps them. That would be the best case scenario. Lone Tree Fire in Antioch, foreign progress stopped. Didn't even know about it. Sounds good. But this is sobering. This is why the battle maps are important. So now we've finished up. If there's any questions on that, at 9:08 we finished up battle map. Let's go look at the flash and the bolt fires in their battle map, where it looks a lot more promising. So, this is the Basin battle map, and we're waiting for the cams to go into infrared. They start the flash bolt. Battle map and summary. There's very crackly radio. Where would you like the water truck to go? And he goes, well, it doesn't. Then it gets cut off. Okay, so okay, I can finally see chat again. Let's. Somebody's at yes, black and white infrared now. Hey, jury selection 420. How you doing? Urban says you really need to put all of your knowledge into a book. People read books. But thank you for the compliment. I wanted to be an author at first, and you know, I find though that you can tell people a whole lot in less time with illustrative stuff and video. Maybe I should just write a script and I could have a series and people can learn about fires that way. There's plenty that's been written about Coconut Grove. Nobody still understands it fully. It's one of the most mysterious and deadly fires in the history of modern times. Let's go back and look at current activity of the basin. Here's Delilah. See what I mean? Little spots of white where the hot spots are. But since it's grass and the bushes are the primary fuels, that's been cool a long time. It's black. Oh, sorry. Can't be losing my voice. But I am. It's also a depressing topic. So I have to be careful to explain how we've learned from the past and how really simple design changes can prevent everything that occurred there. Most people would have escaped the Coconut Grove fire, but of course, where it started in the basement, people ran up the stairs and they hit the exit door at the top of the stairs, and it was locked. So it's a death door. Where we heard that before. So that caused everybody in the basement, a couple hundred people, to stampede into the main foyer where there already was a couple hundred people. And because we're by a house by Kirsch Flat, he says. What about the house? Prepping it? Please continue saying that. It's a good lesson, especially for architects and new fire regulations. If the ventilation system could detect heat and have emergency shut off, it wouldn't have drawn the fire in 45 seconds throughout every corner of the building. And now we know that it's not good for all of the ventilation to terminate above all the exits, right? The ventilation should go to the roof. And what that would do is ventilate,
43, you can disregard.
Get the heat and the toxic smoke out of the areas so people can quickly escape. People don't realize that they also had a mystery black smoke toxin from fake leather. But on the bright side, they banned it. There's still fake leathers out there. Pleather, right? Faux leather. When it's on fire, it's made out of vinyl type stuff. It's basically petroleum product. So people took one breath of that smoke and they passed out. And so just banning the worst offenders of fake leather, especially as a decoration on walls, let alone handbags. When fake stuff was all the rage, like oil was a wonder material, and it's so cheap. Oh, it's cheap for a reason. When you decorate with petroleum and plastic on the walls and ceilings of your building, you basically have the equivalent of sprayed crude oil all over the walls and ceilings of your building. So we're still learning that lesson. The big 108 death toll in Iraq from a wedding a couple years back. the fireworks inside of a wedding building, lit the ceiling on fire, and it all just collapsed, melting plastic on people. It was almost like the ceiling was a sparkler fireworks. It was already against building codes, but spray on foam needs to be immediately banned. It's like just spray on wall insulation. Yeah, go ahead, just spray crude oil on your walls. That's fine. That's going into homes in Arizona and other places. Like, we need to learn our lessons. Don't do that. Rock wool is the fireproof insulation that you want. It's cheap. We've got a lot of light in the canyon. That's not all fire. It's heat too. So let me just show you the map where we're looking. No plastic on the exterior of buildings. Grenfell Tower disaster. We just need to ban plastic as a decoration in structural material. Like, it's really not rocket science. And polyurethane foam has to go. When this stuff burns, you have contamination of the entire region and area, and this is why firefighters die of cancer, and that's the number one cause of death. They get exposed to it. The smoke settles on their skin and hair and their gear, and they do their best. After every fire, even if it's freezing cold, they hose each other off with the icy water of the hose. So you get the toxins off of them. Goes into storm drains. Light structure threat. Yeah. But it's forever chemicals, PFAS and stuff. It's all the same. Super toxic. Okay. That was a broken radio thing. But I think they're prepping structures on Kirch Flat. That's the best thing I can make out of that. So I do have a plan, like little shorts, little digestible little shorts. Should you buy a house that has aluminum wiring, spray on foam, polyurethane foam, and like which is oftentimes a soundproofing thing. Should you, all these streamers, they buy the little soundproofing squares that's behind them and it's all fancy. Wow, you just fire loaded your room. Don't burn a candle anywhere near those, guys. That is what is responsible for rapid spread with station nightclub fires. Freaking insulate foam. You're probably sitting on your polyurethane foam right now. That's the majority of car seats, office chairs, and couches. So it's as large as it's bad enough when it's a little office chair. And it's impregnated with flame retardant. So you're sitting on flame retardant. You're breathing it in too as it breaks down. Almost all modern furniture has flame retardant on it, mandated, sprayed on the outside, because of polyurethane foam is like crude oil or kerosene on the inside, the cushioning part. So we're all getting extremely unhealthy and sick because polyurethane foam is just cheap and extremely flammable. So they did a calculation with the Charleston disaster where they lost at least 8 firefighters in one building fire at a sofa warehouse, I believe. Sofa King disaster. Once one of the couches caught on fire, they did calculations where a couch on fire is the same as an oil drum. 60-gallon oil drum, basically. So if you're sitting on an office chair, it may be equivalent to 20 gallons of oil. Not 100% on the exact calculations of BTUs and blah, blah, blah. But it's kind of no wonder, this kind of stuff happens. So let's see here. Happy Quail says, I agree, the white images are hot and the images are showing, yeah, we still have not much wind, so the heat, and it's also light reflected on the underside of its own smoke, Plus, they can't calibrate this any better, I don't think. We're seeing light as well as heat. If this went into color, it would just look like gray smoke with some peachy glow in it mostly. But let's see. Oh yeah, the beam on the map. So what we're seeing is past Rogers Ridge. And what's the width of the beam? So the highest level of brightness, we'll check it with CalTOPO's heat map, is Dinky Creek. It's probably running, moving up Dinky Creek. It's hard to tell that from Basin Creek, but I would think it's where Balch Camp Road and Ferguson maybe is. But we are going to check the heat map because it could be closer to that. Who knows how far we're seeing? So let's cross-reference that with our current satellite. That Dinky Creek. Sycamore Springs Creek. Dinky Creek is one over. That's where Balch Camp is. Okay, so it's Sycamore Springs Creek. Here's our latest heat detection. That passed over 1 minute ago. And the heat detection of red means less than 10 minutes ago. So it's within the last 11 minutes that there's a flare-up big enough to re-trigger the satellite. It's not a fire detector, it's a flare-up detector. So the satellite comes by, the one that does the squares goes really fast, and every 20 minutes, 25 minutes. So that can't pinpoint where stuff is because it goes beep across the sky or whatever. It's got lots of assignments, right? So every square is the margin of error. It's not where the fire is, and it's not a fire detector, it's a heat detector. So when it comes back in 20-ish minutes, the fire has to be at the same high intensity or worse for it to go red again. So that is its most active part, which corresponds to the brightest spot on our camp. Let's look at the battle map. What do they have at Sycamore Springs Creek? I love how far we can zoom.
West 7th Street at the Just Lift gym. Your patient's going to be located out.
Okay, sorry, there's a patient at a gym. I gotta turn that down and mute it for you guys. Okay, you know what? Since it's a geo PDF, can we sort? Ah, darn, I can't sort by words. That's not searchable. That would have been cool. But let's find, that's Big Creek. Oh, right here. Balch Camp is right there. That's Dinky. That's Lower Rancheria. Right here, unlabeled, is Sycamore Springs Creek. So fire has significantly expanded over this ridge into the square 8 and 9. Probably came over from the east side. And that would be the new fuel. That would explain why it's so bright. This is my guesstimation. So I think my estimation of at least 10,000 acres by dawn is still accurate. But if it's pretty a calm wind or not much, the smoke that it's making right now is going to smother itself, and we'll see it die down quite a bit, I imagine. As long as there's not much wind, it'll just sink down into the canyon. So it might kind of act sluggish, like it has the other couple nights. Hopefully that buys them some time. So let me make sure. Yeah, Balts Camp North Fork. I do believe that's where we're looking. Happy Quill says that's interesting. Also seeing the light. I never do that before. Peace Dove says air fryers, flame retardant, heavy chemical effect on. Oh yeah. What about air fryers? I found one that did not have any PFAS. I don't think they have flame retardant in them. PFAS is Teflon, so it's non-stick. Anytime some toaster oven or anything like that says non-stick, it is Teflon. It's PFAS. Even if it says PFOA free, well, that's been banned for like 8 years now. That's a different style of PFAS. It's a huge group of chemicals. Don't be fooled. Do not cook with Teflon. I mean, some foolish member of my family did once. Killed my beloved talking bird on Thanksgiving, using it as a turkey drip pan. Just heed the warnings. Birds flop over dead. It's heavy in the coal mine stuff. So, let's see. If we go up from Balt's Camp up to here, remember it's squares, margin of error, but since we have heat on all these other spots, it could be hot drifting smoke. We know that smoke's been drifting around, but I don't think so. This entire area might have a lot of fire in it right now. Oh, sorry, I didn't put down the window. Sorry. Hi.
Hopefully available to call.
Second.
9th Division, Watch 232, you're extremely low.
Sorry. I mean, it says Sycamore Springs. I think it might really be established on both sides of that Sycamore Springs Canyon and Creek. See how we have heat on each side here? I mean, it could be hot drifting smoke, but I don't think so. Let's look at our cams. And it's hard to tell what's going on. So I was hoping, close that from clear, close that. We get a clearer picture. Yeah, there's no aircraft on it. Yeah, that's clear as mud. Now it's out of focus and out of calibration, but do a 15-minute time lapse. Got some in focus frames. I think it is moving. And the flashes, yeah. Okay, just kidding. The flashes, remember, are like when it finds a dead tree to burn or there's a wind gust and there's just more activity and more light. Remember, it's one frame every minute.
It sounds like the Bailey Bridge to the east is better covered by a pipe engine just due to the terrain. I just wanted to keep it already walk the road and I cover down to the powerhouse.
Bailey Bridge.
They'll just keep you on the south side of the river there, watch it from the south side of that road, and we'll keep 345 on the west end on that active finger.
Thanks, Bob. Okay. All right, so that's a decent update. Is saying that a particular bridge, which I forgot to write down the name. I'm gonna need some chocolate. Okay, I'm gonna take a chocolate break for my throat. Hang on, let's listen to it. I gotta go get some peppermint patties, guys. Hang on.
Field Richardson with a report. All units available.
5-21-27.
5, stay up, down to the powerhouse.
That's affirmative. I copy 345 in the loop.
Fresno medic 254 at hospital.
Over.
I got you loud and clear on jump. Copy on channel 4 Tony.
Okay, friends, I'm refreshed. Open up that window for a night breeze. Having nice weather, perfect weather in Portland. It's just like, oh God, I'm gonna turn that off. I can't take it any longer.
Vegetation fire for engine A3, engine across the mountain for small vegetation fires right southwest corner. Mountain View, timeout 2131.
Yeah. Hey. Vegetation fire where? This is where we're listening to it, but I can't take sounds like that. That's the best use of AI. I can't wait for the day when AI is automatically monitoring scratchy crap like that, and it will mute noise like that, mute and delete noise, and fill in missing human vocal frequencies, and everything will be almost as clear as day, or at least not freaking horrible. Come on. somebody do that?
9533 South Golden State Boulevard.
Medical aid engine 110, Golden State, cross it to Wolf and Dinuba for an unknown medical. 9533 South Golden State Boulevard, apartment number 4.
Oh, wait, that's not even the vegetation part. Come on now. Somebody's responding.
On the south side on either the east or west corner. Undetermined. Small spot in the corner of the field. First unit of scene will assume view IT command district 2, TAC district 3 on incident 13650.
Okay, that's the vegetation fire. South side of the corner of Mendocino and Mountain View. Let's find out where that is. They are rolling out engines. Oh, the headaches I get because of this crap, though. So, Mendocino
Fresno Prevention 4323.
and
Prevention 4323 Fresno.
Show me in the area of Mountain View, Mendocino. 15.
there we are. I think. No.
Fire problems for squad floors and 525.
All right. The other. Okay, I'm going to start issuing fines for radio.
43 copy, FA responding for convulsions, District 48, 7th Street, cross of Williams, 522 West 7th Street.
That's more like it. All right. All right, there's Fresno proper. It's southeast Fresno, like Selma and Wineland. They're rolling out the trucks. Southeast corner, southeast corner.
Mountain View and Madison.
Yeah.
Southeast corner of Mountain View and Madison. Should be a 2x2 spot.
4323 Fresno copy. Southeast corner of Mountain View and Madison. Break engine 83, medical engine 141, 531. You copy the update.
Okay. New fire.
Across Mobile Drive.
New fire. Madison and. Okay, so it's further down the road.
Problems for squad 4, 752-586. Bulge cross the.
What causes these horrible sounds?
Medical engine 111, Dinuba, cross of Clawson Drive. Unknown medical, 911 hang up at McCall Village Mobile Home Park, 161 Dinuba, 6 number 162, so not 2135.
All right, that's field is on fire.
Zone 56683, Camellia, cross of Hannah, 376 Camellia Avenue. Hold back, your scene is not secure.
This is southeast Fresno proper. Is anybody else filled with a rage from sounds like this? Yeah, Bob Kate says.
Your incident is actually pound grenade priority 3 now. I can show you AR.
I've got low volume for you guys for a reason. Destroying my ears.
Traffic accident for engine 15, zone 56631, Church Casa Fowler.
But this is a new vegetation fire at Fresno proper. Town. Southeast corner of Mountain View and Madison. Madsen. It's 2x2 foot spot fire. Spot of what? Spot of fire, because there's usually a spot fire is a smaller piece of a larger one. So I think he just said spot, which means like area. See how firefighters confuse the public a lot. I want to see if.
Updated nature, this will be for a fall. 1709
But French, I got chocolate. Oh, and I have those little coconut rolls. Costco. I have M&Ms.
6, hold back as soon as not secure. How do you copy?
I'm low on the bucket, but
He just rolled up on scene.
healthier. I mean, they have nuts in them.
I'll assume that's when I see 83 will have a commit time of about 5 minutes.
Yeah, Dr. Elephant. So, do you think the ham radio ops could improve things? Is that what you're saying? They probably need funding for good equipment. But this, you know what? If I was a first responder and had to listen to this, I think I'd quit on day one. All right, we're waiting to see what the situation is here. At the new vegetation fire at Madison and Mountain View. We'll return to the Bolton flash fires. Basin. So we know that the Basin Fire is running up the, not fast, but it's moving up the canyon that's called, I forgot already. Sycamore, which is the canyon one over to the west from the Balch one. So I don't think Balch Canyon is threatened at the moment. Okay. Dr. Elephant says there are a couple methods to get rid of unwanted signals on a scanner. If the radio system is using tones, you can set the scanner to only break squelch when the tone is present. I'm not sure what that means, but modern scanners can be set to only receive digital, voice, or any, but it's up to the scanner owner to set it up. What exactly is a PL tone? I know it's a horrible noise, but why do they still use this stuff? Hams do it at their own expense. That's got to change. How expensive would this setup be, Dr. Elephant? Fresno County could definitely use a boost here. And we're in contact with Samson Miller, who came in the chat today. He sent me an email so I could reach out to him if it could help. Depends on the scanner they own, but most can use PL tones. I don't know what a PL tone is, man. They're common, but I just don't want to hear that beeping sound or the horrible thing. And it would be nice if the people speaking in a soft voice were equalized, normalized. The people soft are louder and loud people are softer. I know it's really hard to do. I've already set it up for you guys the best I can do. I've already put noise filters and let's see, what filters do I have on desktop audio channel? I'm hearing the raw, which is worse. What you guys are hearing, probably only slightly though. The filters I have on OBS is Open Broadcaster software. I have compressor, so softer things are louder, louder things are softer. Not a lot you can do with that. I have limiter as well, so that the loudest sounds cap out at a certain volume. There's nothing like that for me in what I'm hearing. I'm hearing the raw, so yeah, I could use a lot of advice, like how can I filter a little bit for myself? Like, is there software I could put on my computer that would help this and not be terrible to listen to? That would make my life better. So much better, and yours too. It stands for private line.
335, priority 3, 100 East Avenue, 550.
Can you describe how it works? God, it's giving me a massive headache. We're still waiting to hear what's become of this fire. Did they put it out already? Fresno County does not do pulse point, but are you guys aware perhaps of another 911 list? Like pulse point is awesome.
Medic 356 and engine 1
Right, let's look at our fires back here while we wait. Salina Lookout 2 is showing the western section. Lookout 1 is showing, or the eastern here. Lookout 1 is showing the west. You can see a pocket back there burning through the smoke, like on a mountaintop. Oh, fire contained. Thank God. I'm turning it off. I'm sorry. I can't take it. I can't take it. So we'll look at watch duty. The people doing watch duty. We'll update, and then I'm sure my phone will go burp, burp, burp. Make sure I don't have the maximum of 24 notifications. Pulse Point is a great app too if you know CPR and somebody's having a medical issue like near you. Pulse Point jingles your phone and says somebody needs CPR nearby, and you can get there before first responders. Let me show you what app I'm talking about. Give you guys a link. So you set up the notifications. And some counties and cities participate in it. I hate white screens. It goes on your phone. You know, if you're here, blue dot in that picture, somebody needs CPR over there, you can go help, right? But I've got that active, and several years have gone by without that ever really jingling in my pocket. But I'm sure that's very useful in rural communities. But here, if it'll stop, and you can see the each 911 call, vegetation fire, blah blah, what time for each region that you have set up. Like I have Portland Fire and Rescue, it's departments really. Swan Valley Fire and Rescue, Salem, Woodburn, Malala, those areas use it. So that's how I found out about the aircraft emergency. You can choose which ones you want to know about. I don't care about traffic accidents and stuff and the like, but I have vegetation fires on that are confirmed, not just when they chase after smoke, confirmed structure fires and water rescues and aircraft emergencies. So in the middle of the stream last night, we figured out an airplane was landing with a possible fuel leak at Portland International on a Delta flight. So that's how I went, and I found out about it. So I don't know what other counties use. The actual first responders have a more elaborate version, but you could click on this and you could put it in map mode. But they have agency sign-in up here, special sign-in. This is pulsepoint.org. You don't have to give for gab. I could run the broadcastify audio through a digital filter on my PC. I'm willing to go through the setup. I purchased a thing, and I was hoping John Stoker could come up from California again and visit me. He's a sound and audio guy. I purchased a $350 microphone that'll make this sound way better. And I have the XLR equalizer interpreter thing that plugs in the computer called the Go XLR. And that thing was like, it's a $500 piece of equipment. I got it on super sale, but still a pretty penny. And it's pretty elaborate. It even has little like sliders up and down for equalization. And then I can set a profile, so I can say scratchy radio, press that button, and it'll move all the equalizers to get rid of scratch. And but if just point me in the right direction, if you know about sound filters like that, then I'll reach out to people. I still have some connections to video production people in a Portland area, and I'll ask them how to walk me through it. So I used to run Voice Meter Banana. That was easy enough to figure out. I mean, I build computers, so I'm not a software person. I don't program, but I can follow directions. Okay, friends. I have a few peanut M&Ms. I'm going to mute myself because that's a little loud. I'm going to get the blood sugar back. Ah, okay. Ah, chocolate soothing my throat. Ah, that's good. Right. Okay. Okay. Moving on. Don't worry, friends. No more annoying radio sounds. It's all over now. It's all over now. But Fresno just doesn't do pulse point. So I wish it did. Because it would just show us vegetation fires. You click on, look at the map, and it even shows you what engines and units responded. It's bee's knees for Portland. Okay. Moving on. That's Basin. We already got most of the information we could find out about it. Now, CALEVERAS is in charge of the bolt and the flash. I'm going to assume what I think I heard was the small vegetation fire in Fresno proper at Madsen, and Mountain View is out. Thank God we don't have high winds and stuff. Okay, so it's 6 hours in the stream. We finally are getting to the bolt and flash fire. Just the way it is some days. It's just nobody was clamoring for it in the chat, so we do what people want to see first. So, hey, Auberge says, Doctor, I mostly listen, but I am an active ham. Cool. I'm trying to get my ham radio license. The guys at ODART are taking me under their wing. ODART.org. That's what C-Probe got me into volunteering for. I'm going to try to do some like commercials and promotion for them. The volunteer pilot group, CalDART, is a much older original gangster in this field. So California's DART, it's disaster airlift response team, right? DART. So we're trying to establish one in Oregon, and Jim is a really cool guy. From Jimmo. They do drills at least every spring, and so unfortunately I was out there filming their practice emergency food aid delivery to the coast in the event of a big, the big one, the Cascadia earthquake. And there's a live drill. They actually picked up food from like Eastern Oregon, moved it to the Aurora Airport and Albany and Creswell in Central Oregon, South Central. And then pilots took off for the coast, and they landed and delivered. So the ham radio operators guys, they live in the Ham Castle, which is a mobile trailer unit that is for I think owned by the local fire department, but the hams use it. So they even set up a thing. Remember the radar planes that used to fly around with the for NORAD or whatever? It had the giant disc on the top, and it was like it took radio signals from below and rebroadcast them out across the landscape. They were able to pull that off successfully. So one of the airplanes just flew around in circles and connected ham radios to each other from up and down the Willamette Valley. It was pretty cool. Small World Light, hey, how you doing? Thank you for being a kind supporter. We've had 3,000 views today. So I'm going to show you some statistics in a minute. We're really trending like we wanted to all of your guys' work is working. But here's the downside. Here I was at ODART, committed for the day at the airport, filming and occasionally helping load food and stuff, and working with the ham radio ops. They want me to get my ham license, but I'm like, well, yeah, as soon as I get any time. And so I watched him work, and the problem was, is as soon as that was over, I was there all day and ready to go to sleep at 6:30 and at night. Prepping since like 3 in the morning and leaving. Someone, I think I got there on 9 or so. I had 2 ways to go. I could drive home for more than an hour back to Portland. I could go visit a relative's house by Salem, and I chose to go to the relative's house because it's closer. I could sleep. As soon as I get there, my phone blows up, and the major fires broke out that day, and I did not have a laptop. So that's what the fundraiser drive is. Everybody who has, even donated $1, if 20% of everybody does that day after day, we have an average of between 2,000 and 4,000 viewers. That'll never be, that may never happen again. I'll be able to go live from anywhere. But I grabbed a relative's laptop. My mom showed up, tried to use hers, and it did not work whatsoever. Or didn't have the power to do Firestream. And people even said my voice was cutting in and out, even though I was wearing the same headset and everything. Like, I spent like $2,500 on what we have here, and so it's quite an enormous expense to do video production. But I'm blown away by your support. We're getting there, guys. Every little dollar does count, and you can share it for free and like for free. Because all we need is a small percentage of people to donate. But that means we just need more viewers. So even if you just share the stream and tell your friends and family and put it on your social media whenever we go live. Shoot, I should have tweeted that. I never tweeted we were live. Forget. We were doing the best when the Caldor and Dixie fire happened, and now there was a bunch of $5 donations that came in when 30,000 people were in the chat, because I told everybody to get out of Tahoe 24 hours before the officials got around to it. I looked at the battle map. There's nothing that protected South Lake Tahoe. None of their filter lines are complete. And we knew if it got up on Sierra Tahoe Plateau, there'd be nothing to stop it. It would just race along the plateau, and then it would rain embers down from high altitude. And only wind direction would save South Lake Tahoe. It was indefensible. Just trees over every single neighborhood, thick, growing power lines growing in between tree branches. Just no way to defend it. Maybe just the downtown. So I said, look, it's 3 in the morning. We just saw the fire come up the Sierra Tahoe. It's there. It's established. All the firefighters in my chat are giving me advice that everybody should just leave Tahoe. It's 20,000 plus people that live there. They need as much notice as possible. So I said, guys, this really may happen. Start making your way out. So I was the only person telling it like it was. In the morning briefing, they never even spoke about evacuations for the people. I mean, it wasn't really for onlookers. It was for firefighters to talk to themselves and coordinate. I was like, okay, I don't know why. It's 8 in the morning, but they're not calling people to evacuate, whatever. They're going to. And later I found out there's like a bureaucratic nightmare process where in order to evacuate someplace like that, the old policy was the fire actually has to go closer to a town in order to evacuate it. Or else you got to get it approved by somebody sitting behind a desk in Sacramento, and hopefully he's on call, and God knows what he or she has to do to get approval. And Oh, thank you, Small World Life. You're so wonderful. Yeah. We're going to check on Bolt Fresno, and we're going to tally finally best I can. And we've got battle maps to look at. So the point is that there's a 5 o'clock in the evening meeting that usually went on for an hour, literally on a stage. And I'm like, okay, they're going to tell people now to evacuate south of Tahoe, because here we're watching the fire just get closer, closer, closer. With high winds, it was just going to race across Sierra Tahoe, get on Echo Summit, and then rain fire pieces down on Christmas Valley, maybe South Lake Tahoe if the wind came up from the south a bit, and would probably cross over and head for Nevada. Like, it's just, that's what the wind was doing every day. It's not rocket science, Give people the amount of time that the most that they can to make it orderly and safe. It was weird. It was like Paradise upside down. Paradise only had 3 main roads out of escape out the south. Their population was like 16,000, I believe, and only 1 road north. But if you flip up the map upside out, South Lake Tahoe had 3 main roads out north and only 1 to the south. So I knew that it could be a Paradise Fire situation where people are trapped and burned over in their cars. And it's not defensible. Silly ideas like, I'll just jump in the lake if it comes here. Oh yeah, you'll be hypothermic and dead in like 2 hours. Then what? Ice water, man. It's literal ice water. It would cause a lot of drownings because the 20,000 people all trying to get in the lake at once. Most people react to cold shock by immediately gulping in air. You can't stop it. It's a reflex. So if you're pushed, they push your head underwater, you will start inhaling water. And this is why the Peshtigo fire was the deadliest wildfire in the United States history. People jumped in the Great Lakes to get away from it, and they drowned. So we were watching the meeting dragged on, and they didn't mention evacuations once. 5 o'clock became 6 o'clock. We've seen a mistake before. The nightmare is evacuating at night, because you have to go door to door, because the older folks take their hearing aids out, shut off the TV. So even if you put emergency broadcast on the TV, it's not going to reach anybody. They go to bed at 8 to early rise, mountain people. So can you imagine trying to go door to door on 25,000 people's homes and cabins? They didn't have the people to do that. So err on the side of caution. Tell people right now. And so I fully expected it, but the whole meeting dragged on. They were just talking nonsense about how they loved each other. Remember, CAL FIRE was talking about how CAL FIRE and Forest Service loved each other, and they were working together so well, and everybody knew they hated each other. It was just dismaying. We all watched that meeting together. I said, surely they're going to say it now. So when they got to questions and answer time is, are you guys going to evacuate South Lake Tahoe? They go, nah. We'll let you know. We need that to happen. I spat my drink out, said, okay, that's it. I'm calling for the evacuation. Nice and orderly. Tell your neighbors, let's go. I don't know what the problem is here, but consistently, communities were told very late to go, and up to the last minute, it was really obvious fire is coming their way. I don't know what the bureaucratic process is like. Whatever it is, it doesn't work. They repopulated Greenville in the Dixie Fire, and then Greenville burned down the same day. People were out. Later they explained, whoopsie, that was computer modeling, and the computer didn't show that it could reach Greenville. So, whatever the problem was, I know that failure to notify the public and the failure of the reverse 911 system, which keeps failing still to this day in multiple communities. We got a vegetation fire in Santa Maria, East Main Street, and Philbrook Road. I don't think there's high winds happening anywhere, so I'm not that concerned. 50-foot by 100-foot out roadside vegetation fire and light flashy fuels can be handled by our first two engines. Canceling the remainder of the response to the fire actually has been knocked down. Final update. That was the same paragraph that it started and then it was knocked down. Yeah, our firefighters are good, man. Anyway, to make a long story short, this is why what we do is important. That's why we go 24 hours sometimes. And yeah, we'll check on Antioch in a second. I think things are all right. So that's when I had 30,000 people in the chat. I didn't realize that, but chat was going by a million miles an hour. And so I said, look, here's the battle map. Put it up. Their dozer lines are incomplete. There's no time to complete them. The wind is blowing out of the west every day. Once it is firmly established up here on the plateau, it will follow the wind tunnel, which is the canyon. It aims at Christmas Valley. If a south wind comes up from Christmas Valley, these things make their own weather, it'll go straight. There will be fiery pieces of debris raining all over South Lake Tahoe, everywhere at once. Rooftops, on top of treetops. So it's time to go. You've got to let firefighters do their work. They'll save the most structures by not having to chase down people still left behind. And don't get stuck in this traffic jam. That could be a mass fatality event. So somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 people or 7,000 people left early. I don't know. Everybody said thank you, and they started putting $1 here, $1 there, $5 there. 30,000 people in the chat. So we don't need big donations if we can get numbers like that again. But unfortunately, that happens when there's big tragedies afoot. So last year we didn't break even at all. But more word of mouth gets out, then we'll be fine. So I put down the story. Tahoe. Oh, and by the way, you know what? Spoiler alert! What happened at the end of that story? They waited until 10 p.m. and then they announced mandatory evacuations for South Lake Tahoe. Went door to door at 10 p.m. and they started a massive traffic jam. And it took 9 or 13 hours to evacuate South Lake Tahoe because one by one they closed the roads as the fire approached, just like what happened with Paradise. If the wind had blown a different direction, there would have guaranteed been a mass fatality event of some sort. Whether or not it was panic running into the lake and drowning, people trapped in their cars, it would have been Paradise. But at least the people that did decide to evacuate early, they had a full almost 24 hours of advance notice. And that's one of our finest moments because I have to find the clip, but CAL FIRE makes a blurb later, or the Forest Service, somebody does, firefighters. And they say, special thanks to everybody who left early. So I want to make a little short, like a YouTube comedy short, where it flips over to me and it shows how we called for that evacuation early. And I'll just go, you're welcome. All right, let's look at Antioch. What's it called? Do you know Small World Life? Check on my phone. But we've had other moments. Dixie Fire, they told people of Westwood to drive into a 300-foot wall of flame, to drive north into the fire. Oh, never mind, drive west, which is also into the fire. So he said, look, go east, go to Susanville, or get ready to shelter in place. So I became much more aggressive and assertive with my recommendations for early evacuation after the tragedy of Greenville. I had a bad feeling about it. I'm a local. I know how bad those winds are. But I was a little bit timid. Like, who the hell am I? Tell people that the officials are wrong. The officials just told him to come back. I said, I really don't think anybody should, but that wasn't very, that was meek. They had 20, 30 or so missing people, and because people had come back and began to unpack, they had to stop fighting the fire and escort people to safety. They came back and the fire trucks were melted in the street. So I should have listened to Daniel Kearns, the local volunteer firefighter Taylorsville, who just kept saying the lines are not good enough. So should trust the firefighter who is from the region. And that was a big problem, is they needed to have consulted him at every dang turn. He was right all the time. But people don't realize the incident management teams and stuff, and a lot of the firefighters, they rotate. They work really hard for a couple weeks and then they're off for a couple weeks. So new crews from around the country come in and they were not familiar with the hell they had walked into, called the Feather River Canyon of California. One of the worst top 5 places to fight fire in the entire world. That is what I've said. I'm from there. I mean, so I have a bias. It's not like I am familiar with every corner of the world, but consistently it's California's worst spot of recent years. And there's only a couple other places on Earth where California's fire ferocity is matched, such as everywhere down by the Andes, Peru, Chile, Portugal, and Greece. Australia, of course. It's Australia. Everything's more deadly in Australia. They have eucalyptus trees everywhere. Eucalyptus trees are mad at the world. They're ready to go down and to take the world down with them. Yeah, 1 hour ago, the Lone Tree Fire, Contra Costa County, they had forward progress stopped. That's great. I don't think it got bigger than 2 acres if watch duty is correct. Like I said, the new fires of today, they pounced on them and really did an awesome job. We got very lucky today. I think I can finally say that at 10 p.m. So we looked at the Antioch and timestamped that. I now keep a little diary here of what we talk about so I can rewind and find what we were talking about in the future. There are so many amazing things. I didn't have a clock and didn't keep notes at the time. Where there's things like true fire tornadoes, I think we saw on the cameras, movie cameras, during the Dixie, and I can't find out where they are because every video is 12 hours long, day after day, week after week. I learned my lesson. Wait a second. Message retracted. What's going on? Yeah. I don't know what a ham net is, Dr. Alpha. Donko says I sold my ham for a couple extra bucks for heading down to Laguna Beach 93 to investigate what went wrong with that one. Which fire was that, Don? See? All right. I can edit that out. Don't worry. See? This is what timestamps are for. 10:07 p.m. on chat. Wait. Timestamps are wrong in chat. No, they are. Okay, I'll make a note. Edit. The video's done. I'll do it. I think we can edit all videos that are shorter than 8 hours or 9. Edit out at chat time 7 p.m. Might match the clock. Dr. Elephant's goofball message. But you know what? I don't know that I have to do it. I think when live chat replay is enabled for a stream, like I do that, I think that it Like everybody who was timed out and their messages disappeared, I don't think we can ever see them again. YouTube just plays what ended up happening at the end. It's like being a typewriter person, secretary, and you're typing something, and your boss who's dictating a letter to you says, "Wait a second, no, it's not fantastic. It's fantabulous." So you go back and you erase fantastic, or you know, I had a typewriter that had whiteout. It was cool. Um, the final document is like what we're seeing here with YouTube videos. So I've gotten reports where I go to sleep and my mods say, somebody got out of line last night. And so I look back, well, okay, what time was that? And they eventually got timed out, banned. So what that does is it bans every comment that they made in the entire night. And it just says deleted message, delete message. I was unable to verify, like, what did the person do? So if you do have to ban anybody, mods just note down the time and screenshot, hopefully what you can do. Or at least write down what they said. Don't worry, there's only 50 viewers. Probably 10 are asleep. The other 10 probably out of the room right now because people leave the stream on their TV and stuff. I wouldn't be too alarmed. But thanks for cooperating with each other. Mods can remove messages too. But looks like Bob did. So you can email me, Dr. Elephant, and all the whatever you need to tell me about ham radio stuff. Are you going to bed? Well, good night, Doc. Thanks for the information about radios today. Maybe there's hope that I can get a filter and just tone down this annoying noise. No price is too high for my sanity. All right. Are you satisfied, Small World Life? We'll go back to the flashing bolt. Put a little star there. I'll check it out. If it's still there, we'll handle it. All right, we'll handle it. Or I'll just blackmail you a little bit first. But I'm sure you got deeper pockets than you're letting on. With the right kind of donation, anything can disappear. Just how much you're willing to pay. All right. Normal Life says, yes, the firefighters out here are working hard. It's only you. Bless them. They're doing amazing. All the people out here are lighting off fireworks just because it's legal. Shouldn't be. I mean, you know what they should do is they should open up race car tracks, assuming they're mostly pavement, and allow people to have their fun there. Supervised fun. Have at it. Contests, even. I think a lot of people would find that to be awesome and cool. And maybe we should designate special areas, make special arenas designed for legal firework fun, right? And little protective zones and stuff in case something happens. Kind of like watching the nuclear tests. They had their little bunker and special goggles and stuff, whatever. If you could protect people from a nuclear blast, you can protect people from basic fireworks, and then people can outdo themselves with bringing certain amounts there. And also have a follow-up firework fun day post 4th of July, because there's always the leftovers. Do not store fireworks year after year. Do not keep fireworks in your garage or something. Just don't. Just don't. They can spontaneously combust in the right conditions. It's gunpowder, Just don't keep explosives in your garage next to the car with the gas tank and the lawnmower with the gas and just don't. Contact your local fire department. Say, I got extras. What do I do with them? But wouldn't it be cool to have a let's get rid of them with extra fun night, like 6th of July or something? I was just musing about that, musing about creating patriotic firework pits. Patriotic fireworks pits. Genius. My idea. Genius. Rocket science, guys. I'm capable of rocket science because I kind of think, how can we do this safely and have fun? Beaver Mafia. Well, I usually don't truck with them. I mean, the beavers have started so many wildfires, but I do pay them, and I could possibly kiss the beaver Don's ring and say, I have nobody to turn to. The police. What a joke. However, Don, I come to you for justice. So and so has wronged me. And then he could totally, I'm sure the beaver would have a voice like Marlon Brando and say, tell me, say no more, only where to find him. All right. There's a new fire in San Jose. All right, let's check it out. Yeah, it's not, there's some things that can spontaneously combust. Hay is one of them. Wet hay. That's how we lost the big Tillamook Bay blimp hanger. I used it to store hay. Same exact copy of the one that burned last year in San Diego or LA or something. They are the world's largest freestanding wooden structures on Earth, and we're not taking care of them. They're wonders of the world. Entire old growth forests were mowed down to build these things. Wartime need. Gigantic structures. They're kind of rotting, but up and down the west coast, a few on the east, I believe, they can hold like 6 gigantic blimps that the Navy was using to monitor the ocean for Japanese subs on the west coast. So, since they're exact copies of design, they all hold the world record, right? There's not many of these left. So Tillamook had 2. I can go show you these one day. Just incredible structures. In fact, where's my photos? The blimp hanger. Just say that trip I took with Dad in Tillamook. See, folder. Might be handy. It'll take just a second. Keep me informed of the new one. Yeah. So 2017, Dad came to the coast with me, and there was an air museum in there. There still is a small version. It's just incredible. Just an incredible structure. They have trains and stuff inside. Let's see. Like here's some of the aircraft. It's huge. So it's all old growth, spruce fir and cedar. And they have little sprinkler systems in this one now. But the hay fire that happened to the one adjacent, they stored a lot of hay in it. So what happens with hay? Let me see if I have a bigger. Yeah, there you go. There's me with a train. I love seeing trains restored. This one is special, very special. It's a different long story about it. But it's one of those weird things happen to me things. It was rotting outside years prior, but they finally got to restoring it. The rust bucket. This train survived the actual Tillamook burn, the huge, gigantic forest fire. This building is even larger than you could imagine. Its scale is not captured very well with cell phone. You need a super wide kind of a lens So this is so big that they opened the doors. They opened side to side like so. And a pilot, a trick pilot, popped smoke and flew in there as a stunt in the early 80s or 70s. Like he just flew a private plane and in and out the other side. Totally reckless now I think about it. That could have crashed and burned the entire affair. But they stored hay in the other one that was down the road a bit. And it's a big ghost town, the old Tillamook Naval Air Station. Some of the old World War II buildings are still there, barracks and stuff, officers' quarters. Some of them are gone, but and there's old trains everywhere. You could smell the wood in there, and it's interesting. It's slightly musty, but it's slightly good, like almost like freshly cut lumber. And this was all made in 1940 or 1942ish. They assembled this so quickly. Saying, but they stored hay in there, and so how hay can spontaneously combust, whether or not it's in a truck driving down the road, and I think they had one start at Shasta County once. It was driving on I-5, open hay wagon, like semi truck, open bed, bales, strapped down. The high winds off of Shasta Lake, it's a very high bridge, by the way, hit it, and all of a sudden smoke came from a truck, I believe it's Shasta County. So the burning pieces of hay started lighting the road on fire. So the thing about hay is it's a weird chemical reaction. It has to get moist, and usually the exterior is dry, so if it's baled and wrapped up, it can't dry to the center. And so there's a chemical reaction with bacteria or something living in there, and it begins to make heat. It's like a weird, almost like a fermentation. Bakersfield Raceway fire is new. So my family saw the original Tillamook Blimp Hangar fire in the early 90s, coming up to Oregon to see if we wanted to live here. I don't remember a whole heck of a lot. I may have been with them in a trip, but from Portland, there's a gigantic red glow on the horizon. And so we're like, what the heck is that? And the locals are saying, it's a structure fire. And we just laughed, like, seriously? At the coast, a structure fire at the coast. Surely you must be joking. It was something crazy like a 16 alarm structure fire. Like alarm means how many units responded all over the state, and there's no putting it out. The hay in it and wood, once it came through the roof and popped through the doors, the wind tunnel effect, the chimney effect, there's no saving it. It totally burned to the ground. Now the foundations are still there, but they're starting to build buildings in the foundations. It's so weird. But you can't replace this. You can't rebuild it. There's no money. There's a fund to help restore this one. It needs a lot of work. There's some dry rot. But I want to live stream that one day. C-Probe can fly me to Tillamook Bay. We can land at the airport right next to it, and maybe I can live stream it if we get some donations for it. At the moment, I wanted us to fly to La Pine, but everybody has rented the rental airplanes right now. So I couldn't go see from a distance, of course, the fire at La Pine from above. I'll ask him to check if there's been any cancellations. So that's spontaneous combustion. It's like a ticking time bomb, wet baled hay, especially that wrapped in the plastic kind. Doesn't have to be. Just tightly compressed, wet in the center. Gets hotter and hotter and hotter in there. Unless you have thermal vision, you can't tell. All you need is wind. Introduce a little bit of oxygen. It's like a backdraft waiting to happen inside of a hay bale. And backdraft is caused by a smoldering fire that lacks the oxygen it needs. It has the fuel, has the heat, it's already there, not the oxygen. Fire triangle is fuel, heat, oxygen, 3 things fire needs. So as soon as an idiot or an unsuspecting person, not being an idiot, in the movie, I was thinking about what happened when an idiot opened a hot door. And he was a firefighter, should have known better, but it was just a movie. Did you check that door for heat, Tim? And the newbie opens it, and a fireball explodes in his face and throws him backward. It's an incredible movie of special effects, terrifying. But you do not open a door that's hot. The door handle's hot, or the door is. There's fire on the other side, ready to explode in your face potentially, because all it needs is oxygen. So hay burns like crazy. It's just like the grass fires we're seeing here, and the fires just running at light speed. And same thing with the Newell fire, and unfortunately the fatal fire last year near Spokane, Medicine Lake. The hay was ready to harvest, and the red flag type conditions came up, heavy wind. Some fires started, and it raced across the hay fields, ran into 2 different towns. The Raceway fire, there's a live streamer on the scene. Okay. Have I gone into the ghost town at the bottom of the Superstitious Mountain in Arizona? I've never been to Arizona in my life. I'd love to. Tell me which one that's called. Originally, I wanted to get a trailer, like get donations to get a trailer and do a mobile live stream when I can, but otherwise, film abandoned places and ghost towns. We're talking not paranormal. I don't believe in ghosts, but Wild West, abandoned towns and historical sites. I can't really rebroadcast anybody's live stream. If you guys come back and see us if you need it. Yeah, it's like a mold happy coils. So with fireworks or other things under right conditions, we're talking chemical fires. It's even if there's an organism at work. Fermentation is a chemical reaction, right? Creating beer, it's yeast at work. Bread is chemical reaction that arises as yeast at work. There's 3 Bakersfield streamers on the scene. Is that one guy, that Dad guy? Something like Dad is live or whatever? He was down there at the post fire. He hangs out in Bakersfield. But I try not to. Let's see if there's a cam. Raceway fire. Garden County, 3 acres. Burning at a rapid rate of spread, light flashy fuels. 6 minutes ago. It's not saying we have cams, but west of Bakersfield. Chemical reactions are the most likely spontaneous combustion. No, a person cannot spontaneously combust. That was a perpetuated myth by the people who wanted to ban alcohol and eventually did. They tried to say that you could drink so much. Excuse me, I gotta pop my knee. I'm gonna mute. Ooh, I stepped too long. Okay. They tried to say that you could spontaneously combust if you drank hard alcohol because your blood percentage of alcohol could be so high that your blood could burn. So if you're detecting, if your BS meter is going off the chart, yeah. So is mine. But I heard about it as a kid, and as a kid, you kind of wonder, could that have been possible? And there's so many like spooky books. I got one from the library, and actually one, kind of think of it, the school perpetuated the conspiracy theories because it sold little books that were called like mysteries that can't be explained. Some of them were legit, like Flight 19, Bermuda Triangle disappearance, right? What does make aviation compasses spin, right? That's weird. Never been solved. But then it was portrayed like spontaneous human combustion could still occur. And if you ever see some of the suspected cases of spontaneous human combustion, do yourself a favor, do not Google them. They're the most disturbing images ever. Just don't. So I had this, whenever fear is introduced, people are more likely to believe it. It's a human nature thing. When I took philosophy classes and had sages kind of teach me better about how to reason and think, the first step is put your emotions on a shelf. Say fire for a moment and then just analyze. Is it remotely possible that your blood could be on fire? Right? So that part is not real. But anything that can't be explained should be accepted as real if nothing else explains it. Like freak waves. When the Lusitania was hit by a freak wave and it nearly caved in the roof of her, which camera do we need here? When the Lusitania, I mean, that was like a sister ship of the Titanic sort of thing, had a wave break over and cave in the roof of the pilot house where the captain is at the very top. People had to start admitting that there's things we don't understand yet. So, freak waves, I mean, that's good evidence. If not like direct evidence, we'd have video of it or something, but what else could do that? They're not lying. So, which one of these cameras is looking at it? Dad, do you know those are there? Okay. I don't want to, I'm too tired to network with people and say, hi, can I rebroadcast your stuff? Go ahead and check it out if you come back and see us. That's fine. And it was exciting to watch. But I can't have the copyright claim issue, you know? I'll tune in and just see what is going on. And mute it. Wow, 41 South is streaming guitars. That's neat. All right. Dad's gone live. Now, I don't know how I feel about his channel. Hang on. So he sits in his car and he films stuff, but he also goes to police calls and he asks his chat, should we go to that domestic violence call or should we go to a fire, you know? And I'm like, wait, why would you want to go film domestic violence call? And he parks in respectful distance down the street. But I think he's playing with fire that way. I think somebody might try to kill him. I'm afraid for his safety, you know. But he did do the community a good service where the next call was, he asked his people in his chat, should we look at fire calls next? And I said, yeah, that's helpful. Sure enough, there's a fire in Bakersfield. This was more than a week ago. And it was off stream. I just ended my live and I was trying to wind down. I was trying to decide, should I go live again? There was a dead calm. I couldn't imagine he's getting big. And then we saw on his stream what looked like probably the fire was probably caused by arson. It was in a median. It was a major highway, 2 lanes each direction, but mostly spreading on the side of the road. So that's what he said. I kind of agreed that that's most likely what's the case here, because you can't drag a chain and throw sparks on both sides of the road on a 2-lane highway unless there's something extremely weird going on. Yeah, he's zooming out. Let me moving his vehicle. People are asking in his chat, like, what's on fire? So I don't see the flames anymore. So we did see firsthand what was going on. There was a excited homeless person, presumable with a a cart, eager to talk to firefighters. Couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, of course. But then there's a new vegetation fire that night in Bakersfield. Down the road, 10 minutes, the same road. Dead calm, middle of the night, like 1 or 2 in the morning. Really suspicious. So just listening to the radio, I would not have been able to be more confident about my opinion. But arsonists are mostly caught because there's a tip. People are vigilant. They call in suspicious behavior, and hopefully they've gotten a photograph of license plates or even the people in the crowd watching or something. It may have been that they were trying to attack the homeless. Murderers target those that live on the fringes of society for a reason. They're less likely to be missed, and they could sometimes be hated as a group. He's driving really fast away from whatever fire he was at, so he's just going down a freeway. But it was spooky how that happened. Yeah, and some people sell their overnight news coverage to the brokers who buy it. Yeah, that's a thing. Fire chasers, they make a living by selling their coverage. They're risking their life. So I'm not making a judgment. I'm very concerned for his safety. One time he was filming drug deals straight up at a street corner. It was really obvious. He has zoom lenses, and I'm like, God, if they notice you, man. There was serious gangster activity. So I'm afraid for him. So I know the videographer, Fire Photo Girl, that you're talking about. Anyway, I don't use the arson word lightly. You'll almost never hear me say that. I do it when I think a community should be on the lookout. So is one running around Bakersfield? Don't know. Could have been somebody passing through town. I think it doesn't matter where you are right now because the conditions are such and such. And we know that now the FBI has a $10,000 reward for whoever may have started the assault in the South Fork fires of New Mexico, which were fatal. They still have like 6 or 8 missing people there, 2 confirmed fatalities. Some of these fires do turn out to be that. So if you have any suspicions, take pictures of suspicious vehicles and or persons discreetly, call law enforcement, have them check it out. We heard obvious arson happening, I think it was last year in the middle of summer too, on I-5 in Myrtle Creek area in Oregon, where somebody kept pulling over by the side of the road and lighting dry blackberry bushes on fire. And we had a car description from some of the 911 callers, even the fact the dude had a green flashlight. Nobody got a plate. So I don't believe that individual was caught. The weird thing is that here we were tracking this arsonist move up northbound on I-5 by Myrtle Creek, and we were all really concerned about this. There were 5 separate fires, and at first law enforcement and the first responders thought it was, a dragging chain like down the road. They were not suspicious until multiple 911 callers or witnesses came in and said, a guy just pulled over and lit the bushes on fire. They stayed pretty small. No homes or anything lost, but that's because it wasn't windy. Imagine if it had been. So we could never find out anything about that. It didn't even make the local news, or let alone national news or state news. So This is why people are on edge. But you are the solution. So just keep a calm head and no vigilante stuff, guys. Let law enforcement do their job, but they're eager to do it now. Now that the investigations are done for at least some of the 2020 fires by now, some of them were arson. They come out of the woodwork when the firefighters and people are already busy. The serial arsonists are usually firebugs, which are mentally ill. They're pretty rare creatures, honestly. But they'll repeat their behavior until caught. The other serial ones are the insurance fraud specialists, right? You got a building worth more dead than alive, I can take care of your problem, you know. They don't take pleasure in it, but they're cold as ice that they do it. As far as personal motivations for arson, the number one, they say statistically, is revenge. Have you ever met a jackrabbit? The kind of person who gets excitable, emotional, jumps to rage really easy for slights, real or imagined. You tease them and they want to kick your ass and challenge you to a fight. It's like they act like they're drunk all the time. Oftentimes they're finding out people are like that have prefrontal lobe damage to the front of their head. Happens in sports injuries a lot. Changes personality. They can't control their emotions very well. They tantrum around like a 2-year-old and think like one as well. They cannot anticipate the results of their action. They just do. They just act on impulse. And if it's violent, well, all of a sudden they're swinging punches in your face and starting chronic bar fights and stuff, right? But if they want revenge, they may not think this fire might not just affect one person, but the whole neighborhood or state. So that is another reason why such people need to be caught. They are incapable of understanding the consequence of their actions, not just dumb. Yeah, they can exhibit mania or whatever. Yeah, what did you want to say about Fire Photo Girl? I'm worried for her a lot of times too. He gets real close to the action. Yeah, so there's personality disorders. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not qualified to talk about them. I just know of them. Trying to understand motivations here. So the cluster B is the scary one. Just look up cluster B personality disorders. They either don't care about anybody else, they just are incapable of empathy or don't feel much of that at all. Narcissists can act like what I just said. People with NPD, narcissistic personality disorder. It's not vanity. It's psychopath light. They don't have impulses to kill usually, but they don't care about anybody. So if they're on a cruise with somebody they kind of don't like and that person fell overboard, they might just watch and then text and do their makeup and go to the party. They're the kind of people that don't go out of their way to kill usually. They lack the psychopathic impulse to kill. But they're completely cold. They think they're the only person that matters. They are extremely sensitive, extremely, and you will never have an emotional capability beyond that of a 2 or 3-year-old. So they are a toddler that does not grow up. They act like a toddler their entire lives, and they're colloquially known as Karens. And most Karens probably have NPD, and now we know a lot about them due to people filming them, right? And now that there's a nickname, and I'm so sorry to use that word. I don't want to use that word, but I'm just explaining what the word is. Every Karen I know is a super nice person. I don't think we see the raceway fire here. Any cams? Do they get a charge out of power over women manipulation, power over everybody else? So they have a lust for power, and they require your admiration. And everybody on Earth exists as their servant. They are the only person that is important in the entire world. Every toddler goes through this stage. It's a psychological stage of like child development. This is why toddlers are so scary. They also cannot feel more than one emotion at the same time. They will flash back and flip back and forth between extremes. So if you give a toddler, like I want that candy, and you give it to them, they'll look at you and they totally adore you and love you, like you're an angel, like you're their god. They'll hug you and sweet kisses. You deny them the candy, they may tantrum and say, I hate you, I want to kill you, I want you dead. A toddler actually means it. And they'll scream and tantrum and they're trying to get their way. The part of the brain that does emotional regulation is not grown yet. It's not developed yet. It comes later. And it's a nature versus nurture debate. Do people become narcissists because they're spoiled, rotten, and given everything they ever want, and their parents enforce the belief that pretty much all toddlers have? All toddlers think they're the only important thing on earth. They adore the people who attend to their needs and give them what they want, and they hate the people who don't. And they flip back and forth between loving and hating, their parents and whatnot, by the hour, like by the minute. And thank God they're not big enough to do destruction, but it's a nature and nurture debate. Is it genetic? It tends to run in families. But is it because they spoil the kid rotten and stuff? But they're incapable of empathy, and they sit in a psychologist's office and they say, "Man, I don't understand why I'm treated so bad." The psychologist is like, "Well, how do you treat others?" Stare at the psychologist like, "What do you mean? How do I treat others? They're there to serve me. They should adore me. I'm the most important person on earth. What do you mean? Like I should treat others well? What? I'm not them. What are you talking about?" That's that. So they are absolute liars because they don't feel remorse. They don't feel anything for other people. It's a foreign concept. Yep, most bullies are narcissists, but can't diagnose them. Like it takes a lot of ruling out similar things, right? Now they're starting to find out that if somebody has damage to the front of the brain, the skull, especially like I explain what happened to O.J. Simpson or otherwise nice people who became rageaholics and killers. Like Henry VIII had a jousting accident. He went from a nice king to a serial wife killer. He just had him beheaded on a whim. I'm the most important person on earth. I'll start my own church if the Pope doesn't grant my divorce, Just like, wow. So they react to their rage, and he was a king, so once he issued a death decree, he couldn't take it back because he would then look like a weak king. Right? So people make the argument that he cared for some of his wives that he killed. Yeah, sure he did. That's for sure. Now, they'll say they know love. They can't experience it. They don't actually love anybody. They love people as objects. Right? This is a personality disorder. There's no cure. No cure whatsoever. There's no treatment, really. They'll be like this. That's the thing about personality disorders. It's like being a psychopath. This is the cluster B, the scariest of them all. So what they do is they will fawn over people and adore them and shower you with gifts and praise you, as long as you're serving them, praising them. I think everybody should be praising me and admiring me. If you kind of do that, and they keep you around, they're your buddy, they shower gifts on you. But if they're like, how do I look? And they have a new suit on, If you go, well, rage. They always look great. They're always the best thing. They'll say stuff like, I'm the best ever at X, Y, or Z. Super exaggeration. Hallmarks. Just like children, right? And so, like, they'll do immature things, like, even if they never thrown darts, ever played a dart game, you know, you have to acknowledge them as the best dart player ever, like the moment they start. You know? So, you know, they're masters of manipulation. No, we're not getting political. I know. I'm trying to. That's a argument we can't start. But since there are other things that can cause a similar reaction, right? Like I said, true brain damage, dementia. The personality of the guy, the famous guy who had that rod blow through his brain and he survived in the late 1800s. He went through his eye socket or something. It was doing a tamping rod. It's a famous case. Tamping is like to compact dirt or something, like to make, like if you load a cannon, the rod you put in the cannon, you're pushing the ball back in. That's tamping, right? So this person was being employed by a railroad or something. He was in England, and he was supposed to push a gunpowder packet like into a hole, and then they were going to detonate it to blast, you know. Well, he slams it too hard, and the gunpowder detonates. It blows the rod, and he was looking at it right like so, a metal rod into his eye socket and out the back of his head. He lives. Medical miracle, right? And he wasn't the same. So it destroyed the front part of his brain. He was a changed person, unrecognizable, wrathful, just quick to any kind of anger, walking around angry all the time, could not understand the consequences of his actions. So he basically became a jackrabbit, agitated. If you watched him, I had a coworker like this. They'll just do stuff that's ridiculously stupid, like take a forklift with a precarious load on it and then go as, you know, I'm behind schedule, race across the warehouse as fast as the forklift can go, hit the end of the lane, slam on the brakes, and be surprised when the load sails off the forklift and crashes into the wall on the ground. They can't understand they cannot picture. I'm doing A, it will result in B. Like, just jackrabbit. Go, 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 rush, rush, rush. So you got to rule out the other things. Sometimes you may think somebody's just a narcissist and they're worse. They're a sociopath or psychopath, to use the old terms, right? I use the old school terms because I don't like the new DSMs. I think they're stupid. I think the labeling in general is kind of stupid. I think they should take symptoms and think of psychological disorders as more of a collection of eggs in a basket. You know, X, Y, and Z symptom. These all, they tend to overlap, right? It's hard to do a firm diagnosis, but here's the simplest for the public, dumbed down, and older way to think of it. The word psychopath and sociopath got mixed up. So some people argue, well, no, a sociopath is this, a psychopath is that. The words have been mixed up so much. Just pick one, okay? The worst, let's call that a psychopath, has impulses to kill, no conscience, and they can have high intelligence as a trademark. Frightening, terrifying creatures. So I'd call, like, Game of Thrones, the guy, the Lord of Harrenhal guy, who he wanted to become the hand of the king and the Lord of Harrenhal, and he was a younger brother, so he lit Harrenhal Castle on fire and killed his dad and his own brother in a fire on a whim, right? Okay, that's the worst. And they're chameleons in society, the ones who are intelligent, right? Remember, this is extremely dumbed down. The next one is not as dangerous because they're stupid, right? So whereas like the Green River Killer covered his tracks, thought ahead at least a little bit, chose his victims to be the kind that police don't care if they go missing, sex workers. He was smarter than average. He goes undetected for a while, even though bodies are found. He can control his impulses. So if the heat is on him, he won't kill for a year. Hillcrest Fire forward progress stopped at 2 acres. This is important because we need to know what kind of people are capable of starting fires and repeating their behavior. This is relevant, right? So, psychopaths capable of anything. Consummate liars. They pass lie detector tests because they don't stress out while lying. They don't feel remorse, guilt, or anything. And life is a game, and killing is a game. It's just another fun game. Like you and I would play cards, right? But they, like a narcissist, a narcissist and a psychopath have two things in common. They want to be admired. They really want to be admired. So, like the Ted Bundy, when he represented himself in court, he was trying to show off to the world his intelligence. I could be a lawyer, and I'm super charming. Yeah, that was terrifying. So here's what a narcissist is like. They're usually much more stupid. It's emotional intelligence. A narcissist can, learn math and get a degree, but they'll never figure out people and other people's motivations very well. Not like a psychopath can. So what a narcissist, though, requires someone to admire them. So if you have fake admire them, they often can't tell that you're fake. Saying you are the best dart player in the world. You have at least a little bit of a poker face. They'll just beam and believe it. It's the only way you can deal with a narcissist. Don't challenge them. Don't tell them you're wrong or you're a bully or anything. Don't get them mad at you. They'll ruin your life on purpose. They'll lie about you, turn your friends against you, and do evil stuff. Right? And the best way you can deal with them is try not to hang around them much. Know what they are, and feed them BS all the time. And you have the best chance there, but extract yourself as much as you can. They will stab you in the back, no matter how well they treat you, to get ahead in the corporate world and stuff. They're hard to deal with if you work with them, really hard. So the psychopath wants to be admired, and this is the way that psychopaths get caught. Sometimes they say there's a theory that since they want admiration, whether or not it's I've killed more people than anybody else before. I'm the best serial killer. Right? I'm the cleverest. They want to get caught so they can be recognized, at least on a subconscious level. So they'll screw up and leave behind clues, even though they're tremendously smart. Don't ask me why. I got into psychology as a possible career choice, and I was fortunate enough to listen to live lectures by FBI profilers when I was a kid. I absorb info like a sponge, so I went to Chico State University. Don't ask me why I was there as a kid, but no babysitter was available, right? And I sat up and paid attention, and these FBI profilers were talking to psych students. Do you really want this job? And they explained how bad it could be, and that's when I decided, heck no, I don't. I would like to catch killers and stuff, but not be inside their heads. What killers do like this is they toy with their investigators too, and you don't want that. The movies are, it's not even as bad as, it's much worse than even the movies say that. So, but the main difference between psychopath and narcissist in general is impulse to kill is absent in a narcissist. Narcissists do rage violence. They infrequently kill, right? They know right and wrong exists. they don't have a conscience. They don't feel remorse. They're the kind that egg people on to suicide if they don't like that person. There's a big trial, and this lady had a vulnerable, mentally ill, depressed boyfriend, and text messaged him. And he said, "I don't know if I can go on," and she encouraged him and gave him ideas on how he could, you know. So the trial was she really responsible? Should she see jail time? Did she actually commit a crime? I don't remember the end of that trial. But that's an emotional, impulsive thing. She held a grudge with somebody, and she didn't go out of her way to go stab him. So the court, I told you, weird things happen to me. This new fire, what the heck, guys? Okay, you remember what I was talking about the ghost town of Port Chicago? How there was a mushroom cloud and in World War II, and a munitions ship exploded, and that's how that became a ghost town. There is a fire at Port Chicago Highway in Wharf Drive Bay in Contra Costa County, 10 acres. Fire is 2 acres on a flat slope with moderate rate of spread for potential for 50. No structures threatened. What the heck? Ugh, I get the creeps. I get the creeps. We were just zoomed in, and what was it, yesterday? I was explaining why Port Chicago could have been the largest fire in the Bay Area because an entire munitions ship exploded during wartime. It blew up mostly African American dock workers. And the only reason there wasn't a raging inferno is none of the bombs that got ejected out of the ship and hit the town detonated. And the munitions that did detonate, there was an immediate self-extinguishment because, well, they're explosives. They used up all their own oxygen. So, but it vaporized hundreds and threw trains throughout the air. And the town never recovered. It's leveled. Yeah, I'm in agreement that mental abuse is every bad as physical. Especially when in cases where domestic situations where the victim can't leave. Like if you meet somebody on the street who's being mean to you, you can go away. Yeah, that's your responsibility. But like in the domestic situations where somebody lives together or they can't leave, it is true that psychological torture. So narcissists can keep that up long term as a kind of a game. They get off on things a bit like a psychopath, where they just play a game with somebody. They pick somebody up, praise them to the moon, make them feel loved, even their spouse sometimes, and pick that person up and make them feel awesome, just to wait for the right moment. It can be really minor. Person spills a glass of milk or something, and then they trash talk them. Like, you're the stupidest person I've ever seen, and you're so clumsy. What did I ever see in you? I think I'll leave you, dumbass. Clumsy ox, like that's the way they operate. And they pick people up to see how much they can affect them. It's how much can I affect other people around me is their little toying game for amusement. So the extreme reactions are what they get off on. So if you ever know somebody like an emotionally abusive situation like that, possibility. Although sometimes hatred, just straight up hatred, can make people behave like that. But like if that's done to children in a household or stepchildren or something, I think that should be absolutely a crime. So we're talking about people capable of arson. Psychopath, super scary for the above reasons. The other ones most likely to go on for a while, not be caught because they can. The other ones you can see and plan ahead. They have premeditation is a hallmark, right? Remember, interchangeable use. Some people will say, no, that's what a psychopath is, or a sociopath, not a psychopath. Okay, doesn't matter. Get past it. I once explained all this to somebody, and he heard the whole explanation. Sorry, this is broken because we're covering fires too. 1 second. And I explained it's a big picture, big concept, kind of an explanation, right? Dumbed down. Go research it if you want to know more. Warning, you probably don't want to know more. Let's look at the Delilah again. We will get to the flash bolt in a second. I just want to explain this since you're engaged in a conversation. And I don't think anybody's listening anymore near the flash bolt fire. If you are, yeah, my apologies, but you have to let me know. Yeah. So I explained the whole thing. I'm almost done with it. Only for him to say, "You're an idiot because you got them switched backwards. You describe what psychopaths do, but that's what a sociopath is." Yeah, that kind of literalism. I'll use a kinder word than what I was thinking. I said, "Sir, you just limited your own intelligence and your own ability to learn. Like you didn't absorb what I said. It was all legit, but you got hung up on what I called something." So if I was a master gardener and I described to you how to grow the world's best roses with secrets of the trade, but I called a rose a tulip, you would disregard me? You go, sure. You are limiting your own intelligence with a stubborn whatever the hell a stick is up your alley. I don't care. You know, people are like that sometimes. So I just want to wrap this up. It's such a dark topic. I don't want to linger, but I gotta go figure out what's going on at Port Chicago. It's the weirdest stuff. I say, hey, we're living in the Pacific Ring of Fire. 7.2 quake happened, and then a fire shows up. It's a perfect fire ring. Moments after I said that. Yesterday we're going about the history of why there are ghost towns in San Francisco Bay Area, despite there being extremely high rent. But there's tons of ghost towns, but towns that did not make it. Port Chicago detonated. Nobody knows why. We'll never know why. The entire munitions ship blew up in World War II, but it was a huge, gigantic mushroom cloud, major explosion. Thank goodness nobody in the town proper was killed, but many, many were injured. So we did this thing. We zoomed in on the map, and right here, and I read the history of the town. That's Pittsburgh over there. It was different. So later, the government foreclosed on the land that Port Chicago was on, and because they wanted more open space by their firing range, and they bulldozed all the history. And I'm a jaded person, and I know how it is. An embarrassing disaster like that, where you don't have safety protocols for the lives of black workers during segregated war, I'm pretty sure part of the decision-making process was let's erase history and everybody will forget about it. There's no chance of making a museum out of this now. Bulldoze it. Because it happened in the 60s. What's happening in the 60s? The civil rights movement. Bulldoze it. I don't know. I'm jaded, as I say. But Portland tried to do that with Vanport too, and that's where they put most black people and disabled and veterans who had war injuries after World War II. They were supposed to tear down Vanport, a temporary town in a major flood zone, just for warship construction, or not warship, but ship construction. And they didn't want poor people or the elderly or disabled or black people or people of any kind of color to live in Portland proper. where they might live together, and that they're like a ghetto might form. Portland will not have a ghetto. So they refused Henry Kaiser's wish to tear down the town. It was in a bowl 15 feet below the Columbia River. And it was destroyed in the Vanport flood of 48. And black people are trapped on roofs waiting for rescue, and Portland really didn't know what to do. Didn't really rescue anybody. The citizens had to rescue people. There's a Katrina before Katrina. Where have we seen that before? So it was the most unsafe place to live in. And even when the floodwaters were getting to be near record highs, even when downtown Portland's flooding and the levees are definitely not going to hold up everywhere, they told the people the same day that it was Memorial Day weekend, they put a notice on the doors of the people who live there. Do not get excited. We will tell you if you have to leave. You do not have to leave. Encouraged people to stay as floodwaters were rising up and almost overspilling the levees around the town. This is a little town surrounded by 4 levees. The mighty Columbia River, one of the great rivers of the world, on one side. So it catastrophically broke. Tidal waves hit the town. Buildings knocked off their foundations. People crushed to death because their buildings splintered. And people trapped on the rooftops of their homes. And Portland was like, how do we do a water rescue like that? That's not really Portland, that's Vanport. Well, okay, all the first responders in Vanport are on the rooftop too. Like the police station is underwater. They said, well, okay, isn't that federal land? What about the feds? What about the Coast Guard? The Coast Guard goes, look, we guard the coast. We can't do anything. We have jurisdiction. We'd have to call Washington or something. It's just stupid. And so normal people with their fishing boats showed up and rescued everybody, for the most part. You learn everything about studying ghost towns. Why are towns and cities abandoned? That was Portland's second largest city, erased in a day. A day. And right now there's a golf course there in Portland International Raceway. Because they wanted to rebuild it. Get this, they wanted to put the poor people and the black people and the veterans and the elderly back into danger there. They wanted to rebuild it. Oh, and get this. They had put a college there post-war and encouraged college students and all the veterans with the GI Bill to go there too, because college students don't have any money either. Portland has had a history of serious civil rights issues, shall we say. They have never wanted poor people to live there. Even in the 20s, the elaborate electric train lines and the 1990s MAX lines were not about being green. I say it's about being green. It's so everybody who's poor can commute to town. And they can live in Hillsborough, they can live in Beaverton, they can live in Tigard, they can live in Gresham, they can live in Far East Portland. As long as they leave at night on the same train. So you know how the 20s were. And but it was still that way in the 90s. It's still that way now. The east side, where now there's arguably some spots of ghetto, they still haven't paved the roads. Like they never were paved, ever. There's like one street lamp for like 3 city blocks. Dark, crime-ridden, potholes so deep that your tire can sink into it and you get stuck. And children hit by cars all the time. They still like won't fork out the money to do like lit crosswalks and things. But the west side of Portland, the moneyed side, the elite side, it's everything. So it's pretty corrupt place, and if you don't study history, you don't know. But there hasn't been a lot of change. Wildfire, 2000 block of Calistoga Road in Santa Rosa. Oh dear. So this is what's occurring on Port Chicago Road, which is not at the old town site. It's just Port Chicago Road, Port Chicago Highway. And there's a neighborhood there now. Isn't this infill? Isn't this all going to shake down in an earthquake? They do. San Francisco. Port View Drive. All right. At least the wind is probably going to blow it into the marshes and the wetlands. It can look it can burn pretty readily there. There's a lot of plants there. Marshes emit methane too, but hopefully it won't go towards the neighborhood. No structures threatened at the time. Now let's figure out what's going on in Santa Rosa quick. And then I'll go back to finishing my thought about the cluster B personality disorder. These are the people who are most likely to be arsonists for sure, other than your, I don't know how they even classify a firebug. That's not something I've studied. Let's see. But the narcissists are, they would fit the profile of somebody impulsively lighting a fire for revenge, a rage, crime of passion sort of thing. They usually don't have impulse to kill, but they don't think ahead about, because they're kind of dumb, about what else might happen, and they really probably do not care. Santa Rosa, Wildfire. Far northeast section of town in the hills, right on the edge of where they stopped the glass fire. That was where we first went viral, guys. The 2020 glass fire. I went from having 16 viewers to 1,600 just because one person, Sherlock Jones, shared the stream link in like a social media page for the region. So, you sharing stuff really helps, guys. Resources are on route. It's a quarter to a half acre of slow rate of spread. No structures threatened. Thank God there's no wind yet. We got all the heat. I just hope we're not going to be too windy in the next coming days, but I think we are. Wow, they stopped a glass fire in this person's backyard. Calistoga and Plum Ranch Road. Wow. This is where the Lone Ranger was doing his bucket drops. He was saving houses, like thousands of them each day. They let him loose and they said targets of opportunity. So whenever there's a structure with like flames going, he would just go get his dip and report. This one's out. X. So cool. I wonder how many of my glass fire videos survived. Eventually I figured out I had to cut the stream every 12 hours or YouTube deleted them. Okay, support Chicago Road Fire. Is this the one at Santa Rosa? Yeah, it's looking a bit of a distance. Zoomed in, so we won't get a lot of clarity from this image. More of a darker. Do a 15-minute time. Oh, there is significant wind. Look at the trees. Why is it a slower to spread? Maybe it's short grass. Mowing matters, guys. Smitty's, hey, Smitty, Santa Rosa's on fire, but let Desi sleep. The fire into town. Man, you're up late, Smitty. The port fire is now 10 acres. First unit was saying 50 acres of potential, no structure threatened at the time. Yeah. Man, thanks for being here and your hard work. Remember, you gotta get rest too, Smitty. Okay. I drive people crazy, I know it. I'm sorry. But we have to stop my conversations and go back and forth between eerie things like we talked about Port Chicago yesterday, and now it's fire on Port Chicago Road with the freaking odds of that. And, explain things like what went on with the glass fire and how we got first notice. So this one is called the what now? Plum Fire. Rural Santa. All right. Back to cluster B personality disorders and just a quick overview of that. Good night, Redmond. Thank you for coming in. Don't forget Hanford. Yes, Hanford. Oh, the radioactive rabbit story is a favorite. You guys want to hear the radioactive rabbit story of Hanford, the nuclear ghost town in Washington State? Missoula floods. I do, Rob. I actually do mention the Missoula floods. That's why Eastern Oregon is so screwed in many ways. Many ways. All of the water sources are deep in ravines because the Missoula flood erased all the topsoil from Eastern Oregon and Washington, everything east of the Cascades. But the Willamette Valley got lucky, and the Tacoma and Seattle region were spared. I don't think it went over the Cascades, but a lot of that topsoil, the fertile stuff, got taken to the Willamette Valley and got stuck there in a pocket. So it deposited fertility everywhere near Portland, all the way down to the Creswell kind of region on I-5 at Eastern Oregon and Washington's expense. So there's no real topsoil to speak of, and the water table is way, way lower because the Missoula floods carved out these channels. Remember, there's boulders the size of homes and maybe entire, like, 4-story buildings being pushed by an unimaginable a dam breaking in the ice age that was gigantic. So a huge amount of water from a gigantic ice melting lake found its way eventually to where the Columbia River exits at the sea, and unimaginable damage. So all of the creeks to this day, or rivers, are like 20, 30, 50 feet below the surface. So the surface is pretty flat in most places. And so when the pioneers and Lewis and Clark and stuff were coming, they said, man, you could die of thirst at the riverbank because they looked down. It's like 200 feet below them or 50 feet below them. And how do you get down? Same thing with cattle and any other kind of wildlife. So only the pronghorn antelope and there's some little green mountains and stuff get more rain than usual. But for the most part, only antelope are kind of like camels in a way. They kind of resist drought stuff. You don't have a lot of things that can survive unless artificial wells and stuff are drilled. So the pioneers, when they came over with the wagons, they're like, we're so thirsty, and they look down. How do we get down there? See the movie? It's called The Way West. My mom was watching it. I thought it was a boring movie. It's hardcore metal, hardcore. It had a young Sally Fields as like a 14-year-old girl. The Wagon Train West story, based on several different true stories, but kind of like fictional tale. Charlton Heston is like the wagon train leader. Dr. Elephant says my mother worked at Hanford and died of cancer at 48. Oh no, like back in the day. I'm so your grandmother. I'm sorry. I'm so. Yeah. Dark legacy of the cleanup workers are dying too of borreliosis. At least asbestos gives you 30 years to live. Borreliosis gives you 1 or 2, maybe, with the amount of lung scarring it does. All they had to give people was proper suits. This is a recent scandal. But they didn't tell people that beryllium dust was everywhere. little purple powder. Beryllium exposure, some scrapyard workers get it too. The only thing that's a common household item that has it are microwaves. So I have another interest in saving the planet via metal scrapping, metal recycling. So I shot like 2,000 small videos about how to do it, but I never turned it into a channel because in the process, fires broke out. I was doing it 2018 through, well, I still occasionally do it, but mostly through 2020, and that's when I dropped my life to do this. So the first issue that you have to do when you teach somebody to scrap metal is how not to die. There's a couple ways you can get electrocuted. The deadly duo are the big old TVs, the vacuum tube TVs, the ones true glass, the big old style. There's a red wire in the back. You take the back off the flyback transformer wire. If it's still charged, like if you recently plugged in the TV to see if it worked and then you cut that, you'll probably never notice what killed you. Extremely high voltage. So I would say, don't start out with it, even if you let them sit for a long time. That's not a way to bet your life. The deadly duo, or the other one is microwaves. Yay, it looks like Santa Rosa is cleared up here. Whatever happened there? Let's look back at the Port Chicago Road fire. And there's a safe way to deal with them, and I filmed safety videos and whatnot. With true electrician's advice. The second, but you don't start with these two things. You don't start with microwaves, and you do not start with old TVs. Microwaves, there's a couple different configurations, but they will hold a charge in their capacitor, and you should treat it with all the due respect of a grenade. You touch your fingers in the positive and negative as you're unhooking the wires. You'll never know what kills you either. It's enough voltage to go up your arm and across your heart. You used to work on those in your spare time. Sometime Rob Langsdorff says, I need to ask you what you know about the part that a meteor played in the Missoula flood, but tonight I'll log off and get some sleep. While you're talking about the Willamette Stone, the Missoula flood may have ridden into the Willamette Valley, huge meteorite, the size of a person, that the Indians held sacred. It may have ridden into the Willamette Valley on an ice chunk, like a boat, on a Missoula flood, and when it melted, it got deposited in Willamette Valley. I'm good at trivia, dear. Would that be the one you're talking about? Oh, and by the way, a white person stole it. I think it's in the Smithsonian now. But they offered to give it back to the Indians. And the Indians were very pleased by that and said, you can lease it out. That's fine. Keep it in the museum back. Finally, some decent treatment of Indians, but meteorites were interesting, but not the value of it is probably like $1 billion. Really, really small ones the size of a quarter can be several $1,000s. They tend to have precious metals in them. But anyway, the deadly duo for scrapping. Wait, plum fire, go back to. Okay. No update since 8 minutes ago. About to run into a green vegetation belt. Resources will be committed for extended period of time. Well, that depends on the green. What is green in this vegetation belt? I mean, that sounds good on the surface, but have you ever seen the bay marshes on fire? Swamps produce methane. And usually in like little spots coming out of the rotting vegetation, like underwater. It's compacting, fermenting, and blah, blah, producing methane. Slow underwater decay of plants makes methane. So swamps produce it. Don't like those bubbles on fire, man. If there's more of a steady stream of a methane thing, and there's a spark or lightning or something, like the Okefenokee swamp burned like in a rage. A place close to my heart in Georgia. And they said that there were blue methane fires up to 3 feet underwater, and then geysering like methane columns of blue flame. Remember, methane has no smell. Forward progress stopped in Santa Rosa also. But if you're in a swamp, or especially like in an old cistern or septic tank, you're leaning over it and you get feeling ill, you get the heck away to fresh air immediately. You're going to pass out and die. You can be overwhelmed and just pass out, and then everybody coming to rescue you tends to pass out too, and it's bad. But they make little detectors. You can wear them on your clothing if you ever have to do underground work or enclosed space work with a possibility of methane. It can be anything from a dairy farm to being a plumber. They're not expensive, especially a coal mine. And that's why they had canaries in the coal mine. Is canaries are super sensitive gases. Their lungs are 20 times more efficient than a human's. I mean, they need a lot of oxygen to perpetuate flight. They're just burning constant calories. It's like the oxygen tank for an engine, So when birds died, it was the gases nobody could smell, primarily methane and sometimes CO2, sometimes carbon monoxide in mines, and so that allowed people to get out faster. Hey, Bob, you lived in Georgia? Well, man, I've got kin near Tifton, all around there. Davidson's around there. And where did you live at? Anyway, Dr. Elephant, what were you saying? Yeah, Smallwood Life, thanks for the update. Nope, I haven't told a radioactive rabbit story yet. That's for Hanford. I'm going to finish my sentence, my thought about cluster B personality disorders. Sorry, it's a dark topic. Something some people should be aware of, though. Okay, maybe I just have one little block of time before a new fire happens. So, the most dangerous, the person who can think ahead, cover their tracks, plan ahead, but they see other human beings like they would see a pencil or something. They can just pick up a pen. You could pick up a pencil and break it in half, right? What if the pencil's family charged you with murder and cried all over the witness stand and said you killed our family member? You'd sit there like, you're crazy. What the hell is this? It's a pencil. So that's the way they see other human beings. They don't care. They cannot. They can't do it. Unsure why. Empathy center is switched off. Never develops. Seems to be that they're born that way, by the way. They have varying levels of intelligence. The most intelligent are your most accomplished serial killers and stuff. And they blend pretty perfectly in with society. It's a BTK killer type thing where you just can't believe it's them, right? Wasn't he like a Boy Scout involved or something like that? Well, the church. He was really involved with his church. Everybody thought he's a nice guy. It's that kind of. They're mimicking human warmth and kindness, but it's an act. So they have a peculiar look to their face, where their smile never seems quite warm because their eyes are always these cold, beady, reptilian kind of look to them. They never learn, or something is about the tightness of the muscles when you have a genuine smile, where you get like the crow's feet, the corner of your eye, where your eyes are beaming with the love and the laughter because they're acting, or maybe other factors. it's more like it's chilling. You know, it has been called the psychopathic stare. It's controversial, but when I look at pictures of serial killers and see their smiles, I get it. I can see the weirdness of their eyes, right? Yeah. Small World Life says the waterways out here in the Delta region are so polluted. I don't know if the fire hitting the water would be a bad or a good thing. Oh, that's sad. I know. Legacy of mining and industry and war. Yoki Finoki swamp is a treasure. So, right, psychology. Psychology, cluster B personality disorders. So if a psychopath can think ahead, can plan ahead, and can restrain their impulses, supposedly they all have them. I don't know. They're liars. It's not like you can interview them and ask. They and expect the truth. You can't tell when they're lying. They pass all lie detectors. Not that those ever were that accurate. Nervous people always fail a lie detector because they're nervous. So even when telling the truth, but they're very believable, and the ones who are charismatic especially, so super dangerous. Now a narcissist shares is dumb as a box of rocks, is a big 2-year-old, and the best at everything. Like you can goad them into a rage just with little comments like, I don't know, maybe you're the second best dart player in this bar, and they'll just make a scene and be upset. But then you say, wait a second, I've seen the error in my ways. You're definitely the best dart player ever that I've ever heard about, actually. And as long as you're not super sarcastic, they might just be like, huh, yeah, well, that's I'm glad you saw the light. You know, that's like big 2-year-olds. So, but if they do violent crime, which is not typical, it's rage that they've been entering. They're super sensitive to any kind of criticism, require admiration, and they do not think ahead about what the consequences of their actions are. Just will kind of stupidity, right? And a lack of caring. You can tell about their stupidity that when they quote Karen in his film, like even though they aggressively attack the person with the camera, for example, the person with the camera goes, "What are you doing?" It pushes them away. They fall backwards. They'll start going with a fake cry. You broke my arm. Help! Police! I've been attacked. You know. The jerk lady who blamed black guys. It didn't like them. Met them in Central Park. Called the cops on them and lied about them like attacking her. Yeah. Candidate for evaluation. But they're dumb. Like, you've been filmed. Like, you're the obvious aggressor. What do you think's going to happen when people look at the footage? They don't think ahead. So 2-year-old thing. So they commit rage crimes. They might fit the profile of a narcissist that would have revenge motivation. But they are not the kind that repeat behavior, but they cause all kinds of chaos because they don't understand how it might spread, affect the community. They oftentimes just don't even care. Now, I've heard of narcissists and psychopaths becoming firefighters. And some of those that were caught, they spoke to psychologists and said, I needed the excitement in the job. I really love putting out fires. So if one wasn't happening, I made it happen. And then I also loved the praise. Like I was always first on scene. I was the first person calling it in. And I was a hero. I saved that neighborhood, man. And it's great to feel that admiration. That's basically what they say. Does that chill you to the bone? They do not have an intent to kill, but they're not even thinking about it. I told you no politics. I can't have people tuning out or trying to argue. Okay? Okay? We're trying to unite the left and the right so that we can pass some legislation to end a lot of what's wrong. So please don't start profiling politicians. Although I'm sure many politicians and the evilest of corporate gangsters, evil rises to the top. It's their willingness to backstab in a corporate environment, and the corporate environment is when where backstabbing gets you ahead. So, and lying and taking credit for others' work. So, anybody without a conscience is really good at this. But there's similar disorders, and plus there's the true brain damage and other things that can be a factor. Just explaining one set of it. So the difference between mostly a narcissist and psychopath would be intelligence, summed up by that, and ability to plan ahead, and impulse to kill. Right? A narcissist understands that right and wrong exists, and they're hesitant to do something truly wrong. They may be religious, wondering if hell exists. Right? Many times they may not go through with a truly violent act, even though they're raging and look like they might just attack somebody. Is they're worried about hell, existing. Their own personal soul consequence, right? So anyway, the next set is what is the sociopath? Remember, sociopath and psychopath get interchanged helplessly. Part of why they renamed the whole disorder. It's now called something personality disorder, the spectrum, or type A or type B. I have to look it up. I don't like the new DSMs. Antisocial. Everybody, if the public's going to learn about this, can't just throw around terms, and they can't mean something different than what the public knows. Antisocial does not mean, oh, I don't like being around crowds. I don't like going to a party. I like to withdraw from society. I like to be alone. No. Antisocial, like personality disorder, cluster B's here. That means they want to kill others. They're anti-society, like they're capable of mass killing. Like serial killing. Anti-social that way. Like society's greatest enemy that way. You see why I don't like the DSM? Oh, Sophia, yeah, I think I have known a psychopath too. It took a long time to figure it out. Man, he was low key. Just smooth liar. And I finally figured it out. This is why it's so important to know about these things. Welcome, Sophia. Yeah, I think one of the main, I won't tell you the story of Backdraft, like I won't ruin that movie for you. There's a firebug who does an amazing portrayal. Oh, he just died. It's by, what's his name, the Sutherland actor? Oh, he's an incredible actor. We might be able to play a snippet of that. His performance as the firebug in prison who was helping people. There was an arsonist on the loose in the Backdraft movie. So they go to him and say, "Can you help us catch the killer?" It is similar to Silence of the Lambs. God, it gives me chills thinking about it right now. Just died this week. Kiefer Sutherland's dad, Donald Sutherland. Oh, he was an amazing actor. Oh, okay. Mind you though, Backdraft's a really intense movie, like seriously intense and frightening. Incredible special effects, but I saw it as a child, and it made me fear fire the rest of my life. So, Feria, you used to work at Hanford? You were a nuclear power plant operator? Hanford, Washington? No, a small world. What is 235? I worked at the fast flux test facility. What? Okay, I must have missed something. I don't mean to mute you. I just have to. You understand what kind of left versus right stuff might happen. I'll tell you the radioactive rabbit story. Okay, but first, cluster B personality. Checking out report Chicago road fire here. So I think we got psychos and narcissists covered. Sociopath. There is a difference, no matter what you call it, between what psychopath and sociopath is. So while psychopaths are, it's pretty much assumed that they are born that way. You can have the nicest parents ever. They are different, and there's probably a genetic component to it. However, nobody's ruling out many personality disorders and issues might stem from inflammation in the developing brain of the fetus due to infections that the mother might contract, maybe even the flu. So that may harm brain development and permanently alter the fetus. There's also things like ADD and autism could have a fetal brain inflammation could have a role in it. It's just not good. It's controversial, but there's some links to seriously things that affect psychologically the children when the mother got sick. It doesn't even have to be a mild or a serious illness. It's very mysterious. It's very cutting edge. They're looking into it thing. Nobody really knows why. Could be genetic predisposition with a trigger, you know. However, no matter how it happens, psychopaths seem to be born, and they tend to be more intelligent and get to plan ahead, and they have impulses whenever they see somebody vulnerable to take them out right there, torture them and or play with them. They're mission to dominate. Whatever way they can dominate, they're into it. They want to feel powerful, and they want people to acknowledge that they're powerful. It's scary. So a sociopath, though, is not like that. They're really stupid, usually. They're usually IQ 75 types. If you ever watch Beavis and Butthead, they were described, the intro to the Beavis and Butthead show, they were despicable, horrible people, this is a story of two sociopaths, and they go, yeah, it's pretty realistic for many of them. It's a stereotype, but really, most of these types, born or perhaps acquired. It may be from the wax on the head, front of the head, sports injuries, maybe I would say Henry VIII's jousting accident, where he took a lance that shattered over the front of his head. He was unconscious. They thought he was going to die for hours. He woke up with a new personality. Same thing with the guy whose tamping rod went through his brain. The front, right here, right above your eyes, is not fully developed until age 23-ish. So it is why teenagers are so impulsive. And when you say, why did you do a stupid thing like that? They kind of stare at you. They're not really sure. In hindsight, they're like, yeah, that was stupid. Why did I do that? It's because the part of their brain is not fully developed. So they get excited by possibilities of stuff and act on impulse, even if it's very dangerous or dumb. So they learn their lessons the hard way. They tend to not listen to a lot of advice because they have trouble picturing the consequence of their own action. But by around age 23, it should be cemented and people start acting more mature. Usually. At education level, of course, parenting, influence, peers, of course, there's a social nurture component. But the sociopaths are typically pretty dumb, and they cannot think about consequences of their actions. So when they commit crimes, and they often do, they get caught early. They are the kind that, since they act on impulse and maybe not prepared for things, they might be jogging around in a park and there's a single female that comes by. So he hides in the bushes. Oh, he can't control his impulse to do bad things. Jumps out, drags her in the bushes. Why? He's in court before the judge later. Why did you kill her? Well, she screamed because he didn't like think about that. Didn't count for, okay, what if somebody makes noise, right? So it's a panic killing that otherwise wouldn't be. And then they're the kind of leave bloody footprints everywhere and handprints and leave the bloody knife behind. And unfortunately, one such person killed this lady I knew. I just, as an acquaintance, my next door neighbor, where I used to live years ago. And one day the neighbors were just really sad. I went out to get the mail and said, "How are you?" And they said, you know, our daughter-in-law was just murdered. She sweet lady. It was just down the street, but a jogging along sociopath came along and saw that she was kind of alone at this new apartment complex, and she was trying to get it rented, right? So he asked to see one of the apartments, and so she took him to see one. I think she said, "Well, I need your ID and stuff," you know. It's not a good idea to be alone with a stranger and all those things. And so his plan though is to drag her inside. I won't explain what he wanted to do, but she's starting to get suspicious. So he tries to grab her anyway, and he thinks that he can get her keys and like go inside. But she screams and she starts running. The neighbors like see and witness this, so he oh, she screamed. You know, he could have run away, and this would have been a minor charge, right? But they're stupid. We kill her. So it's senseless. So this is part of their stupidity and inability to think ahead, consequences. They get caught usually very early in life if they're born that way or acquired however they do early in life. They're the ones that burn down libraries with people in them. That's why when these people are caught young, they need to stay in prison the rest of their life in a mental facility. But California and other states, unfortunately, treat all youths as if everybody's the same and everybody has a conscience and they can choose right and wrong. They can grow up to be a better person. My God, you should never let them out. They'll never change. Personality disorders are not curable. But there are these rules where society is unaware of this stuff. So they have a tendency to get out and let out of prison and instantly reoffend. For obvious reasons. So there was a fatal library fire in California where kids lit on fire. Firefighters went in there thinking other people were there, and I think the fire chief died. He was killed, and so I was like, well, at least stupid youth will go away the rest of their lives, and we got them young, right? Early offenders. Then I realized that they were going to be charged as minors and get lighter charges, lighter sentencing. The plan was to reevaluate them, see if they become better people, and I went, oh dear God. So it was Porterville, California. It seems in September 2022, Tulare County. I thought it was a pair of them. I think this is the same thing though. Maybe the other one was acquitted or something. Oh my God. You just up to see why I'm horrified. Here's the news article. Firefighter killed. Teen found responsible for the Porterville Library fire learns of his punishment. On Wednesday, the Juvenile Court of Tulare County, remember this is 2022, held a disposition hearing for the teen found responsible for setting the deadly Porterville Library fire. Fire in February of 2020, actually, that's right, it's 2020. Killed 2 Porterville firefighters, Patrick Jones and Captain Raymond I can't say his name, Figueroa. The team was sentenced to short-term program of up to 6 months in juvie counseling. 100 hours of volunteer work. He'll then be released to his family but will remain on probation. He was ordered to write an essay explaining why he did what he did and an apology letter to both of the victims' family. The judge said he wants the teen to think about the suffering the parents are going through and realize what his actions caused. Remember, they can cry. People who are incapable of empathy, if that's the case here, if that's the case, I can't diagnose anybody. I'm not a psychologist. But if that's the case, I mean, they need to scrutinize this person, okay? Most crimes, especially violent ones and crazy ones like arson, are committed by the same people repeating their behavior. So when you catch them, you can have a marked decline in serious violent crimes and arsons, right? Remember, California protects arsonists. They have special rights. If they commit an arson, even if it's deadly like this, below the age of 21, then when cops maybe do a roadblock and there's suspicious fires down the line, after a set amount of years and probation is over, cops running their background cannot see that they ever committed arson. It's hidden from the cops. Oh, we have to think of the discrimination. Oh my God. So if a cluster B personality is in order here, very likely they're incapable of empathy, incapable of remorse, will never feel bad about it the rest of their lives. They'll never lose a week of sleep over it. That's why they're capable of doing it in the first place. So what they do, oftentimes they want to get off scot-free and they want to be free, right? So they'll cry and talk about their remorse, but it's genuine tears, but they're sorry they got caught. I'm not sorry for anybody else. This judge, so naive. It should be mandatory a couple years in mental hospital with strict observation to check out whether or not this person's a huge danger to society. They can fake it for a long time. They can fake acting normal, but eventually, you know, in a close supervision of experts, they will slip up. They'll start bragging to their, you know, other people. They'll be on video they'll get an impulse to do something bad to somebody in the hospital or take advantage of somebody, and it'll be clear what they are. So, sociopaths, like I said, they often get caught very early in life doing animal torture, lighting fires. They're excited by domination and what happens if I do this? And they do not think of the consequences or how it hurts others, such as, you know, lighting a library on fire. So before the punishment was announced, the teen stood up with tears in his eyes and looked at the victim's parents and they apologized. I'm so sorry for what happened, the teen said. I never meant to hurt anyone. I am really sorry from the bottom of my heart. And by the way, they're protecting his name, aren't they? See, you got a right to know if a sex offender moves into your neighborhood, but not somebody who's killed people with arson. Special rights. Prosecutors said there's no explanation for the lighting of that fire, calling it an impulsive act that needs to be addressed. They argued the minor shouldn't have been sent home, saying it won't change anything, and that he should be in a custodial program instead. Bing, 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 correct. But the judge said the teen's lack of past issues before the fire makes him believe the parents have control and care. Judges should be required to take some basic psych classes. The judge said the teen's lack of past issues. But maybe he just wasn't caught doing stuff before. And there are some parents that will protect their little baby, no matter what, from harm, no matter what they do. Just, my boy is so innocent, never harmed nobody. Super felon, you know. You always see the mother doing So I don't know. The defense attorney addressed the victim's families directly, saying, I know you're angry, but no punishment is going to bring your sons back. Your sons are heroes. Yeah, they are. But, wow, that's no reason to keep a dangerous person free before finding out if they're truly dangerous to society. Back in August, the judge in the case determined the teen committed 2 counts of arson. The petitions for murder were dismissed, along with the arson charge for the other teen arrested. By the way, sociopaths tend to find each other, and when they work together, you get things like the Columbine Massacre. The teen's punishment also includes a number of other conditions, including following a 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew once he's released, and he cannot be in possession of lighters or matches. Oh, that's perfect solution. So I understand. His motivation for the crime needs to be explained. If there's no explanation, excitement usually is that explanation. Ugh. Remember, they have an impulse to dominate. That's what they want most in life. And they don't think ahead. So, sociopaths tend to be dumb as a box of rocks. Literal Beavis and Buttheads. They can be a little bit higher of intelligence. But stupidity is a characteristic. Let's look back at Basin. Did we get an update on the Port Chicago road fire? Now, these people, also, you can catch them. You can help the police catch them. As terrifying as these things are, the good news is that same people repeat the behavior. The vast majority of violent crimes and things like destructive arson are committed by the same people repeating their behavior. There are very few people on Earth that are actually capable of a serious debauchery and the most depraved act ever. There's a lot of misconceptions. So the FBI profilers and stuff, others explain that even when gangsters are recruited, many of them are not capable of really looking somebody and killing. They'll boast it like they can, but like most of the Chicago murders, gang on gang killings, were hired killers. Like the same people were just repeating murders. So it also explains why there's no real decrease in crime by just kind of trying to take weapons away from everybody. Taking weapons away from good people will never protect you from the very few bad people out there. But that's a controversial thing. But not commenting on it, it's just you have to catch people. So you can help these sociopaths. They like to stick around and watch their handiwork because it excites them. And they oftentimes be in the crowd. Film the crowd. Film the crowd. Don't just film the fire, turn around, film all the faces of everybody in the crowd. And a nice and slow pan, not a lot of blur. Hand it over to the authorities, no matter what kind of fire it is. Oftentimes, arson is not detected. It is blamed on something else, especially if there's corruption involved and insurance fraud, possibly. So, like, we have examples of the Happy Land, no, not the Happy Land nightclub fire. Big one in back east, but a big event hall thing / restaurant with lots of mafia crawling around all the time, wanting probably payment for protection. Which fire is that? Ring of Fire. Did I lose my camera? Yeah, it's still on the. Did I close it? Close it. Or did I move? Yeah, maybe I closed it. Yeah, let's set that up. Sorry. Being all tired here. I need a little bit more chocolate. Now these are Trader Joe's peppermint cream. All right. Wait, did the camera pivot? Which one was it? Eldorado Road. We're still on it. Okay, I just messed up somehow. Oh, speak of the devil. It's contained. Awesome. Looking great on the cams. The point here is psychological profiling. Hey, Matthew Davis, hello. Oftentimes during fire, red flag conditions and red flag warnings and things, once they begin their impulse, they'll just repeat it over and over again in a short space of time, maybe even in the same area. Like they'll go down a road, keep doing it. Who cares what their motivation is? But anybody with a excitement kind of thing tends to act like that. You could see the behavior where the same areas keep going on fire, where that might be the revenge motivation. That's a high one, or an incomplete insurance fraud job. And you also have the enraged locals fed up with a homeless encampment, and the city's not clearing them, so I'm going to do something about it. Unfortunately, that is a big thing. The homeless are often the victims, so when their camps are on fire, don't think they always caused it. This has been going on since the 30s, the last time we had a lot of Hoovervilles. It's in the Journey of Natty Gann movie. You got to see that. But the John Cusack and the orphan girl character, she's not really an orphan, but they ride the rails and try to get out west from back east, and they're just minding their own business, waiting for the next train and cooking their dinner, and the locals come by and chase them out. Yeah, they're doing great small world life. We're here to help the heroes. And that's an honor and a privilege to help out sometimes with this. I'll read the chat in a second. So let's go back to the what was that weird ring looking thing? UFO. Clearly, it's a flying donut. When I get my soundboard up, I'll have a little button and press the X-Files theme song. What is it? What is on this tower that's a perfect ring? Like a gymnastics ring. 8 hours plus. Okay, thanks for the good reminder. Okay, if I say I'll be here all night, nothing will happen. So I'm going to say that. Wink, okay, wink. But the fates are listening all the time, right? So I'm going to be here all night, wink. If I say, oh, quiet time now, we can go to bed. Okay, that's when hell breaks loose. You flying donut. Here, blue. Okay. So I'll read you a little story in a minute. Oh yeah, E-Scroll, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's not going to be this week. It's insane. We were hoping that after the hot weekend, that this period, Monday and Tuesday, and so I really do want to do this E-Scroll. We imagine there's going to be just tons of new fires breaking out in the seventh circle of hell kind of a weekend. If there aren't like 4 major new fires that don't break out in California, big ones, 10,000 plus acres, I'll be happily surprised. I'm sorry, but that's my grim. It's a possibility. It's not a prediction. It's a possibility. July is usually when things really heat up. If you're lucky, you can get to July 15th without a major fire, but that's luck. I think Dixie started on July 16th. It's just a combination of the fireworks sales continued, hotter, drier, windier, red flag. The firefighters are already busy with some big ones like the Basin, and when they all start happening at once, they'll split their attention. We still don't have enough planes, enough fire crews, but mostly enough pilots. We don't, for them to quickly react to everything. So some will get big. That's in all likelihood, some will get big. So I remember thinking, we have until mid-July if we're lucky. I went to California to be in the 4th of July parade for representing the team. Sister Goldenhair and I were there, John Stoker and C-Pro. And we decorated up Sister Goldenhair's pickup she had at the time, put a banner on it, threw candy to the crowd, settled in to watch the fireworks at Lake Alidar. All of our phones jingled at once, and of course, a major fire broke out, the Electra fire, so I couldn't meet the people I was supposed to. We planned to have a big pizza meet and greet with everybody that we knew around the Dixie fire. It was going to be like a big family type reunion. Everybody's looking forward to it. I was going to have it in a day or two, and I was going to fly in the plane that C-Pro rented over to Dixie fire and film that aftermath. All of a sudden, the Electra fire broke out, and I don't know what caused it, but it was 4th of July on a lake with recreation. You take a wild guess, right? Let's see if they ever finally got around to investigating that and figuring out what the cause was. Under investigation still. Come on now. Come on now. This is why the public just doesn't freaking trust a lot of what the officials say. It doesn't take 2 years to figure out why a fire started. why a fire started. Sorry, I'm still swollen from my dental tape. They have a good idea. They may not have found a person, but come on. It really, in a couple days, usually they figure out ignition source. So why not just say that was the thing? It's still under investigation. And they keep people in the dark for like 4 years at a time. And the jaded person in me and others have bitterly said that part of the reason investigations take that long is people can't hold out that long. They usually have to settle, and they don't get the full payout for either their insurance companies or whoever actually was responsible, especially not when it's the power company. So the Bobcat fire took we didn't know what caused it. That was a 2020 fire. Even though on the cameras it started right next to SoCal Edison's little power substation thing, little mini version. Like super obvious that somehow SoCal Edison was responsible. Year after year after year after year goes by. And a lot of the fire victims who were affected, there were many. It was a raging inferno. Oftentimes they run out of money to hold out until they get proper compensation because the investigation has to come in first. So they'll take settlements. They'll accept settlements for pennies on the dollar, or they'll have to even sell their home. They can't even afford the mortgage. If it's still damaged but still there, they can't. Their mortgage lender will say that they have to have fire insurance, or their loan is up. It's done. That's a new thing, and so they'll seek fire insurance. But since the power company or whoever's responsible, there's still no real regulation to stop them anymore. It goes to sky high rates. They can't afford it. They don't have their compensation. They got shattered and ruined lives and stuff, and they have to move out of the state, sell out cheap. I don't think it's a conspiracy. to draw out these investigations, but I think they need to stop the whole let's wait 4 years to figure out why a power line started a fire. There's something in thinking, a reeking of either gross negligence, incompetence, or just not caring about the victims enough. There's also statutes of limitations. I don't know if it's 6 years or what, but so many crimes, they're actual crimes. If you don't file for compensation within 6 years or get justice within 6 years, the perpetrator gets away scot-free. Cause under investigation for the electrifier. But anyway, that's what happened on the 4th of July, 2022. Massive fire breaks out on the 4th. So hold on your butts. Oh, you know what happened with the Bobcat? That this made. I'll read it so I'm not making stuff up. No, not bobcats, the animal. This is where we first went viral in the LA area, the channel region. It did destroy homes and stuff. So it started September 6th, went on until November 30th. Raged back and forth, almost took out historical places like the Griffith Observatory, where James Dean and Sal Mineo and Natalie Wood and Dennis Hopper filmed Rebel Without a Cause. You know? If you haven't seen that, you've got to, Daddy-O. You're a square. The George Fire Geyser Railroad. Anyway, they never quite figured out what happened with the Bobcat fire because, get this, they're never able to quite piece together how vegetation came to touch somehow some lines that were down or something. So they're explaining the effects cause. On September 15, 2020, SoCal Edison notified California Public Utilities Commission that its equipment had detected an anomaly in one of the circuits 5 minutes before the Bobcat fire was first reported. It was on September 6th. And the cameras just turned around. You could see a huge power substation and fire issuing forth from it. You know, really not rocket science about that one. So the utility, there's a law that power companies have to tell the Utility Commission if they even have any suspicion at all that their equipment had something to do with a wildfire. It's the law. So they waited until the 15th. We were all wondering when the heck they were going to get around to this, because we monitored it live day after day, night after night. So on the 15th of September, they finally said, yeah, we had detected an anomaly on one of our circuits 5 minutes before the Bobcat fire was reported. Though the utility contended that this was after smoke had first been seen on the fire camera. You know, these alert wildfire cameras. Several weeks later, sorry, this is very small. Several weeks later, SoCal Edison filed a supplementary letter stating that the tree branches may have come into contact with the power lines. You are legally required to trim those back and/or have a huge amount of space away from power lines. So, thanks for the neglect. Tree branches may have come in contact with the utility's power lines and began it. U.S. Forest Service investigators, U.S. Forest Service, took items from the scene into custody, including a section of the conductor line, power poles, and several tree branches. The Forest Service later concluded that a tree had in fact contacted power lines, catching them aflame and starting the fire. Remember, that was September 6, 2020 when it began. In September 2023, the federal government sued SoCal Edison and Utility Tree Service, a contractor for that utility. The lawsuit accuses the two of not adequately maintaining the tree that came into contact with the power lines. The federal government is seeking more than $121 million in recompense for the costs of fire suppression and damage. But good old California, they'll pass a law limiting their liability. But you know what? I think the wiki has been changed, edited, because, or maybe was reading a more in-depth article, because there was an argument. There was an argument between investigators and agencies. One did not cooperate with the other. It's like what, really? Bobcat fire investigation. No cooperation. It was something like a private investigator showed up, and I think it was the Forest Service that refused to cooperate. I don't remember what the circumstances are. We can look that up. But isn't that the most sad thing you've ever heard of? We're not going to cooperate. And SoCal Edison had plenty of time before investigators got there to hide a lot of evidence. Maybe also a thing. That's what happened when the power company in Oregon with the BG Creek fire, which I think Warren Buffett owns that. It's either Pacific Core or Pacific Power. They let their lines cause dozens and dozens of fires that trapped people and burned down like 10 towns. And 911 calls came in. Your power lines are live and hitting the ground. There's 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts in this windstorm. What are you doing? The supervisor needs to approve that. We're just some other stuff. So the jury did not have any sympathy for and convicted the power company because there's evidence that they started hiding evidence. So take pictures of whenever you think the power company's being unsafe. You just might prove them to be responsible and or in a cover-up. Hey, Cardi, welcome. Yeah. How many geyser fires have we had now? It's a big long road, and it's a town. But they keep renaming it the same fire. So I think we're on our 6th one. Stop repeat naming. So you can never go back and find information about the specific ones. They call this one the George. 3400 block of Geysers Road. There's Geyserville over there. Up in the hills again. Half-acre vegetation fire and grass is slower to spread. I'm gonna wait for some update here. Wait. That's a decent amount of wind. Let me look at my radar and we'll see about just what kind of wind speed and stuff is going on in, that's Sonoma County, right? I just realized I'm nonstop chattering because I like you guys and you're engaging me, but I wasn't doing the goal of saving my voice. Whoops. I like you too much. What did I say? I like teaching. These things are important. Guys are real. Alright. All I gotta do is put the cursor. There's the red flag warning making everything pink. Now I turn it off briefly. Outlook weather alerts. There we go. It's still pink because that's where massive wildfires have been, such as the glass. That's just dead vegetation everywhere, everywhere that you could see. The environment is being utterly wrecked. In Georgetown, California, by Geyserville, currently 77 degrees. Wind speed is around 9 miles an hour from the north-northwest, with winds gusting up to 23 miles an hour. Tomorrow it'll be similar, gust up 17-ish, but remember, you can always add 10. The wind speed at the top of ridges and in some of the narrow canyons. It's a comprehensive overview of wind. It's not what's going on in each little area. One day I was pretty shocked to find out that a lot of weather information is totally fake. Completely fake. In the remote areas, especially near cities, there's a lot of different weather stations, ranging from people's backyard projects, airports, to stuff around cities, where there's a lot of electricity and internet lines and stuff to transmit the information. But you go out to the boonies, you don't realize there's so many ghost towns now. Some completely, entirely abandoned. Sometimes just foundations. There used to be more towns out in the country, and the weather was more accurate. There were more people overseeing and reporting the weather, whether or not it's rain amount or whatever, temperature, manning their stations, doing it the old-fashioned way. There were just more places on the map where people lived, and they were reporting it, whether or not it was a mine, mining companies, about this stuff too. Incident command for this George fire is continuing one additional engine, but canceling the remainder of the response. Okay, maybe it's not a big deal. All right, so let's go back here. Oh, wait a minute. Get back to chat. Okay, Katie says the George fire is on the other end of the Geysers Road and the usual Geysers incidents. Canceling resources at the scene. They called out a ton from LNU and MEU initially. Yeah. I'm glad they renamed it from the Geyserville fires. Are you listening to the local radio there? Or? Hi, by the way. Let's see here. Go back to Fresno. So now we can do a longer time lapse, but out of focus for so long that we're not going to be able to tell a lot about what's happening. It's quite vigorous. But we're mostly seeing light and not fire. They didn't calibrate. It's not even in focus. People are asleep at the wheel with this cam. That's a shame. This is a very important fire to monitor. This one still scares me the most. The Basin. I'd be a little bit nervous. Downstream, Kings River here. Singer area like Fresno and anywhere near this lake. What is it? The Kings River Pine Flat Lake thing. I mean, there's a lot of just campgrounds and stuff, but there's got to be people that live rurally nearby. But fires like to be pushed by the wind through canyons. If we did have high winds coming out of the mountains, it would also be dry from Nevada. It's a race against time to get a good line to prevent it from trying to go west, where most people live. There's a possibility it'll merge with the Bolt and the Bolt and they're calling it the Lightning Complex now. Flash. Now I do have battle maps for the Bolt and the Flash, and I said several hours ago we'd look at it, but I then said, is anybody here like a local that needs that info? And nobody said anything, so we've been looking at the new incidents. I do want to show you the Bolt and the Flash Fire. We've got great battle maps. We can see exactly where the dozer lines are, etc. So let me find that off camera. Let's do, this is all satellites. Okay, let's do goes on. We do know exactly what is brightest there is the same spot. This is Sycamore, then we call it Sycamore Creek. Sycamore Springs Creek. That is a blaze right there. And you see the gray? That means that there has not been a flare up for around, let's see, it goes up to 11 hours. Beyond 6 hours ago, it's in the last 6 to 12 hours where everything's gray, there's been no new flare up. And the satellite comes back every 25-ish minutes or so. So it's just in that one little spot where it's most active, vigorous, and moving to find new fuels. That corner of that canyon. So that's where the big light spot is. It's a worthless time. Absolutely worthless. They don't calibrate the camera. All the light, heat, smoke runs together. What can we do to monitor this? I'm not turning that radio on again unless it's a crisis. And now it's just stuck there. Now they never mentioned firing ops. It's a possibility that they could do it. They did not mention it. But if they get a lazy night of activity and stuff, if they make their lines really, really good, really solid at the top of the ridge line, they got lots of crews there and lots of, water trucks ready for it. They could, say, use a drone and go, say, only even 20 feet down the hill and purposefully light some of the grass on fire to come to the hill, like to the road. Yeah, Katie, the scanner was screeching at us. And there were noises like, okay, I picture a garbage disposal with gravel in it and sand with no water, just running, and the horrible clangy, scratchy, screechy noise that would make. They would talk real soft on the radio, and then it sound like that 10 times louder. I'm just not gonna do that. And nobody will listen either if that noise continued. I can't deal with it. And none of you guys should have to. So there are people monitoring scanner. I salute them, bless their souls, and they'll update watch duty if they hear stuff. Yeah, and thank you for monitoring what's going on in your neck of the woods over there by Santa Rosa. I mean, you are still over there, right? Hey, they just reported containment. Yay, officially. My ears are hurting, so it's tremendously hot. We've been live for almost 9 hours. My throat's giving me a warning soreness, so I'm just going to abruptly end it because if I don't, there will be something new that'll worry me enough to stay up. Like last night, there was a new fire at COPPEROPOLIS. That was concerning to me. And then I was like, okay, well, I can go to sleep now. Then McCulmey Hill. That's real close to a town. But then it was taken care of. And I just, suddenly it's 4 in the morning, you know. So I'm going to try to get as much sleep as I can, rest my voice. Thank you, friends, for being here. And I'll tell you the radioactive rabbit story tomorrow night, okay? About Hanford Nuclear Reservation, the nuclear ghost town of America. Super fun site, one of the most highly contaminated radioactive sites known to man. And they screwed up. It was a big fraud. The United States government hired a firm to do the cleanup. In the 40s, they put all the radioactive waste and sludge in the ground in tanks. You know, after the bomb was, uranium was refined there for the bomb. And they were single-walled steel things that are rusting. It was leaching into the soil. And if it ever gets to the Columbia River, there will be no way to contain that. It will kill everything in the Columbia River and for eons to come. Like, who knows how long the half-life is. But it's extremely radioactive, toxic, heavy metals, cesium and uranium, whatever you got. The whole 9 yards, right? So it's very, very important that this company not rip off the government and cut corners and kill its own employees by being so cheap they didn't give them masks and they inhaled beryllium dust. Permanent lung scarring and a couple years to live. Yeah. This company isn't any wonder. Yeah, they decided that they would buy their own tanks and transfer the sludge, bill the United States government, you know, insane amounts of money. Just add extra zeros, whatever you're thinking of right now. And they put them in cheap old single-wall tanks. They're contracted to do double wall for a reason. So they're leaking, and bit by bit, this reactive sludge is making its way towards the Columbia. There will be no more salmon. There will not be any fish. The repercussions of having this nuclear waste, where you can't really control it if it goes out to sea, you can't contaminate this. It would be too widespread, especially if the Columbia was in flood at the time. It'd be everywhere downstream. Portland's drinking water supply. Portland would be a ghost town. It's unimaginable, really, what would happen if it does reach the Columbia, especially in any quantity. The site is so radioactive that when an animal drinks, whenever it rains there and forms a puddle, they have to kill that animal, no matter where it is, no matter what it is. Because if that animal leaves the facility, its urine and feces are so deadly that anybody that gets near it probably get fatal doses of radiation. That's why is my hair falling out? And all he did was, well, maybe set up a tent or something, or just walk by, poop on the ground. So I'll tell you the radioactive rabbit manhunt story later at a different date. It's something you can't make up. But I learned a lot of what I learned by just trying to build the world's biggest database of ghost towns. And I classify ghost towns based on, well, what their purpose was. So we have, wartime. They commandeered an existing town, told the residents, get out, and built a huge facility. They're enriching uranium, top secret, They said to the residents, you'll come back after the war. They ruined it. Quite sad. But radioactive, and or any kind of ghost town involved because of nuclear reasons. You got your Pripyat with the Chernobyl accident, you got Hanford. It's a small and exclusive club. I don't have a lot of abandoned due to war and or radioactive contamination. There's not that many on Earth. I mean, there's not just Pripyat, that's the city in Ukraine's Chernobyl region, but there's 800 other villages that never get spoken about in this. Well, it's 800 square kilometers. There may be as many as 3,000 villages, former villages that were abandoned. But as far as the city goes, there's not that many. So you learn everything. Wildfire ghost towns are a lot more common. But they're all in the disaster class. But we'll discuss that another night. So guys, thank you all for being here. Thank you everybody who donated and everybody who liked. If you haven't hit the like button, please do that as we turn the lights out. Get as much rest as possible. Sorry we did not tally the I forgot, guys. We did not add together all the donations. We're not sure how far we are. The laptop goal because it's a point where I just fall asleep exhausted. I feel a lot of pain when I wake up. Try to get out of my straight, get out of bed. Try to tackle some of what I'm super behind in. And while I'm doing that, fires come in and I sit down and I just start having to be live. When I become really tired, I can't do that. So I hope you understand with the numbers dyslexia type thing. I have to really check my work. I'm actually a very good accountant because I check my work much more frequently than the average person, but I'm very slow. Hey, Bugs Bunny, thank you. So remember, don't stay up all night watching cams and driving yourself crazy if you're evacuated or worried. They always look worse at night. Get your rest, do your prep, and I mean it. Now is the time. You may have days to prep for a wildfire near. Get fireproof soffit vents and gable vents, or at least a fine mesh, so metal mesh, and a staple gun, whatever you got to do. Clean out at least the exterior where you're like the equivalent of a big bottle brush, best you can with your laundry exhaust embers going up in there, and light the lint on fire, and it'll travel all the way to your laundry room, get inside your house. Now, don't staple gun mesh or something onto there. And remember your basement vents, your subterranean, whatever. Time to lock those up, seal it up. Wildfires can get underneath the house too. If you do that, usually your house will make it, even if something around a neighborhood is not, Even if most of the other houses on your street don't, because fire mostly enters through vents. It's the embers, the little blowy things that fly around in the air. So once you've taken that precaution, you could probably leave, and you have defensible space. You could probably leave everything unattended. It'll probably be perfectly fine when you get back. The number one thing you need to do is check on and poke. When you're on your ladder checking your events, or you have an inspector do it, poke at the screen. It may be totally loose where animals or wind has pushed it, but it may look like it's intact. Make sure, just gently poke, and make sure it's very fine, extremely fine. Fire rated if possible, but ordered events. But a staple gun and a mesh is your friend until then. You can get creative, but you've got to do a complete seal. You cannot even have like a toothpick sized hole. If a toothpick can go in, it's not fine enough. Remember, it's going to be high winds that shove them all up there, and they back up on each other and get forced in. So, once you've done all your preparation, though, you've done all you can do. You have done all you can do. That's when you tell yourself, relax. That's when you can relax. That's when you can feel a lot less anxiety. So let yourself feel. Good night, friends. Good luck. We got days ahead of each other, but thank you for the support. Thank you all the mods, especially everybody who's not a mod too, who has been so helpful in chat with the crowd sourcing of it. Thank you everybody who's liked, and shared, and watched. And thank you haters for making me look so good. You're so appreciated. Because every time the haters say something bad, that's when new people may not know the history of the channel, and I get to explain it. We've done a lot of good. So you're appreciated too. Everybody. Even people that don't like the stream watching it are helping. All in the algorithm. But thank you, friends. I am going straight to bed. See you soon. Good night.